for that.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna grab the most round. This motherfucker, bro. He's got more mana than power, bro. Damn, bro. I thought I was supposed to be the troll, not you.
By the way, Queen, Zoinko is like, I'm pretty sure he's a 12-year-old from Hong Kong who likes to troll, but he's not good at trolling like, Smokey is. So I'm surprised Zoinko has been as behaved as he has. The only Russian word I know is, blat, which is like fuck or shit, right? And I can't, like, say it properly. It's like, blat, blat, blat. This is, I'm not sexually attracted to dudes, I just like dick. But I'm sexually attracted to women, so I want to treat them nicely so that, like, and I know dudes just want the dick. But it's like, if I want, like, to have a friendship or relationship with a chick, it's like, that's a whole lot different than a dude. So, there's no, like, language of incantation. It's whatever the person and unique identity believes is their incantation. So there's no universal saying for, and it's based on, like, Final Fantasy, so it's like you've got, like, the tiers of spells. PoE for the win. It's actually been pretty fun. I know our build sucks and our items suck and we haven't upgraded anything because I've been just fucking around with Smokey the whole day. Sorry, Smokey. It was just really fun.
No.
Anyways.
Yeah, fun for you, right?
Yeah, for sure, right? And that's all that matters. So remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Why can't you go to someone else's hideout if you can go to your own hideout? Yeah, I think they're just flip-flopping. Like, honestly, everything to do with PoE 2 has had this little bit of, like, if this was PoE 1, this would be done completely differently. It's like everyone was saying, oh, they put the B team on PoE 1 and the A team on PoE 2, but I feel like they put the B team on PoE 2.
And here I am, and there I went. Finch. There we go.
That's an amazing story, Smokey. Holy shit.
Thank you,
That's fucking... If there was an award for best story, you definitely wouldn't win it, though. Oh, Smokey, I was so close to fucking banning you. But the color. If you had changed the color of your name before saying that, I would have instantly banned you.
Canadian servers.
Canadian servers! Fucking DEI Canadian servers, true. I'm just, like, because I'm usually reading, like, a sentence ahead of what I'm saying. So, like, two words will get, like, smashed together, like one that I'm thinking and one that I'm saying. I jerk forward with numb hands. Why is that all I hear? I have an idea. What is it, Muffin? Minimize the tab and just leave the background on screen and change the title to Come Here for Titties. Should we do an experiment, Muffin? And then change the title, Muffin. That's better. Okay, now change the title. Should I make the screen smaller too? Should I just get rid of the screen, guys? Should I just like say fuck it? Yeah, that's what I was saying, but Smokey kept saying smaller. Make him smaller, make him smaller. I don't fucking know, I'm just listening to Smokey. So should I make it bigger or should I just leave it? We keep the category. No, we gotta change the category to like just chatting. Or hot tubs. No, change it to hot tubs. Change it to pools and hot tubs. You know what? You know what, Smokey? I'm just rebanning them. Fuck it. Fuck you. They're banned. They're gone. They're gone, bitch. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? Go cry to your mom? It's because she's sitting in my lap, bro. You come into my domain, you gonna expect to get trolled. But hey, and Smokey's story today was fucking amazing. We wrote some words today. We did good today. It was a good old time. And remember, you guys are fucking amazing. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Keep being yourselves and putting out that creative energy. Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
Yo, what's up, Queen? How you doing? How you doing?
Yo, what's good, everyone? We back at it again. It's another day. How's everyone going today? What's up, Fizz? What's up, Relic? What's up, Jackal? Got a little bit of a weird start here, cause, got some food. D&D was a success. Absolute success, Relic. I loved it. I loved it. Oh my god. No chapter for day. Taking the day off. Truth is true. So, while I eat at the beginning, I figured since it's been a while, right, we have some new choices, guys. So, new Veritasium video, new Oompaville video, new Spacetime video. So we could do, why don't forensics account for gravity and drag? This is like a flat earth thing, right? This is like a discrepancy about like GPS locations. This is like prime numbers, I'm guessing, because 3, 5, 7, 11 is 3 like prime numbers, right? And it's like the spacing. There's a, like a formula for figuring out the next spacing of like prime numbers, right? And it's like it works pretty much every time, but there's like one specific time. It's like a number in like the billions or something like that, but it's like doesn't fit in like the order of primes. We also have Oompaville. So we got the NASA scientist who tried to summon a god, and he did something on the Lego thing. So if you want to watch the Oompaville Lego thing. And then we have the town that blamed Bigfoot for a triple murder. This one's interesting. We never stopped making cults. Actually, we got a lot of Oompa videos here, man. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Because I had to kill, like, some time while I eat, right? Or we could do, like, space time. We've got... We thought black holes created event horizons. It might be the opposite. Wait, an event horizon creates the black hole. Ooh, that's interesting. I have a video. I think your part of D&D tonight was you getting a true 1 when you needed a 10 plus or something. Yeah, like nat 1. Oh my god. That shit is just fucking broken, dude. Oh my god, my rolls. I mean, I did come across pretty not bad, right? I have a video. You do? Okay, Relic, what's your video? Because I know Relic's like, oh, no one wants to watch a Veritasium video. No one likes Oompaville. Who the fuck is PBS? That's Relic's reaction to this. It always has been. Technically, I didn't have the entire day off, but only because I rewrote part of Chapter 3 from yesterday. Ah, is this the delete video? If this is the delete video, I don't know what to say, Relic. First... Oh. Shit. Okay, this sounds interesting. Alright, I'm down. I love these traveling videos and shit. Going to Riyadh? Fuck yeah, dude.
The next few weeks traveling around the country. Tourists have only been allowed there since 2019.
Because this is like the shit that I'm talking about, right? Is like Saudi Arabia is like opening up to the Western world in such an entirely way because they realize that they're never going to become the leaders of the world from pure economics off of oil, right? They need to have like extra things that add to their economy. That's why they're buying up esports, why they're allowing gambling, why they're allowing alcohol, and this shit has been like outlawed there for like literally thousands of years. And it's just they are starting to realize, like, joining the rest of Western civilization, why they yeah, exactly. And like I said, within 50 to 70 years the West will no longer be a superpower. It will be the Middle East, because the Middle East is investing in like a 150-year like longevity plan to like integrate themselves, right? Whereas it seems like the plan that America has for integrating itself is just becoming African.
That
or
Saudi Arabia is a
Somalian.
very strict country and tourists might not feel welcomed. But of course I want to see it for myself, to see what it's really like. The plan for today is to hopefully arrive stress-free, then figure out how to get to my hotel and then get some first impressions of Saudi Arabia. I'm also quite excited to try authentic Arabian food.
Oh dude, Arabian food,
to be an
dude.
Exciting day, so join me and let's go.
People could say all the shit they want about like Indians and like okay, well, I'm going to take a step back because I don't know if this is actually true. But I'm pretty sure, like, the original spice trade was out of Arabia, right? And then India was like, holy shit, this is amazing. And then India basically, like, took them over, right? I'm not 100% about that. But I'm pretty sure that's what happened, right? Like, the whole Silk Road thing didn't start in India. It started in Arabia and winded up in India.
To Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is not really a popular tourist destination for Western travelers, so it's actually no surprise that I am the only Westerner on this flight. And touching the plane for good luck as usual.
And
yeah,
it even like the demographics here look like more aligned than like Paris. Like you saw like the videos yesterday of like the World Cup and everyone going crazy in Paris. There was like a music festival and there was like 17 stabbings, like 3 people died. Like it was fucked up, dude. Huge riots and shit, and it's like 90% of it is just fucking black people.
I feel excited now,
it's
but
like
to
this
be
isn't
completely
France,
honest,
bro.
I also feel nervous because I'm just not sure what to expect in Saudi Arabia.
But
I grew up with reading so many negative news about the country, and if you only read negative things about it,
like I said, my neighbors who were drug dealers are like insanely rich, right? Like they would go to Dubai as their like yearly trip, right? For like 3 weeks, they'd like go to Dubai or something like that, right? Fucking insane.
certain country basically all your life, then that makes something with
That's
your
like a
head.
$70,000 trip.
Say. But usually
for, like,
I
the family.
especially like to go
Maybe
to these countries to challenge my mindset,
for just a 3-week
challenge my
holiday.
beliefs of a country that I have based on what I saw on the
3,
media,
2,
and I'm
1,
excited
talk.
to see what the reality is really like there. But yeah, I'm not sure how strict it's actually going to be. I'm not even 100% sure if I will be allowed to openly film there. But yeah, we're going to find out later today, I guess. And yeah, the flying time for this flight is about 2 hours.
Wait. Where's he coming from? They know it's somewhere in Europe, right? It's only 2-hour flight. Is he on an intermediary? Like 2-hour flight. Fuck. Takes me 2 hours to get from Alberta to BC. Okay, he was in a Arabian country. All right, that makes more sense. So look, I don't even know if the closest, like what the closest European country is, and I'm pretty sure that's like even like an 8-hour trip. So yeah, shit. Because Riyadh is the capital, right?
In Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Let's see what the arrival process will be like here. And flying over the country was also pretty interesting. Basically, the whole country is just desert. That looked really nice, actually. Yeah, let's see how quick I can get through immigration. I could apply for the visa already online. It was quite an easy process. And then I got the visa approved literally 5 minutes later. But it was also quite an expensive visa. I paid $100 for the visa.
Wait, hold on. So you just randomly applied for a visa and you got the visa accepted. So is that like a failure of Western systems? The fact that like all I hear about like immigration shit is that it's like impossible to like emigrate to the United States. It's like impossible to get work visas and all this shit. And this guy just gets like instantly approved for Saudi Arabia. I don't know, that gives me some hey man, maybe we're not doing it right if they're doing it right. Right? I'm not sure about this. Could be like, I'm pretty sure it's like super easy to get this shit if you're not like a fucking criminal.
Visa. And yeah, when I checked in for the flight earlier today, I also learned that I could have also gotten a visa on arrival here. And I'm in.
Oh, you didn't just go there and get a visa, like at the airport?
Immigration process I ever had. 0 waiting time.
Now I'm gonna state the reason why, right? It's because it's like it's a new process that's not like backed up by 20 years of fucking bullshit, right? That would be my guess. That it's like the system that we have, the problem over here is just pure scale, right? Like it's something like 70% of like visa applications and like refugee applications that are like fake, right? With all the things that they're like the fake visas or the fake diplomas that are like coming out of India and stuff like that. Fucking crazy.
And then I just had to show my passport.
So I wonder what this would look like in 20 years from now. So I wouldn't necessarily say, oh, it's, you know, because they have a better system. It's just the fact that, like, they're probably copying our system. They probably perfected our system. And they don't have a massive influx, right? Because I'd assume, like, let's say you get, like, 40,000 applications in America per day. You probably get 40 to, like, Saudi Arabia, right? Like, the pure scale of it is probably the biggest problem. And, like, the ability to, like, not hold people accountable for, like, fraudulent shit, right? And then the amount of fraudulent stuff stacks the system so high. It's the same thing with lawsuits, right? It's something like 40 to, like, 45% of all lawsuits are just, like, fake suits that are basically, like, scare tactics. But it causes so much disruption with the court system because they have to figure out so many of them, right? And it just causes so much time that the whole system gets backlogged. Same with, like, the whole idea of, like, free healthcare in Canada. Well, yeah, when you give everyone healthcare, you're going to have problems with backlogs because you're giving everyone free healthcare, right? And then people are coming in for, like, broken toes. Other people are coming in for being stabbed. Some people are coming in for being overdosed. And other people are coming in because they accidentally shaved their head. It's fucking retarded. Or, like, I can't find my glasses. It's like some of the shit I've seen from, like, I'm on my period and I have, like, period cramps from, like, a 35-year-old woman or some shit like that in the hospital. I'm just like, I mean, I don't want to say it, but it's just like, are you fucking serious? Right? Like, I have to wait after this person and I'm the one who had a seizure? Like, what the fuck? It's so retarded.
I scanned my passport, they took my fingerprints, took a photo of me, and then I was in the country. And in case you're wondering, it's actually very common that countries, at least in Asia, take your fingerprints and
I didn't even think about that. Why don't we fingerprint everyone? Like, is that just, like, a freedom of, like, thing for, like, the West? Of being, like, the idea that your fingerprints are in a database is, like, a bad thing? Because, like, your fingers are only in a database if, like, you've done something bad or you've done something that's required you to, like, do that where you're, like, involved with the government, right? But it's like 80% of people don't have their fingerprints on file, right? So actually thinking about it is, shouldn't that just be something that you just do? Along with, like, a photo ID? Wouldn't that be, like, one of the easiest ways to, like, verify people that are trying to use, like, fake IDs? Because I'd assume, Relic, it's more of a cultural response, right? Like, I don't think it's a bad thing for you to have a database at the government with your fingerprints, right? But I think, like, you look at the general public and, like, social culture in the West, and I think, like, 90% of people would have a problem with just, like, having their fingerprints put on file because there's, like, a stigma towards having your fingerprints on file. So thinking about the fact that other countries do it is very interesting for me. An IQ too high, Jackal, I don't know. Like, again, I'm like, IQ isn't really a fair way for me. Like, honestly, my way of assessing intelligence is, like, certain levels of degrees, right? It's like, can you figure out a hypothetical? Can you understand third-order effects? Can you understand abstract, esoteric, and, like, distant concepts, right? And then it's like, can you abstract and connect things that should technically not have a connection? Like something like diamond and wood. It's like, where would you find the connection between diamond and wood? Well, it's like diamond is actually one of the most most abundant materials in the universe because carbon gets crushed all the time, whereas trees and wood are not because life, as far as we know, is very rare, right? And so your ability to discern and figure out those kinds of levels of connections, right? And it's like not all of that is based off of IQ, but I think it's just a relative, like, easy 5-step answer, right? Base intelligence off the ability to think in situations, either using common sense or strategic thinking. Yeah, or the idea of, like, a meta thinking about your thinking, about someone else's thinking, like, as a writer, right? like your ability to put your mind into your character's mind, understand how your... My books are available on Walmart.com. Let's go! Fuck yeah, Rug. That sounds epic. Hell yeah, dude. Everyone always forgets Walmart. Like, dude, I sell so many books at Walmart. Like, so many people, like, people, by that I mean 60-plus-year-old women buying romances. But still, like, the amount of books that I've sold at Walmart is, like, I've probably sold 1,000 books. Like, they'll come in and they'll buy, like, 10 fucking books at the same time. Like, wider demographic than that. I know. I'm just saying, my lived experience of what I've sold, right? It's mainly, like, heterite women or, like, old women. WSP or retro. What's up, retro? True. And this is where it's like the West considers itself the most progressive like culture, but I think in reality, like Japan, Saudi Arabia, maybe El Salvador, and a couple other places in like Central Asia, maybe, right? Like places around China, but not China itself, like the Philippines, Thailand, right? That's a good one too. Currently, right now, Retro is the first one in the queue. He just we didn't reset the queue, so it is what it is. But I mean, Jackal's the first one in the queue. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm retarded. Back to the video.
Country. I can't think of a country in Asia that doesn't do that, so that's nothing unusual.
I believe Jackal was the first. Yeah, Jackal.
I was surprised that almost all of the immigration officers were women. I'm not sure why, but I was not expecting that, to be honest. So already the first surprise right up on the...
You know why they're all women? I think this is going to be a hot take for a lot of people. Because their country holds people accountable for shit. So you fuck around, you find out in Saudi Arabia. So having authority figures that are women is actually like a good sign towards like the respect towards your authority figure, at least in a place where it's like you don't necessarily consider women to be of the highest value, right? Let's just say that, right? It is a thing. Let's not ignore it, right? There's definitely a scale of degree of what women are acceptable for, right? And it's like, it's a presentation and complimentary thing where it's like, we want you to place your value. That's how I feel about it, Scotty. Not of the highest value. I mean, it is what it is, Relic, right? So it's like, you can place them in these positions. Like, for instance, those people will get HR positions in America, right? But in, like, these other countries, they would get positions like crossing guards, TSA agents, prison guards, yeah, I don't know, Rug. Sorry. I know you're making fun of women. That's what it was, because I was like a play on degradation of women. I know that's what it was, but I didn't know the exact thing, right? It's like, no, I'm making fun of you. Oh! Because I'm not of the highest value. Oh! I see, okay. Okay, yeah, no, definitely, I can see that. I can see that. And it's like, when you're in a high-trust society that, like, you fuck around, you find out. Worm! True. I think we need more, Fizz. We all need more. I did, Fizz. I did. True. Did you watch the VOD from yesterday? Oh, for Fizz's story. Yes. Anyways, so like for instance, because like it's a bad thing to say, right? So this is how I think about it. I don't know if this is true, right? But this is how I think about it, right? So you have a high trust in authority. So people that respect authority and they know shit's gonna happen if they fuck around, right? So this is kind of like the idea of like a nightclub. You could put like a smaller bouncer as a guy, because like the reputation for the clubhouse is like, well, they'll just shoot you if like you fuck around, right? So it's like you don't need like an Arnold Schwarzenegger bouncer because you're just gonna pull out a gun and fucking shoot them, right? So I feel like that's like something to do with it, where they're like, we don't need big burly fucking men to be our security guards, because we can just fucking shoot them, right? We have like a piece of technology that levels the playing field, and we're willing to use it. And I'm a small, petite dude, right? So it's like, I understand when it's like women with like, you know, understandably being intimidated and scared, right? And it's like female officers, it's like the chance of them, like for instance, what happened, did you guys hear about this? The Canadian female police officer who shot the random rabbi outside of the Pornhub headquarters. Guys, we're living in the fucking Matrix, okay? We're living in the fucking Matrix. Yeah, some female cop shot a random, so there's like, some guy, like, shot up, like the area around the Pornhub area, right? And the female cop just randomly headshots a rabbi who was just, like, walking down the street. Like, you guys know what that reminds me of? You know what that reminds me of? You guys have to have seen this, right? Where's just the actual clip? Like, have you guys seen this?
What? Oh, wait, right there?
No, this one's not it. It's the Charlie one. Okay, where is it?
With that individual.
Okay, here.
Acorn.
Yeah. Okay, right there, an acorn hit the top of his car, and he just freaks out.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired!
You can't even hear anything in the body.
But yeah, no, like an acorn lands on the fucking thing in the car, because he has a suspect in his police car. And he thinks that the suspect, like, fired off his gun. And he goes, like, insanely berserk and just opens fire and unloads his entire fucking clip into the thing. And it's just like, guys, where are these police officers coming from? Yeah, a gun that, like... And it's like, you search the guy and put him in the car. Why would you think that he would have a gun? That would mean you didn't search him properly. So he caps him and then leaves. Unironically, did not hear about this. Yeah, okay, where's this one that Retro is talking about? For, like, the cop one. The fucking female officer. This is fucked. And this isn't even America. This happened in Canada. It happened in Montreal.
Non, he's hit. Non, il est touché.
Well, you guys had reasonable pigs, at least. Not in Montreal. He's got, like, the tactical suit and everything, right?
Look. He's there, Mick.
Didn't that police officer get sent to the Shadow Realm also? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, Relic, like, I don't know, but I guarantee you they've had previous shit that, like, that was, like, a red flag kind of situation, and then, like, the police station didn't do anything, and now this happened. Every single time, that's how the story comes out. That they had, like, 3 probation things that they never followed through on for other, like, invalid conduct, and then eventually just fucking kill a random person. It's just like, holy fuck. Oh, wait, this isn't the Jew shooting one. This is a different one. Yeah, no, there was like multiple shootings and shit like that, right?
And to be honest, I'm quite
this is the video shows the civilian getting shot. Let's look at a different
Why
angle.
is he walking? What is wrong with him?
He's just an old rabbi just chilling, right?
Guys, what the fuck? He's just shooting the cops. Holy shit. Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god.
Yeah,
oh
so
my
you
god.
got shot.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Welcome to Canada, guys! Only fucking Canada. And you wonder why I'm fucking radicalized.
From leaving the
You
plane,
wonder.
getting through immigration,
It's
collecting
such
my suitcase
bullshit.
was like
And it's
10
all like
minutes now.
complete,
And here
like,
we are.
known
See
misconduct.
a sign,
Right? It's not the cops are
already.
bad, it's that the bad
That's where
cops
I'm
don't get
heading
punished
to.
because the
Passengers
police department
using
doesn't want to look
authorized
bad.
Transportation available at the airport guarantees you a safe journey. Sounds like maybe they also have problems
But
with
it was
some
like the whole thing of like,
non-rigid
why
taxis
is a
here
rabbi
maybe.
outside
I
of
do
the
see taxis,
Pornhub?
green taxis waiting outside
thing?
already there.
Well, I
And
mean,
we have
Canada's
welcome
quickly
to
turning
Riyadh.
into America,
That is
that's
actually
for
a nice
sure.
gate to enter the country. Oh, the first
That's
thing
why I
see
want
is the
Alberta to
two
become the
buttons. This is a
51st
Canadian
state. At
brand,
least
I
then we
think,
could say
and
we're
I'm looking for
America.
an ATM first.
Right? 3,
There's
2,
one
1,
right
choke.
here. Okay, let's see if I can get cash here. So let's see if that works. Yeah, that's always the exciting moment when you enter a new country. Will I be able to get cash here? There were some countries in the past where I had some problems with getting cash. Oh, check it out. They even have a sanitizer here right next to the ATM. So you can
There is a misconception about the Canadian military, though. Ads. Ads. I mean, Retro, you are welcome to make an account on any of the other platforms that don't have ads on them. Right? We could all slowly be the downfall of Twitch. Oh, it's right here. Look, where the fuck did I put my fucking thing? You don't know you're a racist. Well, what kind of racist? Right? Like that's usually the question, right? Like what kind of racist are you? Kind of stops talking and plays the video. We're in ads, at least not the ads of ads with ads on ads, because ads are ads with ads on never ads. Never need ads with ads on ads. Ads for ads on ads with ads for more ads for ads with ads.
sanitize your hands here before touching everything or after touching everything. Transaction cancelled due to a technical problem.
Oh,
That
no!
means we need to find another ATM, or we are going to have the same situation as in Pakistan. If you remember, in Pakistan and Karachi there was only one ATM at the airport and that one was not working. So let me have a look if there's another ATM. Okay, second try. Let's try it again.
The
You can
nose
even choose
freaking
which
out.
currency you would like to get. I want the local one, of course. 500. Oh, and that's the sound I like to hear. And here is the
And
cash.
there is
This
monies!
is what the cash is
Hell
looking
yeah,
like.
that looks like Canadian money. Green and red, bro. 50s are red, greens are, well, hundreds of gold, 50s are red, 20s are green,
So I can roughly
10s are
divide
blue,
all
or
the
10s
prices
are,
by 4, and then I have the rough amount in
10s are
USD.
purple?
Okay, and first time
5s are
smelling
blue.
the air
No
here in
Juneteenth
Saudi
became a national
Arabia.
holiday in
I have to
2021.
say the temperature actually feels very
Fizz,
nice.
is that why
It's
I've
about
never
15
heard of
degrees at the moment,
Juneteenth
which
before?
I kind of like, to be honest.
And I'm like, I swear, this Juneteenth shit, I never grew up hearing anything about this Juneteenth shit. What the fuck is this Juneteenth shit? Non-US money feels odd to me, but then again, US banknotes are heavy for no reason. I was gonna say about the Canadian military. It's one of the things where it's because of the size of the Canadian military, it's like the training input per person for the Canadian military is like 10 times more than like other militaries. So it's like America has size, but Canada has quality, right? So it's like you have like your Delta and like Alpha forces, right? So it's like, let's say your Delta and Alpha forces are, let's say 400 people, right? But the equivalent in level of training for Canadian would be like 4,000 people. Does that make sense? So it's not necessarily that, like, they're trained better. It's that they have they don't have to scale down their training for those top ends. Does that make sense? Like the amount of like hardcore forces like that is a lot higher in Canada. Whereas America has like a more average overall. Juneteenth is celebrated as slavery being abolished in the U.S. is celebrated annually on June 19th. Commemorate the end of slavery in the United States. Yo, that's so cap. Talks. I don't know what I'm talking about, but in actuality, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Juneteenth existed since 1866, 1 year after June 19th, 1865, but only became a national holiday 155 years later. So it's like it was a day, it was celebrated, but it was something like Thanksgiving, right? Where it's not a national holiday. Right? Well, it's like, for instance, like, the Canadian military was the most feared military in the First World War and the Second World War. We are literally where the name Stormtroopers came from. And if you saw, like, Canadian troops, like, you ran in the other fucking direction. Like, this is, like, historical, like, documented, right? Thanksgiving is a national holiday. Now, that is for World War I and II. You had Germans shook. Finally, you say something factual. Well, yeah, but it's not like it stopped there. It's not like the Canadian military became less effective after World War II, right? So it's like using that as an example, and the fact, like, I know, like, 5 people that are in the military, and 3 of them are, like, special forces, like they've been doing, like, they've had, like, 10 years of training under them, right? And shit like that. And they're like, that's pretty standard. Stormtroopers get their name from World War I German assault troopers, stormtrooper, who were specially trained for hidden high-intensity assaults. Get fucked, Scotty, the Canadians. I mean, what? I mean, you could be true, Relic. All I'm doing is stating the facts that I know what I was taught in history, right? Is what it is. Jeez, you have 100,000 personnel. That's what I mean. Like, we don't have a large army, so we can afford to train those individuals at a higher level, right? Like, you can only afford to train, like, 400 to 500, like, special forces. We can afford to train, like, 5,000 special forces, right? Because you also have to train, like, 7 or 8 million ordinary troops. We don't have to do that. I mean, we may not have the budget that you have, but we don't need that. Total Canadian Forces, that's 1 battalion. Exactly, Retro. That is why our troops are trained, like, at overall, on average, at a higher level. Yes, but that's average, Relic. What are top ends? Like, what are the statistics for top ends for, like, the most, like, trained? Like, it goes, like, Delta Force, whatever IMI-6 is, then it's the Canadian forces. Like, for their top forces, I'm pretty sure that's the scaling. For, like... But the fact that, like, on that scaling, Canada has, like, 10 times more troops at that, like, level. Right? Yeah, so I was thinking, like, military... Like, British military, specifically. Right? Like, their special forces. There's a specific name. I don't know what it is. I know MI6 like their FBI or CIA, but there's, like, another name for their, like, top end. There's a SAS, Special Air Service. Is that, like, their, like, Delta Forces? Like, we're talking, like, these are the Hokages, and, like, the fucking, you know, CANSOFCOM, Canadian Special Operations Forces Command. Don't we have, like, another nickname for it? I swear we have, like, another nickname for it. It's like CCOM or something like that. It's just, like, a shorter abbreviation. Yes, Call of Duty. Bang Bang. Super Tough Killers. Interesting. Interesting. Because I know there's, like, the difference between, like, the Air Force and, like, specific military in America, right? Like, Air Force is very specific in its stuff, but your ordinary military also carries, like, an aspect of Air Force in it. But the Air Force itself is like the Navy, right? It's a separate branch of the military. For some some would say SAS is better than U.S. Special Forces. Well, that's what I mean by like the top three are like within contention of each other, right? Like you could technically swap them around. That's how like well trained, well skilled, and like, you know, well executed those top of the lines are, right? But then when it comes to, for like infiltration and guerrilla warfare, it's like a win. But like no one's ever gonna beat America except maybe China, in a war of attrition, right? Like the numbers are so overwhelming. It's not even, you know. You think the 800 to 40,000 the siege of Malta, this would be like 1 to like 40,000, maybe even 400,000, right? On a scale of numbers, it's like 40 times more, right? And then China's like 60 times more. China's like something like 60 million or something like that. Plus they have like forced conscription and shit like that. So it's like, you know. But then again, for China, like their top forces are ranked something like 18th or 19th because they're just like not well trained, right? At least that's the idea. But then again, you know, you could say that's a conspiracy inside of China. Fuck this video. I know we're not getting very far. I love travel videos though, but I always get interrupted in them. And I haven't even like eaten my ribs yet because we've just been talking. My ribs are just fucking sitting here getting cold. Survival secrets section. Well, it's like if you want to know the this is based off of an actual like British SAS mission in World War II. If you guys haven't seen this movie is fucking amazing. It is so I thought it was fiction, but no, it's literally based on an actual mission done. Yo, what's up, Miss Shadow? What you got? What you got? What you good? An actual like mission in World War II. I added you in Discord. Someone's looking for a beta reader. Yeah, I saw. I didn't get to respond to it because I was getting the stream set up, but I did see it. So I hearted their message so that they would know that I saw it, but I couldn't respond to it. But I will like to look at it for sure.
The SAS is the Special Forces regiment upon which all others are based. Few are tough enough to pass selection.
Well, this is also like if you look at it's only a 240 quality. Are you shitting me? That sucks. Like think about how long the British Empire has been around. How long they've been training like this, right? So it makes sense that like they would have everything down because they've had hundreds and hundreds of years, whereas America and Canada have had like 150 to 250, right? So like having that foundation to stand on is like really, really important. Plus the fact that the British pretty much conquered like the entire world, right?
But what does it take to survive once you make it into the Special Air Service?
And isn't it like people die during these trainings, right? Like at least like 2 people die a year from like these trainings, right? I don't know if that's a world statistic or if that's a national statistic. But it's like you are literally pushed to the edge, right? And only those who can survive it, you know, are the ones that can live up to the expectation, right? It's like, you guys, the guy who tried to swim from, like, one side of the Atlantic Ocean to the other side, like, from, like, Europe to America or something like that, like, I don't know, I don't remember when this was, but it was, like, some grand endeavor thing. Yeah, swim from one continent to the other. No idea if they made it, but it was like, you know, one of those like Amelia Earhart level type things where it's like the most insane of the most insane. Maybe it wasn't like across the ocean. Maybe it was just around. I'm gonna actually grok this because I don't remember the details of it, but I think it's interesting. Was there a guy who tried to swim across the ocean or around Europe for like a year or something? Yes, there's a couple of noted guys who match this description pretty closely. Most famous one for crossing an ocean is Benoit, Ben Lecomte, a French-American long-distance swimmer in 1998. He swam across the Atlantic Ocean from Massachusetts to France in stages over about 73 to 80 days. Yeah, yeah. And it was like the whole, it was the whole idea of like, you know, like the story of like Beowulf, like swimming across the ocean, right? Well, it's like this is a proof of concept that humans could actually do this, and like the idea that like Beowulf isn't like so far-fetched, right? Because I don't know the specifics of Beowulf, but it was something like he swam for like a month straight or something like that, right? But yeah, no, humans can do fucking insanely crazy stuff. Sup, what's up? What you doing? What you got, my man?
Need to reveal the survival secrets that kept them alive. The commander of our four-man patrol is former SAS Sergeant Eddie Stone.
That's just good. I don't care if it's cold, it's still
With
fucking
him
good.
is demolitions expert John McAleese, the first man on the balcony in the Iranian embassy siege. Additional firepower and expertise is
I heard this thing yesterday. I didn't actually know this. So you know Buster Keaton? Buster Keaton? The greatest improviser and actor of silent film? Apparently, while doing a stunt, he broke his neck. And he didn't know till 3 years later when he went to the doctor and they were like, dude, when did you break your neck? And it was like he was on top of a train and it was like a water hose on a water tower and he was supposed to like pull the water down, but the pressure in the water was so high that it slammed him into the ground and his neck hit the fucking railway tracks. Join our D&D campaign, we need you. True Shadow. You would be awesome. I would, oh my god. Oh my god. It would be perfect. Yeah, no, we need a dynamic like that for sure other than me. Right? Like I'm trying to fill that role, but having someone else, that would be great. You know. Just like we need retro. True. Like we had such a good day today, guys. It was insane. It was crazy. And like that was like one of the first times where like I have tried my hardest at every point. Like I didn't want to go crazy, but I tried to like push as much as I could to derail and I just couldn't. You just kept keeping up with me. I'm like, should I like expand my boundaries or should I like just keep with what we're doing because it was like so good.
provided by Johnny and Pete. We've had to protect their
You need to
identities.
write more of my stories so I can improve.
Together,
So
they'll
that
show
is
you
what
how
we need.
members of the
I mean,
world's
that's
most
fair,
elite
Retro.
regiment fight and survive, and reveal just what it takes to
Dawned on me
wear
afterwards
this
that my
badge.
character, Big Ass, is just sneakily following someone. Tiptoeing around? Are you the eyes I feel on the back of my neck? Do you
These
see the
men
mouth
have
on my
spent over
tits? I mean,
30 years in the SAS.
what?
But what attributes does a conventional soldier need to become a member of the world's most renowned fighting force?
What?
In this program, our elite
Oh, I'm a
team will help us
six-titted,
recreate the
short,
selection
stack
process and combat
stripper.
techniques learned by a new SAS trooper.
And
We'll
I
reveal
pretty much
how the new
tried to
training
seduce
process
everyone today.
transforms ordinary soldiers into the awesome fighting men that make up the regiment. And for the first time, these ex-SAS men will reveal what it takes to survive selection.
A lot of it is mental toughness, you know, you've got to have that mental toughness.
Session?
We'll look at the qualities needed to survive life inside the regiment.
Session 0 was streamed? Oh, no, Retro.
Yeah, have you
I didn't think about it until afterwards. I was like, wait, should we have recorded this? But I don't know, because I record the other D&D
Using
one.
fictitious scenarios,
But I mean, that's a conversation
we'll
we can
show
have
you
about
what
recording
takes
it.
to get into the SAS,
Since I'm not the DM, I don't think
learn
it's my
their
responsibility,
techniques,
right? So I
and
didn't
how
even
to
bring it up.
survive life
So I didn't
once
bring
in
it.
the regiment. An SAS trooper has to survive probably the toughest and most rigorous training process in the world. It has 3 distinct phases. Selection.
Scotty has failed
phase
almost
takes
every
place
single
on
big
Brecon
roll,
Beacons
so, you
in
know,
Wales.
it's going well. Yeah.
It's specifically
I rolled a
designed
nat
to
1.
weed out those men that don't have the mental
But I
and
think
physical
everyone
stamina
rolled a nat 1
required by the
today.
regiment.
The character is 6'6" Mandalorian. Yeah, so I probably wouldn't even reach your cock. I gotta stand on my
The
tiptoes
second
to suck
phase
your
is
dick.
jungle training.
I
It's
don't know, I haven't
designed
heard
to
from
see
him in
if
a
you have
while.
the tactical and operational skills to function in this elite force under extreme conditions. The third
I
phase
mean,
is
last time he
survival
said we need to
training.
talk, and then
Because
I haven't.
the SAS are
Like, I
required
keep
to
telling him I
operate
hate this
on
thing where he
long
won't just give me
periods of
information,
time.
because then it's like
They have to
phone
learn
tag.
how to survive
Oh, I
in
need to
their
talk.
woods
Oh, what do you want to talk
and
about?
what is
Oh,
in the
well,
surrounding
when do we want to talk?
environment.
Oh, well, I don't know. When do you want to talk? When? Well, okay, when would you? Just tell me what we need to talk
They
about
also
so I
need to be
can
able to withstand
fucking
capture
figure it out.
and interrogation.
It's like turn-based combat. I had to do it. Also, who played Amando?
In order to be eligible to join the SAS, you must have served at least 3 years in the British Army.
Technically, what?
Eddie
is
Stone
part of
spent
his
his early
character,
military
right?
career in the Scots Guards.
But like, he's not.
Johnny, in
Like,
the
as far as I
Cavalry
know,
Regiment,
he's
and
not.
in the Royal Engineers. These men
Like, there's
share
something
one
in his
common
background to
attribute.
do with that,
Most of
right?
the
But he's
guys
not.
come from the same sort of background, working class families.
He's not like an
artist families,
actual Mandalorian.
wearing hand-me-downs,
He's like
you know,
an
from their brother to their
ex-Mandalorian,
younger brother and all
right?
the rest of it. So
Where
most
he
of
is
the
like
guys are from
a,
that type of background, hard working class.
Like
background.
ethnic Mandalorian, but not like a
Direct
spiritual
preparation is the
Mandalorian.
key
Does
to
that make
getting
sense?
into the SAS.
Like he's not like a cult member Mandalorian.
On selection.
No, because I mean like there's like the normal Mandalorians, then there's like the cult Mandalorians, right? Like the what the Coven, right? But like they're technically two different sects of Mandalorian, because one is like religious faction and the other one is like an ethnic faction, right?
Every one of those soldiers think they're good enough for the Special Air Service. But as you say, there's no
This guy, I really
preparation,
have to
they've done no
learn
soldiering,
relic
they've
secrets
read all the
and
books,
patience.
they've seen you jump
Having you
into
at this
the
table must
NSA
be a
window,
trial. Oh, it
and
absolutely is
think
retro.
They're good enough.
It absolutely
Preparing
is,
for
and I try to
selection
make it
means
that way.
getting hill fit.
I am the fucking
Basically,
black
the
sheep.
ability to navigate over tough terrain, carrying a heavy burden within punishing deadlines.
But
The
you know,
SAS is based near
that comes to the
Hereford.
composure
All
of the
candidates for
DM, whether
selection
they can
must report
handle
to the
something like
barracks a
that.
day
And Relics
before the
sure
course
seems like he
begins.
can.
It's the first time.
And
you
me
get to
being a
decide your
DM,
position.
right, and like playing a character
The first morning when you're
is
in
like
parade,
I
when you're
know
standing
like
there, was
what it's like to have those
220
characters.
guys
So it's
and
kind of a
stood
jab,
on the
right? It's not
line
like I'm
and
just
looking
doing
down
it
this
openly.
line
It's like
and all I
no,
can
I
see
am a
is,
DM who
mud
deals
and
with these
berries,
problems from people,
paras,
but
you
like
know,
I do it in a way that's
stacks
like
them, you know, and
doesn't
big
create the kind of
guys,
conflict that some
big
retards
boys
have
and, you know, and
when it comes
some
to like
huge
trying
guys
to
there,
be
and that
like
was the only
be
Scots
like a
guys in there, so I
fucking
felt a bit
a murder
out of
hobo,
place, like some
where they
stupid
just
looking
literally
around
the
there.
first thing they
And
do
at
is
that
pull out their
stage,
gun and say aim
you
in a
do
random
start
direction and
sizing
fire
up
3
other
shots.
people, and you say, Jesus,
And it's
he's
like,
a big guy, you know, and
please
you know,
don't do that.
you start
No,
getting
that's what I'm
upset
doing.
yourself
And I'm like,
out and yourself at that
all
time,
right,
you
your
know.
character's gonna die
It's
though.
only natural because,
Fixes itself and Scotty must roll a 7 to
physically
get
look
someone under his left
a lot
spell.
bigger
He
than
rolls
you.
a nat 1. Me my character to be
selection is
younger
designed to test the
brother,
mental and
to
physical
Sasha
endurance
Banks
of candidates. It's
character. Wait, you mean
notoriously
Bo-Katan?
Before you even start selection, you must pass a basic
Starbuck?
army battle and combat fitness test.
Okay, listen in. You're here
Because she's ethnic Mandalorian, not religious Mandalorian, right?
Well, that's what
Like she's a bloodline connection too, because she's like a princess.
CFT. For those of you that's not in the infantry, that is a combat fitness test. It's an 8-mile run.
I'm not saying I know anything about the lore
Central
of
European
fucking Star
fighting
Wars, but I know
You'll have 2
some
hours to complete
things,
this run.
right? Or I have like an idea
fails,
about some
He's obviously not
things.
fit enough to be a basic soldier,
Ashka,
let alone
the woman who was
join
with
the
her.
SAS.
Oh, okay, because I don't know the
Get me out of
actress's
here.
name. Oh, so like her assistant? Okay.
Over the next
I see
3
that.
weeks, candidates have to do a series of marches over the Brecon Beacons.
Vehicle.
Extremely arduous routes are specifically picked to test physical stamina to the limits.
McLeod.
All candidates march with heavy burdens.
McLeod, what a
carrying up
fucking
to
name.
55 pounds,
The most
and have to
standard
demonstrate that they
British
can push
fucking
themselves
name.
to the limit,
Yeah, the
and
actor's
still
a wrestler?
navigate as
That's
if it's
badass.
second nature.
Okay, good. You happy where you going to? What you doing? Stuff. Good. Get away.
Next out.
We're back. Sounds good.
Just go over here, put your bergens down.
ability of the SAS to march long distances, carrying heavy loads into battle.
My favorite
is
is League of
legendary.
Legends video.
It's fundamental to the way the regiment operates, especially on operations behind enemy lines.
You're doing these tabs.
Well, at this point, it's going to take me like 2.5 hours to eat these fucking ribs.
When you get to where you're going to be fighting.
But they're
That's
damn
what it's all about.
fucking good.
You know, 'cause I mean, that heavy burden
Even cold.
basically represents your food, your water, and your ammo. So you're walking from A to
Well,
B, get there,
was
fight,
married to the
and
most
then
basic
scoot.
looking motherfucker.
You know, hopefully, you know. That's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Maybe they have a good personality, what?
The first 2 weeks consist of a
She's
series of
obviously a
marches.
dommy mommy.
For many candidates, it's a shock both mentally
So why
and
is just like a
physically.
generic
But
dude?
this has to be overcome
That's
if you
like
want to survive.
their goal. Because they don't want anyone that could like challenge them on any level, even on looks, right?
And if you do have
You need to
injuries,
feel like
you've got
fully
to,
superior
you
to
know,
the person.
keep yourself going through the
That's like the
injuries.
dynamic, right?
A lot of people arrive there with no preparation. You've got to have that preparation, and the boots that that you train in is the boots that you must wear, you know, for the selection process. You know, if you try.
Don't have
and
names of my
get
chapters.
another pair of boots
We're
on,
in
it's
chapter
gonna
5.
get beat to bits.
100% be
If you
named
pick up
bitches with
injuries,
guns.
don't expect
Or
sympathy.
something
The best
stupid
you
like
can
that.
hope for is a
Unrelated,
dose of
don't worry.
squatty humour.
I was lucky I never got blistered, but you get some looks coming in the toenails.
I like the idea of title chapter titles.
One guy in the room, and
My format is chapter title to give an overview like of the direction of the chapter, and the first paragraph is like, okay, this is what's going to happen in the chapter.
It's white spirit, you know, and he's there. And he's not just dabbing the guy's back, he's rubbing it in, this bloke's chewing like a stick.
And I feel like that gives
And
each
being
chapter an
covered up in the
impact.
corner, I laugh like hell. And this
As
does
opposed to
you-
just being like, oh,
must
this is
be
just
doing
another
pure
event.
badness, you know?
Right?
But I mean, it toughened up the skin a wee bit, you know.
But naming chapters is hard.
You know what I mean?
And I love one name,
You're gonna-
like
yeah,
one
you
word
get blokes who've
name
never carried a bird
chapters.
in their life.
Because that means
So
you're able
you
to
do, you take
narrow
your
down
life
and
actions,
find
you know?
that perfect spot.
Dead simple.
I
You don't get no
try to
bird
keep all my
in
chapters around the
or
same
realistic, you know,
theme.
that's silly.
Like my characters
Red
are
flash every
all
day. I mean, you lost it about a
the
week. He was nagging.
in Project
But you laugh
Artemis.
at him, you know?
Yeah, see, I do that, Jackal, but I do like every chapter would be like a different emotion,
SAS skills,
right?
The ability to navigate whilst under great physical and mental
And then
pressure.
you would eventually get to the chapter called Betrayal.
Show me who you are. 3, 5, 6.
Because like it would be a leading names, right? It's like glory, victory, shame, temptation,
SAS operations are undertaken with utmost secrecy, so patrols avoid
pride,
roads and establish
betrayal.
routes. They'll use
Right?
navigational
And it's like,
landmarks to move.
I don't know, there's something about the impact of that one word and it being an emotional
SAS
word
also use
that
the
just
latest
like
technology to
carries
help
the
them
chapter.
navigate.
I'm like, I instantly want to read that
Global
chapter,
positioning system was
right? And it's like I
developed
never
by
want to
the
put the
US
book
Defense
down.
Department. It can
Yeah,
pinpoint
it's
a
kind of
user's
like
position
Gumball episodes.
anywhere
Every
in the
episode
world.
is exactly that. Oh, I love Gumball, dude. Gumball's so good. It's one of those random ones. My friend got me into it. I've only watched like
Another primary
maybe
role
20
in
episodes
behind
of it.
enemy lines is to
Same
act
with
as a
like
forward
what's
air
the other
command,
one?
calling in
The
airstrikes
regular
to take
show,
out enemy
right?
targets.
But like, oh my god,
Distance to target 016
my mom.
Direction 13.6.
They revived the show. I'm pretty sure. Really? Because it's I can never remember. It's like the Wonderful World of Gumball, or it's like the blank something of Gumball, right?
The SAS has an ethos that
I can
is
never
seemingly
remember.
relaxed compared to other regiments. For example, elite units such as the Paras depend upon the discipline of rank structure to motivate recruits.
Lift your feet!
Training staff are there to drive you beyond your limits.
Pull your feet! Get up!
In both the Commando Brigade and the Parachute Brigade,
Henry
you'll not be
Cavill?
allowed to give in. There'll be somebody howling.
Wait, what?
you
No,
and
it
listening,
wasn't
thrashing
Dominant
you
one that I
with
messaged
bars
of
you
course
will
he
not
called
be allowed to give up.
him controlling and spoke all that weird stuff he was doing. Oh, that sucks. What? That's unfortunate. No, he's talking about the wife or the husband of this random actress in Mandalorian.
SAS, you are on your own when it comes to
As
self-discipline.
far as I know,
and
everything
motivation.
I've heard about Henry Cavill is that he is like the
men
epitome
who
of a
watch and
gentleman.
observe candidates through the rigors of selection act in a completely different manner to conventional military training
Like,
staff.
to a fucking
So,
T,
who
right?
are they?
Like, The Amazing World of Gumball.
Our seasoned SAS
The rival is called The
soldiers.
Wonderful
They've
Weird
spent at
World.
least 6
Oh,
years
okay,
in
that's
the
where I heard
regiment.
Wonderful from.
They've lived the reality of combat behind enemy lines
That makes sense.
and counter-terrorism.
But yeah, Amazing World of Gumball. It's like one of the shows I wanted to get into with like Adventure Time, but once I found out it was heavily story driven, I wanted to watch the entire series. I just never got around to it.
It's a window on the way the regiment
Right.
functions.
I think that, no, the main difference with the DS,
Also know my badge,
I think,
no
is
audio
that
at the
during
moment.
the early stage of selection, they're not interested in you in the slightest.
Wait.
They're so laid back.
Dude, Adventure
You
Time
know,
is peak.
so
I know.
they should be
That's why I
held
wanted to
up
wait
on
for
it.
the series to be
But I
over
think
and then binge
do
watch
that
the entire
intentionally to give
series.
you a wrong
Because I was just gonna watch
impression
random
of it.
episodes
Walk into
and
the
treat it
lectures
like
with
just
the
like a
jackets
random
open,
thing,
you know,
and then people are like, no, 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 no,
cigarettes,
dude, it's not like a
totally
storyline. Like you need to lock
Yeah.
in. It's like fucking anime. And I'm like, okay,
personas they're
well,
showing
I'll
you,
binge
you know.
watch it when the series is over.
You're just a number there.
Yeah.
And
But like I've
they're-
only heard
they're
good
not
shit about
bothered
it,
whether
right?
You pass, fail,
It's
or
just kind of one of those
burst
things.
into flames. It makes no.
And wait, does that badge
it
mean
just
that
makes no
you've muted the
difference to their
stream,
lives. They're just
Retro?
gonna carry on doing what they
And I know
do.
that's a retarded question to ask, like specifically to you, because that's true. Then the stream is muted. But I mean, other people would be able to answer if other people knew that that's what that badge meant.
Just get in the truck.
Retro can't hear the stream, so there's like something that's preventing the audio
Well, then
from
show
him.
me.
Because I'm like,
No, they're not going to say to you.
does that
right,
show up
"Come
when
on,
you
mate,
just
you want to
automatically
get a
mute it, or
move
does that show up for
You've
like a
got to show
specific
them
reason
you want to get
inside
in,
of
you've got to
Twitch?
do that, you
Or did he
try,
place
you know,
that there for a specific
self-determination,
reason?
You know,
It's like I don't understand how badges work at all,
self-discipline.
right? And like currently I have 4
After
streams
3
up
weeks
that
of
are
the
on mute,
selection phase,
right? Like I have
many of the candidates will
Asmon's
have given up.
24/7, I have Artos's
Those that
stream,
remain
I have
will be put
my
to a series of
stream,
extremely
and
difficult
I
marches,
have
which they have to complete within a strict time limit. Up until now, candidates have left the course
I don't know what the other one
voluntarily.
is.
But this
I
is
can't
the
see it
first
at the
pass
moment.
or fail hurdle that they
It's
face.
whatever
that
was
don't come up to
rated
scratch
out
are
of
immediately returned
fuck,
to
whose
their
stream was I watching before this I started streaming? I can't remember because there's like 3 different people I was watching because they kept rating into other people. I'm pretty sure it's a choice.
The need to march
Choice
long
with the badge
distances
there.
is a
Okay.
tactical necessity for the SAS.
Just to let people know
What
that
does
you're
an
not in
SAS
that
patrolman
position. I
take
mean that
on
makes
an
sense,
operation
right?
behind enemy lines?
Although I would say
The
90% of the
equipment that you
time the
carry
stream is
is
more of
crucial
a
to your combat
listen instead of
effectiveness.
watch, right? Like watching the stream without sound is
All
going to
of
give you
this
like a
is an
minimal
example of what
experience.
one man
But like
might carry.
listening to the stream without looking at
Rations,
it, you should be
spare
completely
ammunition for
fine,
potential
right?
firefights,
Because we're usually like reading, talking, and stuff
spare
like that. Like
batteries
it's not
for
really that
radios
there's
and
anything on
torches,
screen,
night
unless
sights,
like at this case where we're watching a video, but it's still like it's explaining things, right?
claymores.
So you
Claymores
don't
were
really
first
need to
used
see the
by
video.
SAS in Borneo. They fire around 350 metal balls to a range of 100 meters, shredding
That's what I'm
anyone in their
doing.
way.
Yeah.
And are used
That's
by
what I
the
assume
SAS
most people would
tactically
do,
for
right? It's like they're
defense.
playing a video game and like they're listening to the stream. Because that's what I do, right? Like I'll play Diablo and I'll be listening to Asmon or Quinn or something, right?
The final test
it's
week
like-
of the Welsh phase weeds out men who are
Sometimes, like,
physically
you know,
fit enough to
something
carry
interesting comes
essential
up, like
combat
watching a
and
cops
survival
law,
equipment for long
or
periods.
it's like a video that's like highlighting something, I'll like pull it up on the side and be like, oh, what's that? But like 90% of the time it's just audio. It's like listening to the radio, essentially. So it's like, and I've like basically styled my stream after that, because I think that's like
Strength of mind,
the highest potential to have like you know lurkers,
exhausted.
right? Is you can just have like
But your
random
mind
people that
and
are
your
just like
heart is
listening
telling
in
you,
from time to time.
go through that
He was a
barrier.
failed
It's like a
wrestler. Well,
marathon
she
runner.
was a
He's running
mega
a
star
marathon.
in the wrestling industry.
They'll hit the
So that
barrier,
probably
as they
explains some of
call
his
it,
actions.
and
So he
you
was
walk
jealous of her
the wall.
and
You're
tried to
physically
control her,
exhausted.
use her performance and her
You've got
winning to his
no reserves
advantage.
left in your
And because
body.
even though
But they keep
she's a,
going
like a
because of the
famous
strength
wrestler
and
and stuff, she is
determination and
technically
strength
still a
of will
woman,
to get
and there is a little
through
bit of
that
a
and keep
you know.
going.
Unfortunately to
When you're
say,
doing
you know,
endurance, you're
like
doing equivalent to
it's two
two
sides of the
marathons.
same coin, but it's
But
like the
during
same
the
thing with like
previous 4
women that will
days,
just automatically accuse people of rape, and women will be like, well, I don't
probably
want
a
to
marathon
say anything bad
every
about
single
someone,
day.
kind of
You're doing
idea,
that
right? Like
marathon
a
with
protective kind of thing.
55 pound in your back.
Without audio, it's a
plus
book.
a
Without
10-pound
video,
rifle and
it's a podcast.
water and a belt kit.
With both, it's normal. Without
Around
both,
3/4 of
how would you even
candidates
consume the
don't survive
media?
the Welsh phase of selection.
Fizz,
Those that do
at that
go
point,
on
you
to
would
the
just be
next stage.
supporting me with ad revenue if you were
Jungle
watching
training.
on Twitch. And you just had like the stream in the background muted, like the tab
During
closed,
this phase,
and you were
those that
just like,
remain will be
you know,
trained
just
and tested in the
basically
standard
like
operating procedures of
AFK
the
watching
regiment. They will be observed at all
ads.
times and assessed on how they perform and react to the intense training regimen.
Because, like, that's generally the reason why I have, like, 4 or 5 tabs open at a time.
Don't know how you're going to react.
Right? And I'll have, like, a bunch of, like, streamers tabs open. It's because, like, technically I can still give them my 3 cents while watching ads.
It's a very strange place, the jungle.
So, the fact that I'm not counted as a viewer doesn't, like, change the act of watching an ad. Right?
After World War II, the SAS
so
was reborn
your
in the jungles of
viewer
Malaya
count
in the
actually
late
doesn't
50s
really
and
matter,
60s.
right? Some
Many of
days
the
I'll
tactical
get
and
more money in
operational
ads
skills used by the regiment were
with
developed
like
during
less
jungle operations.
like viewership.
The remaining
They'll have like
candidates are now
40,000
divided into
minutes instead of
4-man
60,000
patrols,
minutes,
with
and they'll
the
make
DS watching
27
them
cents more.
constantly. They now have to work as a team
like, damn.
and learn the tactical procedures of the SAS.
And I don't know if that's just because the ads were longer, maybe it pitched more ads, maybe they were just people not being counted as viewers, but it's an interesting thing to see on the graph on your analytics sheet,
have sufficient
right?
firepower to be able to deal with an enemy contact. A 4-man patrol.
And that's the other idea about like training, right? Is there's a certain level of your training should be harder than your actual job, right? Especially for something that's like life-threatening. So it's like there are times when it's like you come out of the military and there will be stories of being like, I wished that I had gotten into a scenario that like pushed my training to the extreme, but I feel like my training was actually me being at war. Oh, never mind, I had it wrong. What was up, Retro?
It has a 200-round
badge?
magazine with a rate of fire of 900 rounds per
You're
minute.
wrong about the badge?
It has proved its worth to the SAS in the Gulf and Afghanistan. Each member of the patrol is trained to watch and observe an arc of fire that is designed to protect the patrol whilst on
So
the
guys,
move.
do you know why most Middle Eastern terrorist groups have scarves covering their guns?
During the jungle phase, candidates must learn to move with
This
stealth
is some deep
so
lore
they have
shit.
the edge in a contact situation. To this end, the SAS employ a series of hand signals.
It's the same reason why they drive Toyotas, by the way.
Halt. Down on the ground. Obstacle. Friendly. Enemy. Recce. Listen in. Move forward. ERV. Emergency rendezvous point. Mine.
Isn't it crazy that, like, humans can do such insane non-verbal communication? It's like, almost sometimes you can get more out of non-verbal communication and body language than you can actual words. Depending upon, like, how well you understand that person.
Communicate and operate tactically is one of a number of skills candidates must learn.
Right, like something in my writing is like, I hate to do something like your heart is pounding fast. Instead, I try to like make, like set up scenarios for a character when like the character's heart is beating fast, they make a certain action, right? So it's like, you know from the action that they take how they're feeling, right? Like punching the ground or something like that, or like hitting their head or some kind of like thing like that, right? That a character will continuously do, and it replaces that analog of the direct explanation of what's happening to them with a inference of their action due to the way that they feel, right?
In warfare, intelligence gathering is often the primary role of the SAS.
But you do want to have like the set of the like his heart starts pounding fastly, like, you know, his heart's like pounding in his chest. He closes his eyes to try to calm himself, right? Takes a deep breath, right? And does like this specific wording thing, so it's like, you know, when you do that, it's like this like stressful tension moment, right? And then that's the show not tell, right? But people sometimes forget to do the setup for it, right? Because you need to set up how the character reacts to a situation and connect the dots. So having one or two instances of having that, but then after that, once you've established it, it doesn't need to be a repetitive thing, right? And then that can change throughout the end show, like character change, right? Like, you know, character smashes their head on table when they're frustrated, and at the end, they do something like this. right? And it becomes like a less event of self-harm over their like
phase of SAS
ability to
is an
cope
intense
with that
learning curve for candidates.
extremity
But
of the
coping with
situation, right?
environment can be just as hard.
And then that's like a way of
Extreme
easily
conditions of the
showing your
jungle
character
make this phase of
changing
training
in an
one of the most
emotional and
mentally
reaction
demanding
sense,
for
right?
potential recruits.
And then you could throw in like an active reaction that the character wouldn't
insects
do
and
after
wildlife
doing that and
make
see
it
like,
a
oh
completely
shit,
inhospitable
there's like
environment.
more of a profound change than like you would originally think, right?
You're living in each other's pockets. You're putting in your patrols, and you're living with 3 other guys during that month in the jungle all the time.
Yo, Meow Scarada, what are you up to, bro? It's been a while. What you got? How is it going today, good man?
And you've got to do everything in twos. So if you want to go for a crap, then your buddy comes with you, and he'll have a crap at the same time, yeah? So you can sit having a conversation, you know, beside one another. So you're doing that all that, and you become very intimate with
got
them.
a job and been really busy. Damn, congratulations, bro. Fuck yeah, that's
hard
awesome.
routine, intense
Congratulations,
pressure to
good for you.
and jungle environment
6 days a
puts
week,
extreme
let's
mental
go.
strain on candidates.
Make that bank.
If you have any
Get that
emotional baggage,
bag.
then the long claustrophobic
do it.
jungle nights will play havoc with your ability to
Because remember,
deal with the intense
no matter
training
how
regimen
good a book you
required
write,
by
if you
the
don't
SAS.
invest in marketing, no one will ever see that book. That's why I have like always had like $3,000 set aside. It's like I'm investing this in like my own marketing,
and that they have the
right?
natural ability to learn all the tactical
How much per hour, if you don't mind sharing? I was working on a
this stage,
RPG.
the
Oh
fate of
fuck
the
yeah,
candidates is totally
the
dependent
game is
on
to
their
promote
teamwork
my game.
Tactical ability.
Yeah, like in the background, right? It's like pushing your own
These guys
agenda
are coming
in the
squadron,
background.
they've
I
got to be able
love
to
it.
fulfill a role in the
I
squadron.
love it.
And it's up to the
Game
DS to
is to
select the
promote my
people
story.
under
Yeah.
you know, the rules as they
It's
are.
like a Russian nesting doll goals, right?
At the end of the day,
Like I have to achieve this goal in
would
order
you
to get this
share a
goal, and then this
foxhole,
goal. My
a
like
trench
ultimate goal
with
is
this
to
guy
like
in a bottle?
you know the
As you
expression,
say,
right?
Well, maybe not.
It's like my smallest Russian
see,
nesting doll
he's not the man for it.
would
But
be
you say, then
like having an impact on someone's life.
he's in.
Like when someone puts down my book, they're a different person than when they picked up my book, right? Like that's my goal for my writing.
So that they can perfect this most
But
essential
whether that'll
combat
happen
skill
or
of the
not,
four-man patrol.
you know,
Candidates
it is what
use
it
live
is.
rounds, so there is
When are we
no
gonna start
option of
reading?
getting it wrong.
So like I've eaten like one
That was
section of my
absolute
ribs.
crap, right? It was terrible.
Maybe that day when you were doing
Fuck!
some training or something, you did something wrong and you get punished for it, or bollocked for it. And you'll find that's when
Fuck,
most
that
people
hurt.
jack is in the morning, after they've had that long period of time to sit and contemplate what this is all about. That's when the solitude, the worry, these seeds of doubt start coming into your mind. Most of the guys get up in the morning, think,
I don't think this thing's
week, you
ever
hit
gonna
the end.
heal if I'm sneezing like this.
No.
This
Not
has
gonna
to
do
be
it.
like a cartilage
After
separation
jungle training,
thing.
those candidates
Like
that remain
holy
return
fuck,
to
because it's
Hereford,
like it's the
where they'll spend
same.
months
It's still a
undergoing
10.
survival training.
It's been
Once
2
you finish
weeks,
that jungle phase,
and
then
like the pain level has not
75%
gone
of the
down
way
at
there.
all. It's just like how it's activated.
we're, you know, a unit which
But it's like
operates around enemy
exactly
lines,
the
and,
same. So it's like
you get
re-injuring
captured,
like a
then
pulled muscle.
you're going to get interrogated, and you've got to be able to.
And it's all
escape or
from
evade
fucking
if
like
you're
coughing and
bumped or,
sneezing. Because like I
you
haven't
have a
expanded my
contact with enemy
diaphragm yet,
lines
and I'm
where
not
you
paying
lose some
attention. And I just
casualties.
sneeze, and it's
You've
just
got
like
to be able to get away from
"Ugh!"
it
and just explodes
operate
my
as an
shit
individual.
everywhere.
and survive. And if you can't do that, then
It's like running for a mile and you
sneeze
get like a
behind any line
fucking
without training
really
out,
bad
do
fucking
that.
Charlie horse cramp underneath your ribs. Like except it's like just immediately appears. Budget right now is like $50. Anyways, have a good night, Scott. You'll be back when pigs start gooning. Alright, sounds good, Meow. Good to see you again, man. Enjoy yourself. Thanks for, you know, everything, man. Keep up with your stuff and good luck with your life, man. Always appreciate it. Fuck.
Experience.
So I think at this point we can pretty much start reading because like I don't my food's cold enough I can just slow pick at it, right? And it's like I think we kind of understand what's going on with this video. We're not like it is what it is, right? This is just a weird start to the day because of the food because my mom made the ribs and shit and I was fucking starving, and I'd waited 2 hours for food because she put the ribs in she literally put the ribs in like 45 minutes before our D&D session ended. So I went to make a fucking sandwich and she was like, "Well, there's gotta be ribs," and I was like, fine, I'll wait 2 hours because I really want ribs. And I'm lazy, so I don't have to make food. So it's super easy. But it is what it is. So I was trying to, like, kill time at the beginning because I wanted to eat and not talk. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, if you want to eat, I'm not going to rush you. Well, I mean, I ate, like, the equivalent of, like, you know, both sides of one bone. And that's, like, each side had, like, this thick of meat on it. So that's, like, that thick of meat, right? It's, like, 2 inches of meat I basically devoured. And I'm not hungry anymore. Well, I'm not starving anymore, right? I'm hungry, but I'm not starving. And generally when I'm starving, I have to, like, slow eat to, like, slow fill my stomach, or I start to feel sick and then I throw up. Because, like, I'll literally fast for, like, 20 hours. And I'll eat, like, 1 meal a day. Because I'm a lazy piece of shit. So I'm like, do I want to go make food? My stomach growls, and I'm like, nah, fuck it. Should be a lazy piece of shit. Can't hear you, Talks. I've said that twice now. Stoner Girl. Stoner Girl is the best. True, Retro. True. Have I directly called your name, Retro? I don't actually know. But yeah, the 10,000th word is happier. Fitting. Wait. Wasn't supposed to be writing today. Oh well. Cat's out of the bag. At what point, Fizz, like, what is the line for giving up inspiration for a feeling of burning out? If you feel you have that inspiration, then you're not at the edge of burning out, right? As long as you can be like, I know when I'm getting too far and I'm going to burn out, so I stop, right? But you get the inspiration and the motivation, even writing until you burn out, sometimes might even be the right option. And then take, like, a week off and, like, revise your ideas, go back and, like, look at it and see, you know, were you in a rush? Hallelujah, or however you spell it. Hallelujah, right? Hallelujah. So, like, it's just the J, right? Oh, there's no Y. There's no Y. Aha! Let me try and spell bureaucrat. This is the one word I cannot spell. To the point, like, usually I'm so bad at spelling it, it has no idea, but that's right, it's B-U-R-E. I was gonna do, like, bureaucrat, not bureaucrat. I can't spell worth shit. But yeah, I've just usually spelled bureaucrat so wrong, I have to Google it because the auto-translate has no idea what the fuck I'm trying to say. It was all a ruse. I was gonna act like I wasn't writing and then say I was writing this entire time, you fools. When I experience burnout, I'll either just ignore writing to work on something else. My problem is, like, I go until I stop, and then I stop until I go. So, right, like, we ran, like, the entire YouTube channel and streamed for, like, 1.5 years, like, every day, doing uploads, making sure we have a video out, cutting the stream into, like, little videos, and then I had a seizure in March. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I went too far, and I stopped, like, I reoriented my priorities, I stopped doing YouTube, I stopped doing, you know, videos, I stopped cutting the stream up, I literally just stopped doing everything, and it's been 4 months now. And, I don't have any plan of going back anytime soon. So it's like, I will go until I stop, and then I will stop until I go. And both cycles could be years long. Which is, like, plays into my procrastination, right? Which is really fucking bad, because, you know. But it is, like, okay, I have an excuse. I worked myself literally so hard, I had a fucking seizure, and I haven't had a seizure in 3 years. And now I may have re-triggered it, because I had a seizure, like, 2 weeks ago. So now it seems to be I'm back on the routine of having a seizure every 3 months. All because I was like, I'm just gonna overdo myself. Fuck, I'm just a fucking idiot. But anyways, Jackal is up first, so we will have his story. I'm gonna take a toke, and we will get into it. Chapter 3. I'm gonna call chalkboard. Because it's like so intense, so you just want me to ignore chat, and I'll just read. It's like super important. Okay. Sounds fair. Sounds fair. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get like fucking smoky, right? Like yesterday. Like it's like the dying moment between like two lovers, and Smokey comes in and starts playing fucking sound effects and shit. It's just like, Smokey, come on, man. Have some fucking... Stop being so autistic. Have some sense. Fuck. Okay, you guys can talk all you want, and when I'm done, I will go back and I will read through and respond to the chat. So it'll be like a delayed reaction, but I will eventually catch up. So, you know, if you want to say something, it will eventually be read. 3, 2, 1, toke. Alright. Lock the fuck in, motherfuckers. Here we go. Chapter 3. The Halt. Arthur still had a headache and decided to sit on one of the benches on the train and looked out the window. Lights flickered by as the train moved steadily ahead. The Plutus is now 30 minutes ahead. Arthur heard from the intercom. 30 minutes, said Arthur as he slumped in the bench. Just then, the tunnel ended and they were on the surface of the moon. The dullness of the moon scared him. The fact that there was a whole civilization under the ground was just insane to him. He looked up ahead. Excuse me. Well, I guess I should savor this moment while it lasts, thought Arthur. He was getting used to thinking rather than speaking, as on Earth, if he said something, at least he was being heard. On the moon, there was no one to hear. Just an endless vacuum of space that consumed anything it touches. The train went dark again as it went back into the tunnel. Okay, actually, I gotta take my jacket off. It's fucking hot in here. You can't tell. Like, it stopped raining and it's really nice outside. It's like fucking 27 out there. So, of course, it's like 32 in my fucking room. And for some reason, I decided to wear a jacket. Ah. Much better. Now we can get through this. No more interruptions. He was getting used to thinking rather than speaking, as on Earth, if he said something, at least he was being heard. On the moon, there was no one to hear. Just an endless vacuum of space that consumed anything it touches. The train went dark again as it went back into the tunnel. The Plutus is now 15 minutes ahead. Arthur was about to take a nap. He'd slowly started to drift off to slumber when the train completely came to a halt and jolted him off the bench, making him land on his back. Arthur cursed aloud. What happened? Was there something wrong? But he didn't have time to wait to find out. Threat on board. Sending help now, said the intercom. Before he could even process what was happening, alarms started blaring on the train. Red light consuming the darkness and allowing him to see the carnage of the train. Blood was everywhere. The bench he had once sat on, drenched in dried blood. Windows stained red. The floor was painted with splotches of blood. What happened here? It must have been a massacre, thought Arthur with horror. The module that once had the time and destination on it, now all red with the words lockdown, threat, sending help now. Wait. Is there supposed to be like a break there? Because this sounds like the threat is the one who's sending help. Like, I don't know if it's supposed to be the other way around, but like this is what I would do, right? Or the other way around, where you have this one's semicolon and this one's colon, whichever one, right? Or even like threat active? I don't know. That would be my suggestion. Sending help now. Arthur knew that this train was no longer his ride. Computer just says the threat is on board, and that's all. Okay, makes sense. It was his tune. He looked at the back of the train and noticed something approaching. He had to do something, and something quick. He looked around the train. How do I get out of here? He asked himself repeatedly. The only way out was through the emergency hatch or through the door. That's it. I'll just open the door through the module. Arthur went to the screen and took out the open wire and plugged it into the side that matched his fingers with mini mod. Lockdown activated. You don't have high enough clearance to do this quite yet. You haven't unlocked this feature yet! Classic. Fucking classic. With that, he heard more hissing and groaning. You don't have the right key card. Please insert the red key card. Wait. Is the door locking itself? But before he could answer, the intercom did it for him. Locking all exits. Hang tight. Arthur cursed even more. Pulled out the other wire labeled close, thinking, well, if I open one closed, then the closed one should open, right? Wrong. Did absolutely nothing. Started to hear the ground vibrate and unplugged the wires from the screen to go to the back of the train to try to figure out what was happening. The figure was even closer. If he focused purely on the figure, he could hear the synchronized movement of each foot pounding on the ground. Then it stopped. Did it work? Wrong again. Almost 1 foot in front of him, sparks started flying. Startled, he jumped back and started seeing a line being formed by a laser. Shoot, 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 shoot! What am I gonna do? Arthur thought repeatedly. He went to the screen again and tried the last wire labeled FIX, for which he had no idea what FIX stood for. Tiny screen popped up, filled with the train's code. This should be easy then. Just try to find the code that opens the door and gets the train moving before the laser dude creates a door and brutally kills me. Rushed against time. Arthur looked faster than he had ever looked before, checking every line of code. There you are, Arthur said as he found the code he was looking for. He looked back to see the progress of the door. It was almost done. He had maybe 14 seconds till it came on. On his mini-mod, he typed the new code and suddenly the blaring alarm stopped. The bright red lights died down, leaving the piercing sound of metal getting cut the only sound in the train. He then pressed the Plutus and the train started to go. But it was too late. It had finished and the door opened with the figure finally being visible. A humanoid robot, roughly the size of him with dark crimson eyes, stared back at him. Arthur wasn't just gonna let him stand there and kill him, though. He looked through the code once again and found the speed adjuster and set it to max. The robot waved his hand as if he knew what Arthur had just done when the train jolted awake and started pushing forward. Arthur had extremely underestimated the speed of Helios as he had to hold onto the bench to stop himself from flying out. The train started to speed up faster and faster, and when he knew he would die if he didn't jump out, he poked his head out of the now ripped off door and saw the end of the tunnel near. Alright, you got this. Just tuck and roll. You said this in the movies. You saw this in the movies. Arthur said, well, getting ready to jump. As soon as the light came in, he jumped for it. He heard it crash as he fell. Is this like the same idea of like if you like jump before the elevator hits the ground, you can like save yourself even though like you can't counteract like 9.8 times your mass in acceleration with a jump? And it would barely have an effect, you'd still fucking die. And isn't he also in like a spacesuit? So what happens if like the spacesuit tears? Like if he like ducks and rolls and catches on something. Like I'd almost be worried more about that than like, cause I know because of gravity, right? Like I'm not expecting to get injured. Even though how fast you're going, even on the moon, I doubt like the gravity would be that much of an effect. He has plot armor? Of course. Well, that's not good, Arthur thought. Because my first initial thought was, wait, he's on a train going super fast. How is he just gonna jump off? Then I'm like, wait, he's on the moon. Gravity is like... Would gravity even, like, matter at that point? Like, maybe he'd fly? Like, maybe it would feel like he was on something going, like, 20? So, like, he jumped out of, like, a car going 20 or something like that? I feel like that might be the equivalent math for, like, the gravity. So, yeah, I'd feel his worst problem would be, like, snagging something. Right? Well, that's not good, Arthur thought right before he fell unconscious. So he didn't... Wait, did he even jump? He heard a crash as he fell. So he didn't even jump. He didn't even get the opportunity. He was like... It's like I said, like with the elevator. Like, he's, like, waiting there. Okay, timing it, and then it just hits the ground. And he doesn't get the chance to jump. And of course, that's gonna knock him unconscious because he's probably smacked into something, right? Like, there's still, like, an essence of momentum with this. Or, like, something else caused him to black out. Well, we're definitely going for Chapter 4, but we got an ad break coming up, so we'll wait for that. This chapter is just a memory. Okay. No, but that was intense. Hell yeah. It's like like there's the foreshadowing of like the amount of time, and the longer it takes to do something, you know, the more time there is to fuck up. And you know, obviously, like there's something like going on, but there is a confusion about like what the place looks like. And, like, because, like, the lights were off, right? So, like, when he got in, he didn't see anything. He just, like, grabbed onto the railing and sat down, right? And then he was just, like, sitting there, just, like, waiting to get to Plutus. And then as soon as, whatever shit happened, which I'm guessing is, like... Because my guess to this is, like, an activation thing, where it's, like, there was a certain point that the train passed, like, another section of the station, and I would assume is the Greek god of wealth. I did not know that, Jackal. That's awesome. Cool. So that's, like, the core center of it, where, like, all the data and information is, because that's, like, the most important... It's, like, the brain of it, because it's, like, the wealth of the thing. Let's just say our AI friend did some help with that. Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, you know, there was, like, a robot on, like, a station here, and he, like, knows that the train is coming, and he just, like, grabs onto the side of the train as it's going by. But it's, like, there's, like, this... There's the main system, and then there's the system that's been compromised. And there's some sort of conflict between, like, parts of the system that aren't corrupted yet that are functioning normally, which is why he... like, assumed that everything was, like, fine, right? And didn't, like, do an investigation into anything. Like, all the systems seem to be working properly, right? At least up until this moment. And then it's like, as soon as that happens, he realizes what the actual environment that he's in. And, like, the situation that he's in. And it goes from, like, a 2 to a fucking 8. And then it immediately goes to a 10 as soon as, like, the laser pops in. And it's like, now you're, like, spamming through the chat trying to find that one message, right? Open the fucking door. And it's, like, all on the verge of, like... I think the best way it's played is it's that on the verge of... like, he's so bored he's gonna take a nap. Right? Nothing's happening, who cares? And it's like, that's the calm before the storm. Right? And then it's like that feeling of being, like... I don't know, for instance, like being woken up by, like, an earthquake or something like that. Or, like, a really, really bad windstorm that, like, knocks something, like a tree over or something. And you hear, like, a loud slam. And you're on that peak between dream and reality. And you're not sure if you're awake or not. So it's kind of like this... clarity moment of realizing where you are, what's going on, and what you have to do, right? And as like a, I wouldn't say like a trained, I don't know how to word this, but like somebody who's like been in high stress situations, right? Someone who's like had to dealt with them, but not on a quite physical level, right? It's more of like a deadline and like, you know, getting the coding done in time, kind of, which is like a different dynamic, but it's still on the same vein of like, you know, oh, I fucked that thing up because I put the last line of code in right before I fell asleep, and I put the 1 and the 0 backwards on the last line. And then I wondered why the fucking thing didn't work in the morning. And then I had to go back through the entire code just to realize it was 2 numbers. And as you will notice, we are back. No sound badge gone. No. Oh. The no sound badge is gone. I'm like, no sound badge gone. What do you mean? The no sound badge is gone, but it's like the sound badge. You mean the sound badge is like gone. Right, how could you do that? That is not how it works. You can't like note down your badge for sound. Yes, but it sounded like you said there is node and then the sound badge. And it is like, well, how do you turn off it is gone, but you said no. So why are you a double negative on why you do what you do? Or it is not fair for you to do that. I am telling you right now. Do not. Oh, I saw this fucking clip. I want to bring this up because it is so funny if I can find it. Oh, the fuck, how long was it into the stream? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. It had to be like around the 4-hour mark. It was very, very funny. It was very, very relevant, and it was very, very good. Let me see if I can see where it is. Because I'll be able to see because of the buffer.
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit-ass accent is killing me.
And it will be... Come on, where are you? Where are you? I will find you, yes. It will be very good. I think it is between the 3 and the 4-hour mark. Okay, there is this. Did I miss it? No, wait, is that it? Hold on. No, that's not it. It's here somewhere. Just wait for it, you will get it. No, that is not it. No, that is not it. Okay, we're getting closer. I remember this and this. Okay, it should be right around here. Yes, there it is. Okay, here we go.
Ow.
Right after this. This one's just like a... We can go past
Sensitive
this.
young men. And it's so wrong. I saw this yesterday. Yep, that's the old.
Probably take like 20 seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna take a toke. But this shit is so fucking funny.
Yeah, I guess so. And no, yesterday was Father's Day. It was. And Ryan's the remote champion. I guess so. Star Fox released on the 25th. Yeah, I saw that. What is this?
Yeah. If you wanna go, then you go to hill and go down. Why you get fried, man? Why? Are you crazy? You're fucking paranoid, man. You are fucking. You fucking, you bloody. You bloody. Fuck you, bloody. Bastard, bitch. You fuck you, fuck you. Bloody, fuck you, bloody. Fucking mother, bloody, fuck, bitch. Bitch, you. Bloody, fuck you fucking bloody bastard. You. Bench you, bloody. You blunder. No, but why? Bloody no. Why? Bloody fucking. If accident, then what you wanna do? Why you fuck me? I fuck you, bloody. Bloody bastard. Fucking running like lady, eh? Bloody. What the fuck, man? Fucking now shout at me, innit? Why are you shouting at me? Because I am going to the work. If you don't do, you do the other places. Why are you shouting? Because of this, you are doing... Hello? I don't know, you are doing like this. I think you are going to accident. No, shouting at me no good, man. Me no shout at you. But the thing is that, what you think if you do like this one, you are going at work and somebody else... But that like one, this. If you running like that one, you gonna fucking fall, innit? But hurting yourself. But yeah, because of this, I saved myself. That one very icy road, man. Okay, have a nice day. Bye-bye.
If you don't understand, it's like the guy who's walking comes up to the guy in the car because he thinks he's driving erratically when the guy in the car is going like 2 kilometers. So the guy in the car starts making fun of the way that the guy was walking, calling him a woman. And it's just like bad, like they're shouting and fucking cursing back and forth at each other, and then again they just go back to like reiterating. It's like, no, you're like a lady, you're gonna fall over if you walk like that. Oh no, if you drive like that, like you're gonna crash into something. It's just like, oh my fucking god. It's so ridiculous. I'm like, welcome to Canada, boys. Welcome to fucking Canada. What's the story about, it talks? You said it's Jackal's. This is Jackal's story, and think Project Hail Mary. Like, that's around the idea of the premise. Like, similarly, right? Essentially, this guy is going to the moon, because they've lost contact with the moon base, and his dad is on the moon base, and he's not exactly happy about the fact that he has to do this. He's basically being, with a bad ending, yeah. Black dots, apocalypse, aliens. Yeah, so like he's basically now on the moon. So like I think of it kind of like if you've watched Pragmata. So I think like there's an element of that with like, you know, like the system being down and like, you know, something being corrupted and some sort of like alien essence being like evoked into like the technology of the thing that's something to do with like AI, right? So yeah, I'd say like concept of Project Hail Mary, but like within the scope of like Pragmata. Is the men or pedos for wanting kids game? Yeah, even though like Diana is wearing literally like essentially a like an 18 like 80s or 1860s like high royalty style kind of like, you know, like the Blossom type fucking dresses, you know, the ones that have like the things that go like really wide around you, right? Like she's basically fat because 3/4 of her model is like clothing. I don't know. People just can't understand. Like for instance, when people see a dad and their daughter, no, sundresses are like, I mean like the ball dresses, like the ones that are like wide. I'll show you a picture if you don't know what Diana looks like. It's basically like a massive fucking jacket. Right? And she's a robot. On top of that, like, she's a robot. Right? And people just can't deal with the, like, father-daughter dynamic. Right? Like, people see, like, a 50-year-old man or a 40-year-old man with, like, an 8-year-old girl, and it's like, something's weird. Right? But it's like, dude, that's my daughter. The fuck are you talking about? Like, people just can't understand the father-daughter dynamic, and you know why? Because women don't have dads anymore. It's like, I saw this quote from, like, Cavicular and Sophie Rain, and it's like, Cavicular said that, like, Sophie Rain has, like, daddy issues, and then Sophie Rain replied saying, well, how can I have daddy issues if I never had a dad? And then the quote for it was, like, the most misunderstood concept, of irony, right? Because, like, the whole point of having daddy issues is the fact that you never had a dad to teach you, like, how to, like, interact with men, right? Sounds like a bingo to me. Yeah. There's nothing pedo about the game at all. Oh, yeah, I know. Little white girl with blonde hair. Yeah. Anyways, no, it's just ridiculous what people think. But that's just people trying to push an agenda with something, right? Because they don't like the family core unit. Because they're self-inserts where their dads were never available. So seeing a young girl with, like, a loving, respectful father figure in their life, like, wants them, like, makes them want to kill you. Firstly, she does OnlyFans. That's your first clue that she has something going on. Anyway, I'm done. But that's what I mean, Retro. It's just, like, it's so funny that it's like, oh, is that the reason why women don't understand things? Because they're, like, so bad at understanding things that the one thing that, like, they should understand, they don't. And maybe that's why they get mad when you, like, talk about it. Because it's like, for instance, like, me making fun of a chick of being like, oh, you have daddy issues, is like, you know, me being like, oh, you never grew up with a dad. But it's like, I'm starting to think from her perspective, she's thinking of it in the way that's like, how do you say, it's like, the opposite of that, right? Where it's like, she's like, no, I didn't, what are you talking about? Like, I didn't grow up with a dad. I don't have daddy issues, because I don't have a dad. Because, like, I'm just gonna say it, I think women interpret that as, like, an incest thing, where they're like, daddy issues means that, like, you want to, like, fuck your dad. But, like, I mean, that's, like, a small, nuanced subset of, like, a very niche type of specific, like, subset of psychology that has to do with it. But, like, the main idea behind daddy, the daddy issues is that you never had a father figure in your life, so you never learned how to properly interact with men. And, like, you just never saw that side of life, right? Chapter 4 is up. Fuck yeah, Fizz. I'm all in on it. We're gonna read Chapter 4 for this first, after we're done with this tangent. But, and it's like, now that I'm thinking about that, and thinking about how women think about daddy issues, I'm like, is that why they get so defensive when you say that they have daddy issues? Holy shit, that actually kind of makes a lot of sense from their mentality. But how are you so stupid to actually think that's like, that's what I'm saying when I say daddy issues? But now I'm like, maybe it makes me cautious to want to say it and like, identify that like, that's not the fuck I mean when I'm saying daddy issues. I mean like you never had a male role model. I don't mean that you want to fuck your dad. The fuck is wrong with you, right? Like, holy shit, why would you even think that? Even though, like, you know, there is the subset niche under, like, you know, there is in, like, a 0.0001% aspect that does relate towards that with, like, also, like, the friends wanting to fuck your dad, like, the middle-aged bod dad thing, and, like, the psychology of, like, a provider. Like, there's a lot of shit that goes into, like, the actual reality of that being a thing. Because it is a thing in psychology. It's, like, the same thing with, like, Munchausen syndrome, or like you know, like mothers that abuse their sons like sexually, right? Like the opposite of like the daddy daughter, right? It's like it's a documented thing that humans do, yes, but the amount that it happens is not significant enough to make it part of the conversation, right? And like realizing that misunderstanding is like, this is why women can't figure out nuance for anything. God damn. And of course, again, I'm just being facetious, and we're talking about like a bimbo OnlyFans where it's like, you know, the bell curve of like the most intelligent humans are women, but the stupidest humans are also women because they play to the extremes of like spectrums, right? So it's like, on the most extreme, you will have the most intelligent, but you will also have, because, like, males are more moderate, and that comes down to, like, we've had, like, an entire conversation about this before anyways. But, yeah. There's, like, biological and psychological reasons for that, right? If you actually want to get into, like, statistics and actual science without being biased, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! And that also comes down to being able to have a conversation about something without endorsing it, right? Like, I can talk about something without endorsing what I'm talking about, right? Like, I think that's a lot of things why people are like, for instance, they don't want to talk about, like, the rape gang inquiry. Because it's like, oh, if I talk about the rape gang inquiry, like, I'm encouraging that. Even though it's, like, kind of the opposite, where it's like, if you don't have the willpower or the ability to speak out, and you can't separate the reality of something and the discussion around it and the opinion towards it being separate things, right? Just because you're talking about a topic doesn't mean that you condone or accept or, you know, whatever that topic. It's simply a matter of discussion of intellectual exchange, which again, most people can't fucking understand, which is why people are like, you're not allowed to talk about that. Which is why I think it was Dashevsky who said, intelligent people will be banned from thinking as not to offend people who cannot think, or something like that. Chapter 4. Fracture. Smell of the ozone and the sterilized moon base suddenly vanished. It was soon replaced with the soothing sound of his mother chopping up lettuce in the kitchen. Excuse me. Smell of tacos in the air. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, this hits me so hard, because, like, one of the number one foods we'd have, because my mom would just, like, buy a shit ton of fucking meat, right? And then she'd just cook it, and then we'd just freeze it. And you'd have, like, baggies of taco meat. And, like, half of my diet in my entire life is probably tacos, nachos. Like, literally to the point that people call my nachos scotchos. Because I do, like, every single layer, so I'll have, like, a big bowl, right? I'll put down 4 chips. I'll put every topping on all of those 4 chips. I'll put 6 chips on top of those, put all the toppings on top of those, then I'll put 8 chips, and then 12 chips, and then 16 chips, and then 22 chips. And it's literally like a perfectly structured, every chip has the same amount of stuff on it. So they just named them scotchos. So like, I'm just immediately like, oh my fucking god, I love this. Because it's like my childhood coming back to me, right? So it's like, I'm reliving the memories as Arthur is. Your classic era viewers, if you become large, remember who your originals are. Absolutely retro. And now you can bring that up, but that is something that I think is extremely important, is never forget the people who made you and the people who, like, were there at the beginning, right? And I hope that I will never be the person that tries to do that. And like I say, I'm in a unique position with this, which is why I don't blame other people for it, because I have no financial requirements. Whereas when people get big, like, they don't want to fall off and they want to cater to their audience and they want to change up what they do to make sure that they can maintain that financial income because, like, they're reliant on it, right? So, like, let's say I became big for a year and I had, like, let's say 400 viewers for a year, and then I went back to the core, right? Like, that to me doesn't really matter, because the only thing I want out of this is the interaction with other people and holding myself accountable to telling stories, right? So I understand why it happens to people, and I don't hold it against people, because it is something that people are trying to make a living off of, and there are compromises that you have to make because of that. And the simple fact that I'm not in that position means that if I make those compromises, I'm just a fucking terrible person, because I don't need the money. I don't need the financial... at that point, it's an ego thing of me thinking that I'm just that guy. And, like, the current me would hate myself if I became that. Right? So it's like, I think I can say with a higher degree than most other people that I don't think I would ever turn away from my core bottom audience that built me. Right? I never want to say never, because, you know, I hope. And I hope you guys hold me accountable to that if I ever do, right? If I ever throw you guys under the bus for, like, fucking money or fame or some shit like that, I'd hope you would, you know, start cancel campaigns against me and start throwing clips of, you know, me talking about bestiality and shit like that, and, like, all my slip-ups and words and Freudian slips and stuff that would get me canceled. So, you know, it is what it is. Well, every stream I've ever had is kind of, you know, on YouTube, right? So it's like, there is this level of, like, you know, creating situations for myself to be held accountable for things, right? So, I mean, the fact that you bring it up is, like, it's not something that isn't outside of my mind. And it's been something that's always been inside of my mind from the first day that I started streaming. It's just something that I don't talk about because I don't think it's important. But the fact that you bring it up is, like, for me, like, normally I would think it would be a bad thing, but for now I think it's actually a good thing. Right? Because it means that, like, I'm providing value for you, and you guys would feel upset if I betrayed you. Which means that, like, that connection that I'm trying to build is, like, actually real. Right? and you like wanting me to hold me accountable to that is like a heartfelt moment for me of being like, this is the moment that I actually made it, right? And that's how I feel right now. But yeah, hopefully that never happens, because you guys are all fucking amazing. Arthur asked his mother while sliding the lettuce away. Did you fill out that resume for NASA yet? Arthur blinked. Suffocating weight of his spacesuit was gone. Instead, he was wearing a baggy sweater with dark blue jeans. Yes, Mom, answered Arthur. I just need to do the essay. Same thing with like catering to like a larger audience and not wanting to like talk about certain topics because you alienate people, which is why I generally say that I don't think I'll ever be a big streamer, because I'm off-putting, rude, like not like you know, I don't adhere to normal social like norms, like, you know, I'm weird, like, and I don't cater to people. So like for instance with Connection Line, like this is probably, I would say, the best example. Me and Connection Line had an argument over trans teens and like trans kids. He's 17, or yes, she is trans, right? And the conversation for me was, if you're, and basically their argument was at 14, if they hadn't been able to get hormones and transition, they would have killed themselves. And my counter argument was, I don't think the fact that you thought you were trans is the sole reason why you wanted to kill yourself. And I said, if you're a normal, rational 14-year-old that is trans, just like a normal 14-year-old who wants a tattoo, you can wait until you're 18. Because then you're at like a higher level of like finality, right? Because of how much you change between 14 and 18, right? And I understand as well that the earlier that you transition, the better the transition is. But that increase in the amount of your successful transition to me is not worth the risk of you regretting your transition. And he called me a bigot, a Nazi, and he never came back to the stream. And I thought he had an amazing story, and I was, you know, it was a really cool story, he had a really cool sci-fi concept and stuff, and I hope he's continuing to read, and I hope he publishes story, and I hope, you know, everything goes well for him and stuff. And it's like, I mean, I'm not the most trans-friendly person, so I admit bias. But look, you know what? Never mind, let's not do this. No, Retro, I love having these conversations. Like, I'm a cross-dresser. So my argument is, under Canadian law today, if I was growing up today, I would be forced trans by the government because of the way that I acted. Even though I'm not trans, I'm just like an effeminate bi cross-dresser. But due to those actions, right, I would be like evaluated psychologically to like start hormones at like 8 years old via the current Canadian government. And that was like my argument for, you know, and then it's like the detransitioning and like the whole movement of people that were like basically convinced between 8 and 12 by their parents that they were trans. They trans, now they're 23 and they're like fucked, right? And I don't have any animosity towards anyone's opinions about it, right? Same with people that are like, for instance, that are like racist or homophobic, right? I'm the kind of person that's like, I want to have conversations with those people. I don't want to just outright dismiss those people. And one of the reasons, I'm going to go on an entire side tangent because I think this is so important. I think this is so fucking important. I'm sorry, Jackal. And the only reason I'm doing this is because we already read the important chapter, right? So, like, that's why I'm doing this, but this is so important. I wonder if I can get... Okay, I'm probably going to have to go to Google for this one. Is this it? Daryl Davis. Nah. Chalkboard. I mean, fair enough, bro. Fair enough. But you can look up Dennis Darrow. Ain't no reading other than mine. Fair? Fair enough, bro. Here we go. It is what it is. That's what it's there for, right? Yes, Mom, answered Arthur. I just need to do the essay. He didn't realize that he was in the office until he looked down and saw a paper in front of him, which had a half-completed essay on why he should go to NASA, and another paper which had a resume filled with his past jobs, experiences. Well, don't think too hard about the essay, okay? They just need it to see if you know how to actually be part of a team, reassured Arthur's mom. Arthur looked out the window that was in front of him, the warm, amber glow of the 1970s sunset. He reminisced on the memory. He remembered everything that happened that day. It was the day before Heather died. Oh, fuck. His father walked into the office. Victor placed his hand on Arthur's shoulder, but also held a leather-bound journal with I.C. embossed on the cover. Son, when you get into NASA, we can go so far. I know you can do so much with all you've grown. Can't wait to work with you. Truly, I am proud of you, Arthur. Victor finished with him tapping the journal on his shoulder, then retreating back into the living room where he opened it and continued writing. Dude, like, the fact that you say that she dies and then you just, like, nonchalantly move on just to, like, build the tension for the event is so cruel. It's so fucking cruel, dude. I love it. Arthur watched him as he felt and smiled back at him. That was the first time his father said he was proud of him. And it's like the calm before the storm that's just building it up. And it's like the memory of his mother. It's like everything's coming together. It's like, holy fuck. He had been through years of college learning about electrical engineering. Spent nights studying to prove himself to his father that he was worthy of being a thorn. And again, that name is so impactful too because of, like, oh my god. The compacting of dimensional, like, interactions of this story. I don't know, I think this might just be, like, the best I've ever seen. For, like, how the intricacies and its delivery is gone. Like, for, like, an emotional connection. Especially so early in the fucking story. Like, damn, bro. And it's like, a mother dying is super close to my heart because of my dad. So it's like, this shit just instantly gets to me, so I'm totally biased on that. Right? He heard plates getting set up in the dining room and rushed to help prepare dinner with his mother. Please, let me do the rest, asked Arthur. Heather went back into the kitchen as his father was already bringing out the warm, delicious tacos towards the dining room table. Arthur suddenly gained control of himself, realizing that this was just a dream, and walked toward his mom. Mom, please don't go. The date, May 5th. Apollo. Please just don't listen to them and stay with us. I miss you, Mom, pleaded Arthur. But Arthur couldn't change a memory, and she phased through him. Arthur's dad put the tacos on their plates while his mom sat down. Look at y'all being such a proper gentleman. Where was this 10 years ago? Chuckled Heather. Arthur got the utensils and brought them to the table, but he tripped and dropped them. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm being so clumsy, said Arthur apologetically. But they didn't respond, or even say anything. They just stared at him. This didn't happen? Thought Arthur. Why did you trip, Arthur? You're such a failure, said his father dryly. Arthur's heart dropped. Just then, he started to see cracks form in the wall. Arthur tried to pick up the utensils, but they suddenly became burning hot. He felt his mother's judging eyes landing on his back. You're never gonna save me, Arthur. It's your fault my rocket ship exploded. All your fault. Holy. And this is like his internalization of guilt, right? Said Arthur. That's what I'm assuming, right? Is like the transference of the interaction of the memory is like a self-insert of his guilt towards this, said Heather. Arthur started crying, his tears landing on the utensils. Then his mother started cracking, little parts of her falling apart. Arthur tried piecing her back together, but his hand kept phasing through her. I can fix this! Just give me some time! Said Arthur, trying to reassure himself, his tears landing on the utensils, making them spark. The house caught on fire. His father was standing still, with his eyes landing on him. He turned to run out of the house, but when he did, the house was gone. Suddenly, he was on the moon. In the distance, he saw a spaceship exploding. He felt the force of the explosion and got knocked to the ground. He heard whispers of past regrets, and more cracks started appearing on the floor. Then out of nowhere, hands grew out of the ground. The hands grabbed onto his ankles as he saw his father, now a flame, walking towards him. He heard the synchronized pounding of each foot, his eyes now glowing crimson red. The hands pulled him towards Victor. Arthur was holding on to the ground, but the pull of the hands was too strong. He was face to face with his burning father. And this is goodbye, son. Arthur woke up abruptly. He felt a grip on his ankle, dragging him across the ground. The synchronized pounding on the ground, bringing him to the realization he was back facing against the robot. He started squirming around to try to break free, but the robot's grip was too harsh and allowed little movement. That was until he noticed a FIX panel on the wrist of the robot. Pulled up the mini-pod, and took out the wire, then plugged it into the port. Well, that's weird, thought Arthur. The code seemed familiar. In fact, it looked almost identical to the code he normally wrote. I'm not sure how I feel about this, Jackal. I'm trying to find the right way to say it. I'd say it almost feels like an emotional gap, but as I'm thinking about it, it could be like a representation of shock because of like not only what's just happened to him, but the memory that he's relived because of what just happened to him. And I don't feel I know the character enough to have an answer of how he responds in those situations, right? So this could be like just a learning moment, but I just wanted to point it out. Because it's something that makes me go like, is this the right way to transition? It is a transition, that's for sure. But then again, once I thought about shock, like having shell shock and like everything happening at once and like realization that like, for instance, like the code that's running this is the IC code, right? So it's like, obviously it's like, that's the envisionment of the impression of his father, right? But since you said he's already been infected by now as a pre-ounce, there's a... Yeah, I was kind of confused about that. Yeah. So, there is a logical reason for it, right? When you think about it. But it's a point that makes you, like, hesitate about it. But again, there are, like, supposed to be moments like that in the story when you have to, like, essentially reevaluate a character after a major event, right? Arthur didn't know how he hadn't noticed it before. It was his code. The only thing that could mean is that the robot was IC, or more controlled by IC. Quickly changed the code and turned the robot off. Once he broke free of the robot's grip, he took a look at the robot. And the fact that it's like running IC is like, there are instances where, you know, it's like almost a... there's a fucking word for it, but I can't remember. Like a MacGuffin. MacGuffin. Which is like something that's just like placed in the story without really an explanation to give the plot a like meaningful push in a way, right? And it would be like, in this case, like, how does he defeat this overpowering robot? Oh, well, it's because he knows the source code of it. Which is a completely logical understanding reason how you would overpower something like that, right? Whereas it'd be like, oh, the roof falls in and crushes the robot, and that's how he escapes, right? Because if, like, the roof fell in and crushed the robot, I'd say that would be, like, a MacGuffin, right? But having, like, an actual logical reason for it is, you know, that's purposeful, makes the overcoming of something, I don't care, I see is controlling everything in the base, like, everything tech-wise. And I'm assuming there's some sort of connection to him in biology and, like, an implant of some kind that's, like, gaining access or something like that, that's, like, influencing him, whether it's also outside ways. It's been observing everything going on, and even the virus. Okay, so it's, like, has a high level of, like, propensity towards manipulation. Knows, like, it can predict events and stuff like that and plan and set things for, like, how outcomes are so it can manipulate the situation. That's what I'm guessing, because being on, like, an algorithmic, like, AI level of, like, speed of thinking, right? The only thing that could mean is that the robot was IC, or more controlled by IC. Quickly changed the code and turned the robot off. Once he broke free of the robot's grip, he took a look at the robot. It was almost like a riot robot. It had white plates with little spaces of the exoskeleton and wires. End of the face was 2 eyes, excuse me, with a strangely wide grin. Wait, the eyes, they changed! The eyes of the robot, once a dark crimson red, was now a calming ocean blue. They must have had a mode where they attacked and a mode where they observed. I was gonna mention that because it's like, it would make sense, like, even today, if, like, we made riot robots where it's like, if they're active, it's like their eyes are red. If they're not active, their eyes are, like, blue or, like, green. And it's like, you know, green is like you're good, but it's like you see one with red eyes, like you don't want to walk near it, right? Like it's like on duty when it has like red eyes, right? Because it'd be like the easiest way to make a distinction of like one that's just chilling and one that's doing something, so you don't wind up like interfering with something. Do you think it'd be better if I left that part out for the reader to come up with, like about the eyes? It's a possibility. You could do something that's like reference of like his eyes. Like you could reference it once with an inference, and then a couple of more times with like abstract, where it's like the first time they think that the eyes like stop being red because the robot is like non-functional. And then, like, it happens again, and then it puts, like, an extra idea of being, like, maybe it wasn't the fact that, like, you see another robot, and it's like, it doesn't have red eyes. Right? And it's, like, those two instances, without directly stating it, because you could say, like, you could do the abstract where it doesn't mention the eyes, right? But it's in some way that the character reacts to when it sees, like, the glowing red, like a red nightlight or something like that, and then have the character not have that reaction, and it would give, like, subconsciously in the reader's head that the eyes aren't red. If you wanted to do it like that. Like, that's the way that I would present it in, like, the most abstract. Where you give the inference to the reader to pick it up themselves, but it doesn't matter if they don't. You know, I like those things that are like, you don't have to read the Dark Souls armor, but if you do, you get more of the story. So that comes down to, I think, a personal decision for you of how you want to present it. Because I think both have their merits and their strengths, right? Arthur thought. After being satisfied with the robot, he left it alone and headed down the hallway they were in. And again, it's kind of an inference that everyone kind of assumes that red is bad and non-red is not bad, right? Or it's like there's some sort of corruption, like there's just something in the human brain, right, that just asserts that. Because, like, we just assert red with bad, right? Luckily, they weren't someplace far away from where he needed to go. And I think that's psychologically because of fire, right? And there is, like, this whole thing of, like, inside of literature, blue not being described until, like, 300 years ago, and the idea of like the eye's evolution because of discerning different colors, that it literally creates its own new colors inside of the brain. So it's like the first humans were literally like black and white in their vision, right? And then it's like as your eyes evolved and picked up more spectrums of color and began to differentiate more, that's why it's like you can look at a piece of paper that has like have you ever done those eye tests for like color blindness? And it's like, look at this piece of paper and see if you can see like after 10 seconds the two shades become different colors, right? And it'll be like you look at it for a second and it's like straight green, but the longer you look at it, you realize that one green is darker than the other, right? And that's where it's like blue has separated itself from black and like gray and become its own distinct color, just because of the way that like our eyes have developed. Anyways, tangent about colors, and that's why we like associate certain things with colors, like red is with like fire, right? And it's like blue is with like the sky, right? Or like the darkness with like a storm or something like that, right? So it's like very primal psychological reasons for like assertions towards colors. So that's why like color theory in physics is an entirely different thing than like color theory and like art, right? And like I know this is a tangent, but it's like if you look at all of the old like 1990s like old style cartoons, and it's like the power of threes with like differentials of color, like 60% this color, 30% this color, 10% this color, to make like a vivid depiction, right? And it's like specifically for developing brains to pick out different colors. And again, there's a whole psychology behind it because that's why you pay attention to it, right? And it's like a marketing theme to get people to like kids to watch anime or animations and cartoons and stuff. He was actually in the hub of the mall as he saw multiple modules and a huge water fountain in the middle of the room. He walked towards a sign that read, "Appliances," as his dad was a fixer-upper. He was probably in there. Didn't take long to find his father's workshop. There was a store called TWS, which probably stood for Thorne's Workshop. And he walked in. He's about to find him, isn't he? So it's like, at this point, it's like, is his dad gonna be alive? Is his dad gonna be in a bad shape? Is he even going to be able to find his dad? From the way that the blood splatter looked inside of the train, I'm guessing, and the fact that there were no bodies, is there's like a universal place where they brought the bodies, and I'm assuming there's something to do with like experimentation on the bodies, right? Like they're in like the basement piled up somewhere, and they're like taking organs and like experimenting on it and doing like biotech and stuff. And it's like the virus is like adapting to different parts of the body, and there's like some sort of zombie element to it or something like that. That's just where my brain goes, right? But yeah, the fact that there's no bodies means that assuming they did something. I mean, yes and no. Exactly, right? It's like, there's always, it's like, okay, of the 5 things that you said, 2 of them are on the right track, right? But again, that's why I like to express, specifically for the beta reading, of like where the reader thinks the story is going and what they would assume, and then test that against like you as the author being like, what did you want the reader to get out of the chapter, right? And then you can discover what the distance between those is as to whether you're writing in the right direction. And that's a good way of telling, you know, okay, well maybe I need to rewrite this chapter because you're getting the entirely wrong perspective from it, and you need like this certain perspective for the next chapter to happen because it's elaborating more on it, right? You want me to tell you about the train killing or not? No, Jackal, I want to go into it blind, and that way I can have the most realistic idea of like what an actual reader would like think as it's going, right? Because I want my thought process to be like dictated out loud to you, so you can see if you're writing, like what I'm picking up is what you're putting down, right? Because sometimes it's a good thing that there's a dissonance there, and sometimes it's like, okay, well they just didn't pick up on anything that I was talking about, so maybe I need to be more specific with this detail, right? Because it'll like pass right over their heads. And that's how I like to, like, that's the type of like critique and like advice that like, I'm giving during beta reading, right? I'm not like, oh, this period goes there, not there, this sentence is too long, that's not that, this paragraph doesn't match because of these two topics. I'm just like, what's the impression I get from the story afterwards? What are the images? Like, what movie am I playing in my head after reading your chapter? Right? And then the question becomes, what movie should I be playing in my head that you as the author want, versus what is the actual movie in my head as the reader? And then that's where you can figure out, you know, where is the line of what I'm trying to tell you. But mostly, I think that, like, everyone's doing such a great job of having, like, interconnective webs and characters and push through and stuff like that, that it's like, I never feel a point in time where I have to, like, take a step back and be like, ask questions about something. I'm all, like, when I mean, it's almost like a meta level thing, but it's like, so what is the actual motivation of this character? Right? Like, I don't think I've ever, like, had to take a step back and be something like that. Like, hey, we're on chapter 5, but I still, like, I don't know, like, I know a little bit about the stakes, right? We can do that. Like, this is what's gonna happen if he doesn't do this. But, like, what's his actual motivation for doing it? Because that's something you need to establish, like, super early in the story, right? So, like, for a negative, that would be, like, a critique that I would give, right? Because normally I would just say, okay, I pick it up, this is what the character's motivation is, this is why they're doing what they're doing, and that's what you're selling me. Right? And again, that just means that you're a good writer because you're being able to sell that to me in a minimal way, right? It's like with Haffy and Levi. It's like, I can basically down to the bone explain about Levi's feelings in any kind of situation because Haffy's so good at, like, presenting Levi's connection between how he feels, how he thinks, and how he acts. So you can literally predict how he would act. Theories right now are the AI is studying the virus in order to incorporate it into, like, a biological measure so that the AI could become, like, sentient inside of a body as, like, a transitional into, like, ascendancy, right? And it had, like, a decision to, like, choose the humans or the virus, and it technically, like, chose ascension for itself through the virus, instead of, like, hoping that one day humans would elevate it to the level of, like, biological sentience. That's, like, the main direction that my brain goes to. Or something along those lines, that eventually leads to zombies. Whether that's, like, sentient zombies inside of just, like, animated corpses, like Frankenstein. Again, we watched Frankenstein last night, so it's kind of like that shit is just, like, ingrained in my brain right now. So it's just, I probably have a bias towards that. You're so wrong, but so right. See, that's what I love, because that means you can portray an idea, push me in a direction, but your story isn't so weak that you can just instantly predict what it is. Right? And that's such a good thing, right? Like, that's such a positive thing to know as a writer, right? Because, like, you want to be able to tell the story, you want people to get the story, but you don't want people to be like, throw the book down, or, like, go to the last page in the book. Like, people will do this, right? That they'll get, like, a quarter of the way through the book, they'll have an entire idea of what the book is, they'll go to, like, the last chapter, the last page, they'll read it, and they'll be like, yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Fucking bullshit. Right? Like, that happens so much with books. Like, a literal, like, Game of Thrones type thing with an ending. Right? Because it's, like, so predictable. It's like, we know exactly what you're doing. There's no depth to the story. Whereas, like, I don't think I've beta read someone's work where I've felt that. And that's from, like, the banter back and forth of me saying things, and people will always say something along like, you're like 30% or 40% right, but there's like a twist in there that, like, you're never gonna guess, and I'm like, oh, I'm so excited for it, right? So, I don't know. I think that's, again, that's like a good way to, like, for me, right, when someone says that about my work, it's like being transported to heaven, right? It's like having a fucking orgasm or some shit like that. It's just like, I'm doing it right. People are seeing my dream. I have potential. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Right? And not even with my own writing, but the way that I pick up other people's stories and stuff like that, right? Because again, at the end of the day, right? I don't want people to get the wrong impression, right? At the end of the day, the foundation of what I'm doing is selfish. I am using your work in order to improve myself. Because I know that I'm an amateur writer and trying to be on a level of just, like, consuming professional content, like The Wheel of Time, right? I don't think is as helpful to level me up. Like, I think this would be like having cheats on. So I have, like, a god mode on where I one-shot everything, and I'm, like, level 4, and I'm in endgame. Right? Like, I'm not gonna learn anything. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just picking up, like, a high-level character, right? Like, if I started playing Smokey's character in PoE, it's like, I don't know how to play it, right? Whereas, with your guys' work, with amateur work, the more amateur work that I read, the higher I feel that I can go from, like, level, let's say, 3 to level 11, right? And at the end of the day, that's my main motivation. Everything else is the icing on the cake, the cooking process, and the fact that, like, because I get elated out of this, I want to make other people elated, because I'm the type of person that's, like, a vicarious liver. So, like, I get my experiences through other people. So if I can elevate and raise and encourage, motivate other people, right, that is, like, a reflection on me, and then I get those feelings, and it becomes a motivational, inspirational thing for myself. And then it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy of, like, endless self-sufficiency that everyone just basically, you're taking, like, infinite energy out of the vacuum and adding it to your fucking existence, right? And I think that's the most powerful way for me as a writer to improve, and it's a bonus to everyone else around me because I'm encouraging everyone else and building everything else off of everyone else and, you know, giving my true thoughts towards everything, right? And again, we're all, like, assuming we're all on the same level of amateur writing, right? It's like something that everyone benefits from, and as well as the fact that I find that this is something that is extremely uncommon in writing communities, for the simple fact that all writers, like, at the end of the day, you're trying to build a career off of your writing, and it is a competition, right? So again, I don't fault anyone for ever stepping over anyone else to get their work to the top, right? Just like with you guys, where I say, like, you should be getting your work, every single eye you can on your work, right? Don't just trust me. Go out there and send it to, like, 10, 15 different people, 20 different people, right? And then you can get it from, like, all kinds of angles, because I have, like, a certain perspective towards, like, storytelling, right? And I have a certain perspective towards, like, critique and, like, a minimal understanding of, like, language and punctuation, right? So it's, like, degrees of critique. And if you can be a type of person that you can selfishly help other people, I think, like, to me, that is the fundamental of people I want to have in my society. Right? Like, if I could build the perfect society, it would be of people who have a selfish reason for doing what they're doing, but the outcome of that selfish reason is positive, not negative. It's like a reinforcement as opposed to a degradation, right? And it's like, to me, that's how it's like, that to me is the line that separates, like, good and evil. Right? There's certainly degrees, of course, for it, but it's like, that's, if I look at someone, I ask that question, and I go, okay, this person's a bad actor. 100%. Right? No remorse. Shit like that. And my ability to not give a fuck with my censorship and just say whatever, I think, again, is, like, a superpower and, like, a curse. Because I'm going to alienate way more people. And especially, like, writers, again, are, you know, tend to be more, like, emotional and, like, connected and, like, you know, affected people, right? Because, I don't know, it's just something to do with the way that we feel about storytelling and connections towards storytelling, right? At least that's for me, right? And it's just like, you get to this point of, if I was that person, I would be doing the same thing, so why am I condemning what they're doing? Because then I'd just be condemning myself, essentially, right? Which is why, like, I try to encourage myself to be, like, a promoter, because I hate the idea, I think it's cringe, of, like, going into someone's stream and being like, hey, I'm a writer, you want to read my book? And it's like, but there is some aspect of, like, you know, knowing where you are and doing what you can and having a tactful approach towards that, right? As opposed to, like, for instance, everyone can tell from the first or second message whether you're, like, an AI, like scammer bot that's, like, trying to sell art or, like, does beta reading, and it's like, hello, where are you from? And it's like, oh, you're a bot. Block. Right? It's like, for me, it's so, like, I feel like it's so easy to do that with people that are, like, good actors and bad actors. And again, it's like, I don't really hold anything, like, for instance, against bad actors, because, like, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, but at the end of the day, you know, you can't have sympathy for bad actors, and you have to hold bad actors accountable. It's like, I understand why you did it, but you have to understand why you can't do it, right? Like, that agreement is civilization. Because without that, we'd just fucking kill each other. And there would be no civilization. But anyways, enough of a tangent about that. Fizz, are you up next, good sir? Or did... Well, we have an ad. We have an ad. Because I don't know if Retro, do you have anything? Well, Retro, we're done reading, we're done reading Jackal's stuff, so Chalkboard is, like, over. So I'm gonna go back and read your messages. Join for Fizz, give me my spot. Oh, because the queue doesn't work? Yeah, the queue isn't, like, the word of God. The queue is just, like, you know, like, they're more of, they're not guidelines than laws, right? Remember the originals, because we talk about the nitty-gritty dark stuff that most people don't like. Your soft or easy offended. Your stream isn't for you. True Retro. I'm not the most trans-friendly person, so I admit bias, but look, you know what? Never mind. I still want to hear your views on it, because I think it's important. Because I think there is, like, a sexual deviancy that comes towards trans, and there is, like, a self-reflection, and it's like, for me, this is how I believe existence is, right? You're a consciousness, and in that consciousness, you inhabit different vessels. But at the end of the day, you're the same consciousness. So, right, like, in some lives you're a female, in some lives you're a male. So having, like, feelings or memories of a male's life when you're in a female's body, like, doesn't make you trans. Right? Just, like, same way of being, like, the other way around. Right? It's more of a social construct in a way, right? Of having to identify as a certain way. Just like the stigma of men wearing makeup versus women wearing makeup. Men wearing dresses versus women wearing dresses. Men trying to be, like, female-y attractive. Like, an attractive man is like a muscle man with his shirt off, right? Whereas there's, like, a twink femboy who's wearing, like, a thong or, like, a Speedo. And, you know, they're, like, petite. Which would be, like, you know, a small girl in a bikini. Right? So, I don't hold anything against it. I just, if you can't get a tattoo under 18, you can't trans under 18. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You can discuss it, and you can lead up to it, just like you should plan to have, you shouldn't just be like, I'm gonna get a tattoo, and then when you turn 18, it's like, wait, I never thought about what tattoo I'm gonna get. No, you spend, like, your entire upbringing figuring out that you want to get that tattoo, right? So I would treat it literally exactly the same way. You'd have a plan, you'd see whether you wanted to do hormones, if it was like a cross-dressing thing, whether it was like a sexual orientation thing, and you could do this through like managed like psychology and doctors and stuff like that, right? Like, and the whole point of like the LGBT, the TIAQ has nothing to do with the LGB. LGB is how you see other people, TIA is how you see yourself. How does you seeing yourself derive into a sexual orientation? Right? Like, that's the logic that I follow in my head. Don't need Twitch to PP slap me for things I didn't say. I come around because we're able to have a discussion about being emotional and illogical. It's taxing to walk on eggshells in wider society. I think that both sides overcorrect, so I stay neutral and call everyone stupid. And that's why I have to censor myself in public, Retro, or it causes problems, right? My father's Fizz. I just don't have taste for the pandering and lack of logic that comes to that group. Same with furries. Yeah, like, I don't have a problem with furries either, right? Like, it's a sexual deviancy. Just like, I'm a masochist and I love BDSM. Right? Like, it's a sexual deviancy, but it's not part of my personality. It's a part of my personality, right? But it's not a public part of my personality. I only ever bring it up if I'm trying to make a point about something, right? I don't just randomly say, hey guys, did you know I took the 12-inch last night? Dude, that was fucking intense. I thought I was gonna have a seizure. No, I don't fucking do that. That's fucking weird, right? We can make jokes about gooning and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna, like, actually fucking talk about that shit, right? It's like, it's all in jest in every way, and it's like having a conversation about it is completely different, right? So it's like, I feel that, like, if everyone treated those sexual deviancies the way I do, which is a private thing, not a public thing, unless, like, it happens to come up in conversation, there's some times where you can talk about it. It's the same thing as, like, no politics, religion, or finances at the dinner table. Give my spot to Fizz, please. Fizz is up next, Retro, but I do kind of want to have this conversation, and I do want to go back to Daryl Dennis. If you've never heard of Daryl Dennis. Basically, he's a black guy who got the leader of the KKK to, like, resign. Because he was willing to put his life on the line to engage in conversation, to try to, you know, show a perspective towards someone. And that ability of communication, I think, is lost in our day and age. Even when it comes to, like, transphobic and religion and, there was another one I was gonna say. I can't remember. I'm fucking retarded. It was the main point that I was going to, too. Holy shit, I'm dumb. It had to do with, like, sexual deviances, right? Race. Race. I'm fucking retarded. Race. And then the bottom line is race. It's like when people say, like, for instance, like, I'd say, oh, I'm pro-ICE. Right? Now, do you know the Reddit meme that's like, one guy says, I like pancakes? And then, like, the top voted response to it is, oh, so you hate waffles? I feel like that's the embodiment of literally what people do. Where I'll be like, for instance, I had this conversation with Rebecca, right? The 7.5-hour conversation with Rebecca, because I was like, oh, I support what, like, Donald Trump is doing, like, with ICE, for instance, and, like, Border Patrol, and, like, getting rid of illegal immigrants. She's another viewer and another streamer, right? She comes in now and then, I watch her stream, I raid her sometimes, depending on the times, right? She's another person in the community. But she's one of the few people that's willing to engage in the conversation. Most people are not willing to engage in the conversation. They'll just say, no, your statistics are wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. You just want every black person to be deported. Or you want, like, every Indian to be deported. Even though it's like, how can you come to that conclusion when I'm like, I support getting rid of illegal aliens simply because, like, they shouldn't fucking be here. We have a legal process that allows you to use that. You shouldn't be using something else. Right?
And that's my foundation for my argument, is that they're illegal aliens. It doesn't matter. We have to send them back. They can use the legal way to get here. And it doesn't matter whether they're from Scotland and they're white, whether they're from Pakistan and they're brown, whether they're from the UAE and they're like Arab, or they're like Japanese or Chinese. You're illegal, you have to go. Same with like if you commit a crime. I don't care, it's not a race thing. You committed a crime. Like with Carmelo Anthony. It's like people are defending him because he's black. They're not defending him because of evidence. Right? They're not defending him because of reality. They're just like, nah, black people can kill white people because white people suck. And it's like, that's kind of like the mentality that we kind of live in nowadays. The last I say on this far left, go worship the rainbow. Stop drinking soy. Enter reality. You don't get special rights because you're LGBTQ. Far right. Stop trying to pass off your imaginary friend as king of life. The world is not 6,000 years old. Not everything needs God. Live by the book. You tell us to. Enter reality. I agree. Why do we have the separation of church and state, but the state still swears on the Bible? Why is it like God save the Queen, like the like patriotic saying? Right? And this comes down to like the extremist of beliefs, right? Where people in general only think that people hold extreme beliefs, which is completely not true, right? Because like no one wants to take nuance into perspective, right? Like I'll give you an example for like abortion. If the mother's life is threatened in any way, it should allow for the decision of an abortion. Period. Same with like, I know people won't like this one. This is a hot take. And I know people are living their best lives and we have like great videos of fucking people with Down syndrome, right? And like I have the Simeon's crease, which is essentially like I'm Down syndrome without being fucking Down syndrome. That's literally my fucking, because people with Down syndrome have the Simeon's crease. And then there's like 1% of the population that have the Simeon's crease but don't have Down syndrome. Right? And I'm in that category. But it's like, if, for instance, like those streamers who decided to, like the French people or whatever couple that decided to put their child down at 8 months because it was like, Down syndrome. And it's like, giving the opportunity to have a discussion about what you want to do about that, I think should be allowed in society. You shouldn't be condemned for being like, yeah. What I have a problem with is like the attempt at monetization towards it. You know that the only reason that they're talking about it is because they're trying to create drama on it so they can make YouTube videos and like all of this content around it. And you know that because like their entire content for like 5 years is around drama and like fucked up things like that. So they're obviously bad actors doing a bad thing. Right? But that doesn't mean that the idea that you want to abort your child because it's going to have some sort of defect is necessarily a bad thing. Right? Like, I wouldn't want to. I would take on the responsibility of having something like that in my child, but I know that there are people that wouldn't want to do that. And again, it's the same thing with like saving the child or saving the mother. Always save the mother because you can make another child. And the only reason why I would ever concede to that is because I understand the maternal connection between the mother and child and the statistics for, let's say, the mother says save the child and they save the mother, the child dies, and then like 2 months later, through grief, the mother commits suicide. Now you've lost the mother and the child, right? So I understand there is a like for instance, like I've talked about this before, if my wife and there was like a fucked up situation and she said save the child, we would have already had previous conversations about this, but I'd always say if she wanted to save the child, I would respect her wishes. It's not what I want, but I respect her wishes because I would know that there could create, you know, further things that could ruin our relationship and everything like that. It's like, I'd rather have a good relationship with a dead wife. And it's kind of fucked up to say, right? But it's like, there's that compromise that has to be made for love, right? And understanding towards life. And if you're not willing to respect the feelings of your significant other, then why are you with them? Right? And it's like, these are the hardest decisions you'll make in your entire life, right? And there's no like downplaying that situation. My problem is like with social media and stuff, people do downplay that situation. And they turn it into entertainment, and they turn it into all these other things that are just clearly bad actors. That like, I wouldn't want these people to live in the society that I, like, in my perfect society, these people wouldn't exist, right? Whether they don't exist, period, or they don't exist inside of my society can be an entirely different discussion, right? Happens if they have Down syndrome. It's a discussion, right? So, like, if I found out that my child had some sort of defect, I wouldn't want to abort them. I would want to take responsibility and have them live their best life in any way they can, even if they, like, it was measured that they would only live till, like, the age of 3 because of, like, some sort of deformity or a heart defect or an underdeveloped lung or something like that, right? And I understand that it'd be fucked up to be like, hey, well, he has underdeveloped lungs, and if you save him, he's going to be in, like, a respirator for 3 years, and then he's probably just going to die, right? And it's like, at what point in time do I have to reconcile with myself? But it's like, I've already decided to make a decision, right? So no nuance or situation would change my mind for it, right? But I would take other people's into consideration. I would say, if my decision is a veto, then I would keep the child. Let's say the mother was like, I don't want to take care of it, or something like that, then I'd say it's absolutely your decision, and you can do what you want, and I won't intervene. But I just want to make it known that, like, this is the decision that I would make. Even if, let's say, saving the child caused the child to have a tormented life, right? It's like, I'm taking that gamble, and I've already previously decided ahead of time what my answer would be. Because I wouldn't know what I would do in that situation, so I had to think about it enough to say, I have to basically pre-decide, which I've already done, right? But then the leeway is letting other people decide and not having a part of it, right? Because, again, how awful would you feel if you kept your son alive and they spent 3 years in an incubator and then died? Or 6 years, and they just never had a life. And then you ruined 6 years of your life, and now you've probably ruined your entire future. There may be other problems that stem from it, and plus, like, financial debt. Like, there is so much to consider it that, like, you can't, like, at what point in time can you not just... And this was the decision I had with myself, right? Because I said, at the end of the day, my decision comes down to a human life, right? And that a human life trumps everything, even if it's a torturous, terrible, worst existence possible. And that has become my decision. What if there are people who would rather terminate? And that's where it comes up retro, where it's like, I wouldn't want my decision to be the veto, but I would want people to know that that was my decision, right? So then other people could work around it, whether they wanted to make it too. So it would be a group decision at the end of the day, right? But it's like, if you asked me, that would be my answer. So like, if you did a poll, right, where it's like, me, my brother, my sister, my parents, my wife's, let's say, sister and her parents. And between all of us, we took a poll, and 3 of us said, keep the child even if it's fucked up. And 5 of us said, let's just make another one and hope that it's better next time. Right? I would go by that poll. And if that was, like, what was agreed upon. Right? So, like, I have no animosity, and I have no real, true, like, connection to the outcome, and that's why I have to pre-decide. Because I won't be able to make a decision, and that inability to make the decision, again, could be the cost of your wife and your child if you wait too long to, like, allow intervention. And then by the time you allow intervention, they both die. And I know that that's, like, a possibility of a reality, so I have that conversation to make that agreement, right? So it's like there are, like, the toughest decisions that I will have to make in my life, I've already decided what I'm gonna do. If mine is a veto. Right? And that's like, if I'm like brain dead, if like I couldn't even like make decisions for myself, like if I had to write a will ahead of time, like if I'm brain dead from my seizures, you know, if like I'm physically disabled from my seizures, right? If like someone else is, right? Like if you get, like you're the last of kin, like I'm 70 and my sister's 74 and like Jordan's already dead and like there's just the kids and like they don't have a veto say because I'm like the main family and it's like, do we pull life support? My answer to that question is no. Right? If I had like the veto, I would rather her stay alive and on a financial loss on the possibility that she could come out of it, because I know statistically there's a chance. Because there are cases of like the guy who literally like brought a gun to the hospital and like shot like doctors and stuff because they were going to try and pull life support on his brain dead son, and then eventually his son recovered. And then he won like the lawsuit for it because of like a veto decision and the fact that the son came back. And it's like those acts of reality put me in the position of a risk evaluation assessment, right? Where what am I willing to risk to make sure to give the opportunity for that son to come back, right? And my answer to that question is 25%. If the risk evaluation of it is higher than 25%, it's a no. If it's lower than 25%, it's a yes. 1 in 4. That's what I've basically decided what the statistical value of life is, right? And it's like 25% innocence. And it's like, I'm willing to risk that because of the majority. And being able to have, again, a nuanced, understandable conversation about why you would think that, as opposed to just saying, oh, you believe in abortion, oh, you believe in, you know, you want to get rid of, like, for instance, I am extremely Islamophobic, if you want to say that, right? Like, I think Islam as, like, a foundational religion, from, at least from the adherence of what I've heard, like, the adherence to the book as opposed to the living reality of it, is like, I don't want that in my reality. I don't want that in my existence, right? And even though the Bible says a lot of the same things in Christianity, there's, like, the whole idea of Christianity of being, like, Jesus Christ came to save our souls because we're so bad, but he's so good, and the only thing we ever need to do is truly feel that we are repentant of our sins, and that, like, it is in our hearts and our minds that we know that we're wrong and we want to be better. And in Christianity, that is literally all it takes to save your soul. And I don't know, I think there's something profoundly important about that idea. And the problem, I think, now is people think that, like, repenting is just saying it. No, this is like your heart weighing more than a feather, right? Like, you personally, this is like a personal thing that you have to do inside of your own mind. And it's like the whole idea of, like, the Jews trying to subvert God, of being like, well, he laid down these rules, and we're going to misinterpret these rules, and we're going to push these rules to these extremes so that we get an outcome that we want. It's like, do you really think that, like, you can outsmart God? Like, are you really that fucking stupid? Like, the entire premise of it is, I know what you're doing. And that's why it's like, if I was in power, I would have a law that would literally be called, I know what you're doing. And it would eliminate the need for, like, nuance inside of, like, all these tiny events of, like, case law, right? Because you'd simply be able to be like, oh, well, I know what you're doing, you're just a bad actor, and then you can just enforce it. And, like, if you're an honest, good person, right, you can instantly see a bad actor. And you can instantly call out a bad actor. And all the bad actor will do is say that you're wrong, but they won't have a real argument to it. They won't have any real proof. And the fact that you would listen to that person is the fall of Western civilization. And I think that comes from, like, the idea of, like, turn the other cheek, right? But, like, turn the other cheek doesn't mean, like, this is my interpretation of turn the other cheek, right? Turn the other cheek is, you don't have the authority to judge someone else, but God does. Right? Unfortunately, there are things inside society that we need to adhere to that we have to place on top of that. It's almost like the least Christian-like people are actual Christians. Well, Retro, that's because it's the same thing with power. Why is it that almost everyone in power is like an asshole, piece of shit, retard, corrupt bastard? Well, because if you're a good person, you wouldn't have any reason to, like, try to seek out power. Right? But if you're a bad person, you will do absolutely everything in your power to make sure that you get in that position and you have power. Yeah. And it's Churchill saying the only thing it takes for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing. And I think that's one of the most powerful quotes that needs to be, like, revived in the Western world. It's same thing with, like, the fixing of Western world is for good men to do bad things. I'm gonna ghost before I gamble. I'll be back for the reading. Wait, what do you mean you're gonna be back for the reading, Retro? Because if this conversation is over, then I'm reading Fizz's work. Like, I was postponing Fizz's work to engage in this conversation with you. But, that being said, right, it's like, if you gotta go, you gotta go, I'll just read it and you can watch the VOD, right? I just want to let you know that, like, that's the next thing on the schedule on the agenda. So whether that changes, whether you leave or not, doesn't matter. I just want to let you know for, like, VOD purposes. Because it's, it'll be 3 hours into the VOD. Because I'm going to wait for the ad break, and then I'm going to take a toke, and then we're going to read Fizzes. That's the plan, boys! That's not what I want. Wait, no, that's not what I want. I want this. Daisy's perspective. Alright. Alright. I love that first line, because I'm like, that's the reveal, right? Because they just found out about the journal. Did you see my earlier message about what Evan saw in the closet? No, let me go back and look. I have to say the thing I changed about Chapter 3 was what Evan saw in the closet instead of an image of Daisy. It's not important. It is now just a black void that freaks Evan out because he's terrified of the dark. Ooh, Fizz. I'm gonna throw in a foreshadowing element here of that being kind of like a contention point of, is there gonna be, like, him dying because he gets mesmerized by the beasts? Or by the beings, because he sees that, like, light inside of them and he can't, like, control himself, and it's like he's afraid of the dark, but it, like, pulls him to the light. So it's gonna be like that darkness and that void is gonna be something that, like, he recalls in his brain. It's gonna be something that, like, triggers him, right? So this could be like a memory that's like a saving grace and like a Hail Mary in the future to, like, snap him back to reality of something, right? Because it's like the opposite. Oh no. Dude, Evan's death is actually fucking terrifying. It's not that bad. Alright. Well, that's where my brain goes, just to let you know. But yeah. I'm so excited to see. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. That's crazy, Fizz. I have this, how do you say this? Contemplation about the essence of fiction. Fizz, I don't think you've heard the origin story of my most fucked up character. You think Bane's origin is fucked up? Nah. Bane's like 1% of this character. So this character is from a series called The Carnival of Carnage. And it is the embodiment of essentially the darkest of humanity. And essentially it's like, okay, so Guy, it's a world within which they've found a technology that they can verify reincarnations. So there's been a legal system put in place for reincarnations. So Guy does something terrible, right? You can imagine what, like, horrible fucking thing. Basically serving like 500 years in like 9 consecutive life sentences, and when you die, we find your reincarnation, and at 5 years old, you get like scanned, and if you're like on that, you basically get like thrown in prison at 5 years old as the reincarnation, right? So he's the reincarnation, gets thrown in prison at 5. It's all he's ever known. It's not like he has any memories of his previous life. They just know that he is like the reincarnation of that person, right? Even though technically this life he has is innocent. And when he's like 27 or 28, and since the age of 5, since the beginning, the warden of the prison has been sexually abusing him. And other people. And he's never had any power or anything, and then there's an apocalypse. And the apocalypse happens. And it's like basically nuclear fallout because of another story that has to do with like intrusive thoughts and like a president pressing the big red button essentially and like starting World War III. And this is the apocalypse like 5 years afterwards, right? So the prison basically has like no rules and stuff. This warden is a complete piece of shit. Everything here is fucking falling apart. And one day, while he's being assaulted, the character kills the warden like in the showers, right? Like he devises this plan to be able to like set up something to make the guy slip, and then he like smashes his head into the ground, right? And then he becomes the warden. And then when he's the warden, he realizes that there's like this lab underneath the facility, and this is like actually like a really heavily like government bio research facility to do with like cloning, reincarnation, and fuck, what's the other one? Like reproduction, right? So essentially what he does is he takes a womb and implants it inside of one of the other inmates. And then he rapes that inmate until they get pregnant. And then that dude gives birth to the first female, biological female, inside of the prison. And that biological female is the main character. And, like, she's basically, you know, been raped her entire life. And she was, like, 14 or 15 with the main warden. She does, like, the battle royale thing where she basically uses her sexuality to manipulate everyone inside of the prison and becomes, like, the new warden and shit. And then eventually she becomes this, like, the main story takes place when she's, like, 45 or 50, right? And it's, like, this is, like, 60 or 70 years after the apocalypse, right? She turns the prison into the Carnival of Carnage, and what she does is she has, like, the old warden, right? Like, basically her father, and she cuts off the tips of his fingers, so it's just, like, the bone protrusions from his fingers, and she uses him like a toothpick in, like, this really fucked up sexual, like, deviancy, like, fucked up way, and she's basically been eating human meat her entire life, so she's like 470 pounds, and she basically has like Kuru, and she's like the main mistress of like the Carnival of Carnage. And like in the apocalypse, this is like the worst place in the world, right? So like people come here to like experience like the darkness of humanity, right? And it's like she's got like the most fucked up shit you could ever fucking imagine, right? And she's just like presiding over all of it with all of the control. I think it's one of the most fucked up origins for like any character ever. but I don't think that degrades the authenticity of the struggle of what it got to make that character. Right? So it's like, it disgusts me thinking about that character, but there is also an aspect of it of being like, the authenticity towards fiction and how stories can get out of control. And the essence of the story is like the darkness of humanity. And it's like the fact that a human could come up with this dark of a story is the foundation for it, right? So it's kind of like this satirical irony underlaying the entire darkness of the story. Which is why it's like something like, for instance, one of the great quotes from Quentin Tarantino about Stanley Kubrick and A Clockwork Orange, where Kubrick's statement on it is the darkness in the eyes of humanity, and Quentin Tarantino's response is, "Oh, fuck off, you were hard the entire time, you knew what you were doing." And I think, honestly, there's, like, a middle ground between there. Because I'm kind of like that, where it's like, I like, for some reason, like, Dead Girl, right? It's fucked up and disgusting and fucked, but it's like there's a level of fiction that makes it appealing to me. And, like, I think that's disgusting and I hate myself for it, but it's not something that I turn away from. It's not something I embrace, but it's not something I turn away from. It's something I accept that is just part of human nature, and without allowing yourself to express that, right, that could be a compromise to your writing, because you're purposefully not allowing the story to reach the elevation that it could, because you don't want to touch on a topic, right? And I think that's like a surviving from, or like suffering from success of a civilization, where it's like, we're so humble and we're so great that we don't want to touch on these taboo subjects because they lead to dark places inside of society. All I'm saying is, I would genuinely have nightmares about Evan's death if I actually dreamed. I don't know why I don't have dreams. I'm not joking, by the way. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Fizz, I will say, you do dream, you just don't remember. And, do you know what aphantasia is? Three, two, one, toke!
Roll! I'm back. Welcome back, Jackal. Welcome back, my man. True. What's up, Pro? What you got? What you got? What you got? If there's no one to read right now, I'll be home in 15 minutes. We're reading Fizz right now. We're having a conversation, and we're gonna start. I'm probably gonna make 2 more comments about the discussion. Aphantasia is it's a spectrum of degree of inability to imagine. You can't create images inside of your head. There's a specific type of aphantasia that directly affects your ability to imagine inside of dreams. It's like you can have all the imagination in your wakefulness, but your recall memory of your dream ability is like 0. And it's not that you don't dream, because it's like physically impossible if you get into the correct sleep state to not dream. Because it's a function of your brain. It is a function of your brain in a very specific state. But the recall of that memory is something that is entirely separate to the actual memory itself. And it is like scientifically studied that there is like a part of your brain that specifically stores dream memories. And it separates the real memories from imaginary memories in a conscious state from dream memories. And this is where science like thinks that like the idea of dreams is the experiences of other consciousnesses coming into your space in a time where your brain has basically lowered its
lowered its guard, essentially, right? It's like you're not putting up your mental barrier to the rest of the universe, so things can be brought in. It's kind of like with Pearl's idea with Bob, how he dreams other people's dead lives, because like he is picking up on the consciousness of those people,
killing me.
right? And again, that's not the only thing, right? And that's the problem with certain parts of science, is that it's not one thing. It's like 6 different things coming together, right? Like, your dreams can be imaginary. They can be your own. They can just be simple, you know, my mind, like, daydreaming kind of things. They can be profound, subconscious, like, expressions, like fear, like your worst fear, your greatest desire, stuff like that. It could be, like, completely unrelated, like, small topics that your brain has discarded, and it's like having a struggle of, like, trashing them, so it will, like, live through the experience of them in order to basically, like, delete them. It's kind of like going through your trash bin and making sure that, like, what you delete from your trash bin is, like, not important, right? And then there's, like, things that are, like, profoundly out of the normal, where people have, like, dreams that give them information, dreams where they can recall other people's lives, dreams where they see the future, right? And it's like, all of these things are true and happen inside of the dreamscape in a human. Problem is, most people don't think about it. They're like, well, this happens, or this happens, or this happens, but it's like, no, they all happen. So the discussion isn't the or of which one, it is the when of which one, which I think is like a huge problem of people understanding in science, that it is never one thing. It is never attributed to one thing. It is always attributed to multiple things, and there's usually like a hierarchy within that, right? And if you can't understand that, holy shit, man. How are you even alive? How the fuck are you even... How did you survive at that point? That's what I think. Anyways, let's get into Fizz's story. Let's do it. Daisy's Perspective. Chapter 4. Fizz's work. Sam had plans to kill us. He lost his mind. Chapter 4. Yeah. I kept reading. His plan was to use us until we had a stable source of food. Excuse me. He would then kill us, which is why he left the signs at the barn. Why did he save Alex? He wanted us to all die. Why would he save Alex? He was too cocky. He believed he could survive the beings. On one of the pages, Sam said that he was the smartest. No one could outsmart him, which included the beings. He was insane. He had plans to eat us if he needed to. We have to tell the others about this, I said. We have to. I know I shouldn't be thinking this, but I'm glad Sam is gone now. Just thinking about what he would have done to us. We were weak compared to him. That's why we left the signs at the barn. That's why he fed us the base minimum while he was a bit more, hoping we would die from eating too little. Of course we have to. What other choice do we have? Evan asked. He's right. We start running back to the farmhouse. You can't stay in one place for too long out in the open. We need to tell everyone about this. We eventually make it to the front porch and take a second to breathe before walking inside. So it's like Sam saved Evan so Sam could kill Evan himself, right? Because that's like the ego of being like, I'm better than you. But again, he underestimated it. Yeah, but Sam saved... Sorry, not Evan, Alex. Sorry, Sam saved Alex so that he could kill him later. It was like an ego thing, right? It's like, I'm not gonna, like, you know, I'm not gonna let someone else do him in. It's gotta be me. Right? And that shows, like, the psychopathy of him, right? That it's like, he's technically, like, let's say, for instance, the beings didn't exist and the world didn't end. Would Sam still have done this? Like, was he fantasizing about this and had the ideas, but never would have gone through with it? Because he's like, well, I don't want to technically ruin my life? Or was he literally, like, days away from or years away from being a serial killer without these beings?
I'm not gonna let a being that I can defeat kill you. I want to have your blood on my hands. From Sam. Fuck yeah. Love that mentality. Guys, come down here, I yelled. Saw Tara, Henry, and Alex come downstairs one after another. What is it? Tara asked. Sam. He had a journal. He was planning to kill us, I answered. I looked over at Alex. It looked like he knew Sam had a journal. He just didn't know about his plan. What? Sam would never do that, Tara replied. And also, how would you know it's Sam's? She asked. If it's Sam's, Alex said, looking at the journal in shock. It is Sam's, Alex said, looking at the journal in shock. I handed Alex the journal and he started looking through it. She's right. He had plans to kill us. He was going to use us until we got a farm going and then kill us, because he needed, like, the manpower, right? And then as soon as it was established, like, you don't need the manpower anymore. It's like, you build a company with 100 people, right? And you fire 90 of them once the company is established, and now you only have 10 employees. But since the infrastructure is done, you don't need to worry about it. Capitalism 101. You saw us. It's unnecessary, Alex said. What? Sam was lying to us the entire time? Tara asked. Yeah, he was, Evan replied. Building an empire entirely for the defense. Well, it's like the same thing of, like, you know, the bones of the bodies of the slaves under the foundation of the Great Wall of China. It's like you will literally put your bodies to work so hard that you'll become the foundation of the structure itself. Wait, then why did he save me? He didn't care about us. Why would he do that? Alex said. He thought he was stronger than the beings. He believed that no one could take him down, including the beings. Oh, Jesus, look, I replied. We all sat down at the table, taking turns reading the journal, until we got to the end. Sam was way too smart for his own good. I can't believe I didn't think that Sam could have done something like this. What about the gun? Alex asked. Here, it was jammed. That's why he died, trying to kill the being, Evan replied, handing the dried blood-stained gun over to Alex. Alex looked at the gun before giving it to Tara. I could probably fix this. It would be good to have, Tara said. Alex, when Sam shot the being, what happened? I asked. The gun can be useful, but if it can't kill a being, what was the point? Okay, so the being was on top of me, about to eat my head off, or whatever they do. Sam shot it, and it fell to my right. I didn't see it get back up when I was still at the trees. I'm guessing it got up after I left and went for Sam. So, in terms of usefulness, it works, but temporarily. How dare you miss a space? 30 push-ups, Fizz. I would say about 30 seconds or so, Alex said. 30 seconds. That isn't the best, but it's all we have right now. You know how many times you need to shoot it before it dies? No, it was fixed! I asked. I'm not sure if the beings can die. I figure there is a possibility, but they're just so strong. I'm not sure about that, Alex replied. Holy fuck. Shut up, mouth. God damn. Do you know why you yawn? I love tangents. You yawn, and like why yawning is associated with tiredness is the more tired you get, the lower your breathing apparatus is. And a yawn is a forced way of the mechanism for your brain to gain oxygen. So it's basically like if you want to stop yawning, pay more attention to your breathing and like breathe more. Because when you're tired, you'll like lower your breathing by like 10%. Alright, what's the plan? Eventually, the beings are gonna find out that we are here, Evan said. There really is no plan. Sam was the only one that figured something out. Without him, we are lost. Then again, if he was alive, we wouldn't be. I'll try to fix the gun. Other than that, I'm not sure, Tara replied. Alex, how did the being react when Sam shot the gun at the first time? I asked. Sam shot the gun twice. The first time to get the being's attention, I presume. and the second time being the time when he shot it. The being looked over to Sam's direction. I thought it was a little weird that it got the being's attention. I thought it was focused on killing me. There is a possibility that the beings react differently to specific sounds. We could use that as an advantage, Alex answered. Could depend on how loud or the higher the pitch of the sound. I'm not sure. How about we walk? How about we talk about this over some crackers? I know, not the best right now, but the farm just started, so don't act surprised. Okay, I'm here now. Hell yeah, Prol. So it'll probably be about another 10-15 minutes or so, depending on the tangents. So we're about a third of the way through the story. Don't worry, guys. The best writer is here. I mean, I think everyone has different strengths. Prol. What is your strength? Actually, I'd say your strength is probably imagination. Like, depth of imagination. And I have a bias towards that because you're, like, on the spectrum of, like, picking up on past lives, like, supernatural, like, consciousness, like, I want to say depth perception, but, you know, like, sensory deprivation. So it's like there is a level of, like, that just is, like, straight up down my alley, right? I'll sit down at the table and start eating. Like, specifically, like, Relics is his pros because it's like you just fall into the story. Even though it's, like, it's a pretty simple story. It's just a detective story about, a corrupt government, right? There's nothing, like, necessarily special about the actual story. It's how the story's told, what the story means, what the story does, and the way that Relic conveys that for you, like, falling into it, right? And it's just, again, it's just a different way of telling a story. Can't wrap my head around any of this. Or, like, Denod, who hasn't been back in a while, but, like, his dialogue. Like, anytime a character in his book says something, everyone's laughing their asses off. Yeah, he's definitely the best storyteller. Yeah. Right? Like, it's just like he just has that sarcastic dialogue down to a T. Because his, like, main character is, like, a super sarcastic, like, young kid, right? Who kind of really doesn't know what's going on, but he's got a smart-ass mouth. So it's like anytime he talks, it's just like, it's fucking hilarious. Can't wrap my head around any of this. Sam was the oldest out of all of us. He knew the most about everything. He could have killed us at any point. We have a good amount of crackers and water still, so we can profit from the farm. I'm gonna go out. Fuck me! God damn it, now my ribs hurt. God, I'm just aggravating myself. I'm gonna go out to the river and try to get this thing cleaned up, Tara said, holding the gun. Evan, what did you do with that shovel? Tara asked. I put it back in the shed, Evan responded. Tara then went and got the shovel and went back to the door. Henry, are you coming with me? She asks. Henry looked at Tara and started following her. I don't know Henry too well, but I have the odd feeling that he knows something important. Tara and Henry left out the back door and started making their way to the river. Wink, wink. Well, I mean, I don't think I'd fucking trust her. I'm just gonna say that. So if that's what you mean, like... I don't know if this is like taking ownership of the gun and being a point of being like, okay, now it's mine, or being like, I know exactly what I'm going to do with this. Even though I can't predict that. Right? It's a wonder to me. Talking about Henry, dog. What about Henry? Wait. Am I fucked up with names, Fizz? Is Henry going to clean the gun, or is Tara going to clean the gun? Fuck me. I'm too high for this. Oh, it was Tara and Henry. They both left together. Duh. Duh. So, Alex. Tara's cleaning the gun. Henry is going with. Yeah. Yeah. Alex. Does that make you feel better about Sam? By the way, I wrote some more, so it should be like 3K words. Ooh, nice, Pro. Hell yeah. Because so far, as of now, you're the last person in the queue. So, we can take all the time we need on your story. Just copy the start of chapter 8 when you get to it. Sounds good. Masks. Yeah, but what we had wasn't long enough. Fair enough. Evan, he still needs time to process everything that's happening, I said. It's fine, Daisy. And yes, a little bit. That would be better if he wasn't around, Alex answered. Alright. So what have you been doing in your room? Yeah, other than sitting around, Evan said. Not too much. It's pretty much of it. Nothing else. Alex replied, not surprised. What else is he meant to do? I hear the back door open. Tara and Henry are back. Tara's holding the now cleaned gun. We'll have to fix the gun later. We need to talk about what we're going to do about the beings, Tara said, putting the gun on the table in front of her. Tara then sat down, and Henry sat next to her. We obviously need to fight back, Alex said. We do need to fight back. It's about the only thing we can do. But how? Beings are so much stronger than us. They literally survive being shot. How? What are we supposed to do? You gotta do like the translucent thing, where it's like his skin is so strong, so you stick the dynamite up his ass and blow him up from the inside. I asked. Nobody said anything for a few minutes. There wasn't a lot to work with. What if we focus on the thing Alex said about earlier? About how they react differently to certain sounds, Tara suggested. That's a good idea. Where are we supposed to get the materials to make whatever it is? Alex asked. Obvious answer is to go back to town. Obviously, we can go back to town. There's a lot of risk, Evan answered, saying exactly what I was thinking. I can tell I'm starting to rub off on Evan about how I think. What if we didn't have to make it? We could just pick a few things up and try to see how the beings react, I said. How will we be able to do that without dying? Tara asks. She's right. There's no safe way about this. I don't know why I had this random thought, but I just thought about animals. They haven't seen any birds. Or anything like that, right? Like, no deer, no wolves. Stop. And then I'm like, wait. Am I thinking about this too deeply? But the cars were gone. But those are static. Good luck catching a moving thing? I don't know. Just popped into my head. Tara asks. Great. Finally, let's go. Fuck yeah, Retro. Tara asks. She's right. There's no safe way to go about this. Still think we can go back to town. Get whatever we need, come back here, and just start working. If the reader is imagining more than they have to, that's a very good thing. It is, Pearl. It is. If the reader is reading into it more than they should, that means they're engaged into the story, right? Exactly. Exactly. I replied, all right, if you say so. We're doing that tomorrow. We've done enough today. Tara replies, I don't have a problem with doing it tomorrow. We've been through too much today. We don't do much other than sitting around and eating one more meal before going to sleep. Wait a second. So, like, are Daisy and Evan gonna fuck now? Is this the smut chapter? I'm just fucking. I know it's not gonna happen, Fizz. I'm just fucking with you. Evan and I sleep in the same bed. We would have slept together at the barn. But it was too obvious. I didn't want to tell anyone about us just yet. Sex is canon. But, wait, do you mean butt sex as in with two T's? As in butt? Not but. Sex is canon this chapter. Well, that's because that would have been Henry and Tara, right? But we just don't see it because we don't see it from that perspective. Right? So the question I have is, while that was happening, did they go skinny dipping? The day passed. The sun was up when I woke up. Evan was already awake, looking at me, waiting to see my eyes open fully. Good morning, Evan said. Morning, I replied. Not a good one? Evan asked playfully. Morning isn't over. You can't determine whether or not it's good, I said. Yeah, you always say that. Can you at least add good this time? Evan said. I like the free guy thing. Don't have a good morning. Have a great morning. Fine. Good morning, I replied. Started to pick up playful back and forth banter when we woke up in the morning. We've only been doing it for a week, but it's part of our routine now. Doing it? No, I'm just fucking with you. Obviously, I mean banter. Speaking of routines, I haven't had my morning coffee in forever. I mean, what? So what? A few more hours before we start walking to town, Evan asks. Tired of walking. We don't have any other way of transportation. Are there any Game of Thrones? Of course there are. My brother has read the books. I'm not reading the books until The Winds of Winter is out, because I don't want to read the series without ever having. Because I had a bad experience with Dune, because the last two books are written by his son. You can tell immediately, like, it's not Frank Herbert in the last two books. And it kind of honestly ruins it. And the ending honestly isn't that great. Not gonna lie. The death of Leto the Worm at the hands of a bridge, and the fall of the water on the purest to show that Dune shall no longer be Dune. I mean, it's kind of a fascinating ending, right? It feels like it, kind of needed to go that way, but it is what it is, right? Okay, because I want to know if you guys think I could get away with calling someone Crying Knight, or is that too close to copyright? Troll. I think that's just a cliche trope. Because, like, I want to use that. Like, I had an idea of ads. I'll talk about this afterwards. I'm going to write it out so I don't forget. Just so I don't forget that, because that's a very important tangent thing. So I gotta go take a piss and grab a drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, the idea of the tier berserker with Husai is like kind of a self-insert from me, where it's like I get really emotional about things, right? So it's like
you know, he doesn't want to do what he has to do, but he has to do it because he knows that he has to do it, right? And it's like, the more that contradiction exists, the more that he cries, because the more that it affects his soul, and the more powerful he becomes because of it. I don't think I'm gonna use that idea, like that's an old idea. He's just a basic berserker. But who knows, you know, it's not completely off the table, right? Patrick, yeah, lol. Yeah, see, it's a trope, like the fucking guy in there's like 5 or 6 examples in anime, but the number one I can think of is like in Demon Slayer with one of the the leader guys, what are they called? Hashira. One of the Hashira. The monk dude with the beads who's always crying. Blasphemous! Yeah, so, you know, it's a trope. So never feel like it's too close to, or like, you know, specific words, right? Like the Night of Mourning. It's like, George R.R. Martin doesn't have a fucking copyright on the Night of Mourning. Right? I'm sure there's tons of other books that have used the Night of Mourning. Because it's like, it's a powerful thing, right? It'd be like the Night of the Rising Sun for like Japan, right? Like a samurai named like the Samurai of the Rising Sun. Right? Something like that. So, I think it's... Howdy there. Yo, what's up, Joshy? What you doing? What you got, my man? How's it going today? Thought big books like that have, like, general copyright of the entire text, though. As far as I know, Prol, that goes beyond the scope of what copyright can do for specific things. But then again, I don't know because the Nemesis system is fucking copyrighted. But, like, as far as I would know, there's only, like, there is a degree of copyright, but I don't think it falls that wide. Because night and morning are just two essential things that exist. So it's like bringing them together is not something that's like, you could prove that someone stole your idea. Like 1,000 people are going to come up with the Night of Mourning on their own. Right? But then there's certain things that are like, this is something that it would take such a degree for you to come up with on your own that you would either have inspiration or like straight up stole it from the other person, right? Like the chances of you both coming up with this idea on your own are so astronomical, there has to be like some sort of deviation for that, right? Wanted to watch something while I work, so I came in here. Hell yeah, Josh, you were currently reading Fizz's story about the apocalypse. Copywriting a mid-game mechanic. It's so dumb, Retro. Imagine what video games would be like if you could use the Nemesis system in video games. And, like, you could advance on the Nemesis system. For, like, instance, like the original Diablo on a monster. Like, as you killed more monsters, it would reveal more about the monster. So, like, if you put your cursor over a monster that you had killed one monster of, it would just say their name. If you killed 5 monsters, it would tell you how many monsters you had killed. If you had killed 20 monsters, it would tell you the weakness of that monster. And then if you'd killed 50 monsters, if they had a unique stat on it, it would tell you what its unique was. That is, to me, such a cool system. And then it keeps track of the amount of monsters that you've killed of that species the entire way. Hayden Hart! Hey, I've seen you around before. Hey, what's up, Hayden Hart? What you doing? What you got? Welcome. How's it going today? How's your day, my man? So until Marvel runs out of money, I can't name a character that. Yeah, I got 30 pages of Miracle Man screenplay before I found out Marvel owns it and intends to never allow it to be published again, and the writer raped a bunch of girls, so no other company is going to want to buy it. Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up, Prol. Yeah, there are things like that, right? And I think it's dumb and stupid, but, you know, you have to find a compromise because you will realize that, like, this is going to happen to you, right? It's going well. Enjoying the Night of Mourning discussion. Also doing my own writing, as per usual. Hell yeah! Let me know what your writing's all about. I'd love an elevator pitch of your work. Time to copyright the word react. I mean,
don't you know, Retro, there are like 5 or 6 lawsuits going on currently in America for people to like own the copyright of React videos and to like have the ability to shut down other people like in the spectrum of reacting, of them claiming that like they own the copyrights to like React videos. America, the greatest nation in the world. Yup. And then my question becomes, if it's something in America, even if it gets put into law, how do you enforce that in China? You force that on YouTube internationally, right? Like, that becomes such an entirely different question that it's like, why, to me, why would the courts indulge in even dealing with it? Because it's such something you couldn't even enforce on a multi-platform. But this is where I believe, right, in the next 20 years, the World Wide Web will disappear, and every nation will have their own independent internet, just like North Korea does. And just like China does. And the saddest part is we will vote for that to happen. Sad streamer boy attracts the attention of a strange goddess, so she sends him a sad sprite so they can help each other. Oh, so it's kind of like a journeying together into the darkness to see the light at the end of the tunnel, that you're not alone, the companionship, that you can rise above it, that, you know, the smallest actions that you can take can have like the largest impact on someone, right? Like that one moment of like reaching out your hand that no one else has reached out a hand for you before, and it's like now you're basically like bonded in soul forever kind of idea. I fucking love those kinds of stories, especially if it's like there's like a huge backstory between the characters, like their lives have been like fucked up, and it becomes like, let's say for one it's like a redemption arc, and like for the other one it's like a self-forgiveness arc or something like that, right? I just love creating entire ideas in my brain, so, you know, hopefully one of those landed down the right side, right? But it sounds very interesting. Reacting is a core concept of being sentient. If you have opinions at all anywhere, you're reacting. Exactly, Retro. Would you say I told you I'm currently dark towering all my books? I wouldn't know what you meant by that, dark towering. How many people are watching? Rival streamer, I don't know. 5? Oh, I don't think that's important. I just think the people that are here are enjoying and getting value of, like, what it is. That's all I care about. That I'm providing value for your time, right? Especially in, like, a creative atmosphere where your time is quite valuable. And if you're not, like, experiencing and learning and growing as a writer, right? Like, what are you doing with yourself? You know what I mean? So, totally understandable. The Dark Tower is basically Stephen King multiverse series. Connects, like, 24 of his books. Because I know, like, isn't there, like, a book that's, like, The Dark Tower or something like that? And it's, like, the gunslingers and shit like that? And that's, like, I haven't read a lot of Stephen King, so I don't know. Like, I figured you were, like, talking maybe something about that? Is that because it's, like, a multi-interdimensional, so it can incorporate a ton of different verses inside of it? Just like, for instance, like, you know what I was talking about earlier, like the origin story of my craziest character, the Carnival of Carnage and the Mistress, right? Like, that is all inside of an entire storyline where it's basically like a single consciousness experiencing different timelines, and it's going to be the idea of yeah, I want to play a game with viewers, but nobody watches me. That sucks, Rivals. I mean, provide enough value, put yourself out there enough, and people show up, I'm not gonna lie. I'm plotting that series for these books, yeah, but it already kind of incorporates into these books. Okay. Because I like the idea of that essential, like, Arthur is the same kind of powers as Bob. So it's like they can intermingle. Yo, what's up, Avolia? What you doing? What you at? What you got? How's it going today? How's your day today? But yeah, if you have any work, Cade, that, you know, you want to share, feel free to join the Discord or drop any of your work in the chat so other people can look at it. We're currently reading Fizz's work, but you will notice that I have a massive problem with tangents and talking about topics, but I find it's expansive with, like, dealing with the work that we're currently on. Right? So it's like, it's a way of providing more value for, like, your buck, right? Like, I'm not just going to sit down and read your work and walk away. I'm going to give you the full interaction of my thought process and the ideas that it sparks inside of my head, the directions that I want to go as the curse of writing streams. Yup. And that's why I like to provide, like, create a, space and community in which it is completely, like, there are no wrong answers, there are no right answers. Creativity is a spectrum, and, like, I find too many things nowadays are limiting in creativity. And too much, like, way that people interpret your stories dictates how people tell stories. And I think it's fundamentally making us lose what the authenticity of storytelling is. And that is all of the spectrum of human emotion. From happiness to sadness to despair to rage to anger to destruction to despair to, you know, irony, betrayal, and overcoming, redemption, and all of that. I don't think it should just be one thing that should be focused on, right? I think there should be a spread of representation across everything. And of course there's a hierarchy depending upon what type of story you're trying to tell, but I feel like people a lot of times in stories will turn away from certain aspects because they feel it won't jive with their audience or something. And my goal in my writing is, like, a way of, like, challenging my audience and presenting a story in a way that allows someone to understand the difference between a discussion and an endorsement, right? Because I think when it comes to creativity, we were talking about this earlier, I think the biggest separation is endorsement and discussion. Most people think when you discuss something that you are endorsing it. And that causes, like, a dissonance for your ability to represent certain aspects of stories, which then shallows down those stories because, let's say, you can't have this perspective aspect of this character. Like, for instance, I would say a great example is, like, Guts in Berserk, and how, like, 90% of people think that, like, Griffith is the one that had, like, the worst things happen to him. But, like, if you know Guts' backstory, it's like Guts' backstory is, like, 3 times worse than Griffith's, and Guts never gave up. And all Griffith ever strived for was a prophecy that he was told by an old crone and an image of trampling over everyone to reach the castle, right? As if he had been given his own right by the Bearholds. Which in a way it had, but his, like, downfall of that, as opposed to, like, Guts' redemption to it, even though Guts is becoming a demon on the inside, to me is such a powerful aspect of storytelling. And it's why Berserk is one of the greatest, like, stories, right? And why I think a story like that will still be told in 100 years. Guts is so broken and still goes on. Exactly. And that's the epitome of, like, the human condition of not giving up. And even if there is no light at the end of the tunnel, even if Guts is purely consumed by rage, right? That is still an essence of the aspect of human reality and existence. And walking away from trying to tell a story like that, I think, is dehumanizing in a way, because you're playing down what actual people feel and how actual reality is. And yeah. Anyways, I like to rant about stupid stuff, so it is what it is. Yeah, I want to play a game with viewers. Oh, you already said that. I have ADHD and keep zoning out. I can't listen to you well, but you sound pretty smart. I don't think I'm smart. I just think I understand things. And, like, I have this, like, fine line between, like, inability to communicate and a fine understanding of language that I think gives me a unique way that I present stuff. But it also is like I'm telling you 3 stories at the same time, so it's really hard to follow, right? It's like the Beowulf of our generation. Oh, that's so true. Actually, I never thought about that, Prol. I actually never thought about that, but that is such a good comparison. I love that. I don't even bother giving disclaimers anymore. I let people show their own IQ because it helps me determine who the idiots are, cut them off. Yeah, but by that logic, If I discuss the Garlean Empire in 14, it means I'm in favor of colonialism and racism and takeover and slavery. Exactly, Retro, and people think that. And express that. Or at least I think, like, let's say 25% of people are dumb enough to actually believe it. 75% of people are bad actors using it to co-opt some more sort of agenda in order to take advantage of you by manipulating you through, like, a prospect of belief and, like, a presentation in society, right? Like, your reputation, how other people see you, right? And I think that's an extreme detriment to society, because it doesn't allow us to speak ourselves. Language is such a beautiful thing. Exactly, Hayden. That's why I love being a writer. Scotty, chalkboard. All right. Sounds good, Fizz. Absolutely sounds good, man. I totally understand. I'm going way off on the side, and we're already almost 4 hours into the stream, so it is what it is. Scotty, you discussed guts. You're in favor of sexual assault and think that it should be legal. Exactly, Retro. 100%, bro. We don't have any way of transportation. By the way, chalkboard is like a safe word we use while doing the beta reading or anything, if it's a topic or whatever. So in this case, Fizz wants me to continue reading, so I'm going to ignore the chat for now. Feel free to continue talking, and I'll catch up on the chat when we are done reading. All of the violent vehicles are gone. What happened? I might be able to get some bikes, but I don't remember seeing any stores selling them in town. There has to be another way of going back and forth. I was thinking about bikes, but I don't remember seeing any stores selling them, I said. While I outline, lurk. True. Sounds good. Yeah, I don't remember. So, wait, what the fuck is going on here? Am I really this high, or have I read this sentence 4 times? Or is it repeated by multiple people? Like, is this everyone just saying it over and over again, and I'm just getting confused because I wasn't paying attention? Yeah, I don't remember seeing you either, Evan replied. I'm gonna see if anyone else is up. I'll be right back, I said as I got up from bed and made my way downstairs. Henry was the only one sitting at the table. Henry, where's Tara? I asked. Henry pointed towards the stairs. She's still asleep? I said. And Henry nodded. Henry was looking through Sam's journal. He didn't get a turn earlier. Crazy, isn't it? With Sam and everything, I said. Henry nodded again. I'm gonna wake everyone else up. We need to head back to town, I said as I walked back upstairs. I went over to Alex's door and knocked. Alex? Are you awake? I asked. Yes. We leaving already? Alex questioned back. That depends on if Tara is awake, I said. I walked back to Tara's door and knocked. Tara? I asked, guessing she probably heard me asking Alex if he was awake. Yup, just give me a minute. Don't come in! Tara said. She's hiding something. Henry's hair did seem a little more ruffled than usual. They absolutely fucking banged. Not sure. Okay, get ready. We're leaving soon. You know what would be a nice little touch on top of this? Fizz? Add like the smell of perfume, like they're trying to cover up the smell of sex. I think that would be the icing on the cake for this. Not sure. Okay. Like some kind of deodorant or something like that, but make it like something bad, so it's like it winds up being like a mistake, because it's like they can't find a perfume or something like that. So yeah, so it's like, you know, there's got to be some sort of spray in the house, right? Like, how do you have a house that doesn't have Febreze in it? That's all I'm saying. Or like foot spray or something like that. Just a thought. Maybe even for like the future, right? Like this one was hair, the next one is smell, right? And then you can stack the details on top of each other. Most likely, they'll just rinse themselves off. Not sure. I'm just saying, are you a virgin, Fizz? Because have you ever had sex in a room? Because even if it's mild sex, like, it's... Humans fucking smell, even if it's straight out of the shower. Not gonna lie. And I'm not, in general, a person who smells. Right? It's just one of those things. She's hiding something. His hair did seem a little more ruffled than usual. Not sure. Okay. We are gross creatures. We truly are. And the fact that we don't acknowledge that, I think, is, like, such a detriment. Because, like, we... Chalkboard... I'm not sure. Okay, well, get ready. We're leaving soon, I said. It's because I'm fucking high. Walking back to my room. Come on, let's go, I said to Evan as he stood up and followed me downstairs. We waited about a couple minutes until Alex came down. Handful more minutes until Tara comes down. With the gun. I'm pretty sure I got it fixed. The trigger moves now, Tara said. Tara, don't shoot that in here, I shouted, not meaning to. It's empty, dummy. I'm not that stupid, Tara said, walking downstairs. There's a gun shop in town. I figured we could pick up a few more guns and a lot more ammo. This puppy has 6-inch barrel and can hold up to 7 bullets, Tara said. She seemed to know a bit about guns. I'm gonna say that's because if she lived on the farm and, like, she probably has an experience with hunting, which is why she's probably good with guns, which would be my guess, right? Because, like, if anyone's lived on a farm, like, you learn pretty early how to use a gun. You right. This puppy has a 6-inch barrel and can hold up to 7 bullets, Tara said. She seems to know a bit about guns. Sure, it is only a revolver, but anyone else here wouldn't have checked those things. Let's go, Tara said, walking out the front door. Remember, people, we're looking for something to make noise to distract the beings. Then we will head over to the gun shop and get loaded. Loaded up? I'm not sure about that. Tara is a lot happier than usual right now. Makes me really wonder what made her happy. She orgasmed! I mean, what? We get into town and start looking in a different store this time. Look around and grab a few items. We put them all in a bag to keep everything neat. Tara then walks us to the gun shop. I've never been in a gun shop before. It was always considered the good kid shop. Isn't too different than I imagined. One of my friend's dad, when I was in high school, owned a Cabela's. So, like, I've never really been, like, a hunter around guns or anything like that, but, like, I kind of have, like, a small understanding, because, like, we would just go to the shop, and he would just show off his guns and stuff. Because we just, like, hang out there after school. Alright, pick up anything you want. If you have any questions, just ask me, Tara said quietly. Evan picked up a shotgun. Alex had a bolt-action rifle. Henry chose a hunting rifle, and I ended up with a crossbow. I don't know how this compares to guns, but whatever works. Tara didn't pick up a gun. It's like, I think about it, Fizz, in the same way, like the person who picks up a, like in a fantasy story, the person who picks up a warhammer as opposed to a sword is a very specific person, because you have battalions of people that are like swordsmen, but you don't have battalions of people that are like hammerers. Like, the person who uses a hammer on the field is like a very unique, like really large built, usually very specific high-end commander, right? Like, it's a unique weapon as opposed to like a battalion weapon. So I totally understand. Like, I don't know anything about guns, but I understand the implication of like, this character picks up a sword, this character picks up a bow, this character picks up a hammer, this character picks up a war pick, right? Like, this one picks up a pole arm, right? And the differential that those could categorize as like a job or class. I guess she's sticking with the revolver for once. We have a way to fight back, even if the bullets stun the beings for a little bit. We can probably kill them after enough shots. I heard a small, faint groan. Come on, who was that? We were being cool until someone had to ruin it, Alex said. Alex, that wasn't us, I said, staring directly at a being. Obviously, we could shoot it, but we weren't sure if there were any more nearby. The sound of the guns shooting would get their attention and bring them here. The being isn't moving. It's just standing there. It's a good few miles away from us, but it could get here in 10 seconds if it was determined. I love that imagery of like barely upon the horizon. You see like the figure like waning in like the, you know, like the heat spray of like the atmosphere, and it's like, is this an illusion or is this real? And then it's like it starts to move, and it's like it always reminds me, it always gives me the impression of the scene in Monty Python of like running towards the castle, where it's like the same scene of him running the same 10 feet like over and over and over and over again, then all of a sudden it just stabs him. Like, yeah, shit can happen so fast. Obviously we could shoot it, but we weren't sure if there were any more nearby. Sound of the guns shooting. Okay, I already read that. 10 seconds if it was determined. Henry, bag, get something, quick, Tara said. Henry opened the bag and started looking around for anything to use. I've never seen Henry have fear in his eyes before. Being is getting closer. Is Daisy gonna get the ick from Henry because she sees him as servile now that he's, like, in a state of fear? Women are such bitches. I mean, what? I've never seen Henry have fear in his eyes before. Being is getting closer, I said. Henry got out a kitchen timer and a tin can. What is that supposed to do? Henry put the kitchen timer on for just a few seconds. Oh god, does he have, like, some sort of explosive? Like dynamite or C4 or some shit like that? I'll keep my comments to myself. Put it into the can and chucked it over to the being. Timer activated. It worked. Oh, so it's like it's a sound distraction. Okay. Being stumbled because I'm like, there's no way it has like an actual explosive, right? But he's using it as a sound, like, you know, flashbang essentially for sound, not sight. Being stumbled a little bit and started to put more attention to the can. Because, like, I'm thinking, like, do these use, like, echolocation? So they're using sound to locate? So would, like, loud sounds cause them to be disoriented? And is that main reason why the gun worked on them and not the bullet? It worked. We waited a little bit to see if any other beings showed up. But then again, you know, that'll call more beings, so it becomes this question of, you know, what's the risk factor of, you know, oh, we're gonna die now instead of dying 20 minutes from now. I mean, we'll live another 20 minutes. We'll figure something out then, right? Nothing. Just that one being. You want to do the honors? Tara asked me. I aimed with my bow. Precision. Precision is key. And let go of the arrow. It hit the being directly in the middle, and the being fell. Alex, how long did it take for the being to get up? I asked. I would say about 10 seconds, Alex answered. 10 seconds passed. Nothing. We saw blood spill from the being. We can kill the beings. So then comes into the question of, well, then what happened with Sam? What happened with Sam? Did he not hit him in the right spot? Was a bullet too small? Right? Now we're going to have to be like, well, did this arrow work? Not what I'm thinking. That's a small plot hole I was talking about. Well, I was thinking like something along the lines of, like, for instance, Sam fired at the being, right? But his first bullet missed. But it disoriented the being because of the sound. That's what caused it to fall over. And it was, like, distracted because it was, like, mid-feed. Right? So it was like it had let its guard down. And all of a sudden it's like, what the fuck is that? Right? It gets knocked down. And then the second time he fires, it's like the gun jams. And it, like, goes and eats Sam. And then Evan's like, fuck, or Alex is like, fuck this, I'm out. But it does have a lore reason. Like, it gets explained. I can explain it here honestly. It's not too much into the story. Don't worry, Fizz. Just don't worry about it. Let me pick up on it when it happens and just let me banter. I think that's the easiest way to go about it. And then just like, because I'm throwing out the ideas that be going through the reader's head, right? And then it's like you're considering what you want the reader to be thinking at this period in time, right? Do you want the reader to be thinking this? Do you want these to be the direction that they're going? And with spoilers and other things, then it can, as always, any theories before I depart? My theory is something to do with, like, nature. So there's some sort of call from nature, and the reason why the bullet didn't work is because it's like a metal object. Whereas why the arrow worked, and again, I don't know if this is a fiberglass arrow, so this could, like, put a whole wrench in my plan if it's like a fiberglass arrow. But if it was a wooden arrow, having contact or something that, like, split it, and then that wood, because it's biological, has some sort of extra effect on the monster. So to me, it would seem like the arrow is what's special. Whether it's the size of it, where it hit the monster, or what it's made out of. Those are, like, the questions that are going through my head. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. We are gross creatures, lived on, and still live on, and farm. Can confirm. True. Get my comments to myself. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Oh, yeah. Okay, got everything. Good to go, guys. All right, so we got the parole boy. We got the parole man up next, guys. We got the parole. One of those things are true, but only from Sam's side. Like what it was, where it hit, and how the being reacted. I see. My theory is that these are aliens, mutants, or some other mundane, non-supernatural species, but we don't know what caused the apocalypse, so my wider theory is non-existent for the time being. Yeah, because, like, the only way that we know the apocalypse happened is they were at work, someone's head got bit off in front of them, they hadn't been able to find any humans since then, now all the vehicles are gone. So, like, there's got to be, like, a substantial amount of these beings, and they have to be, like, devouring things, right? That's my guess. Anyone watch Windows Bay? Windows Bay. Never heard of it, Prol. Huge lore drop for Andy's chapter, which is the next chapter. Anyway, I'm leaving to see you guys. Bye, Fizz! Thanks for sharing your story. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always appreciate it. Take care, brother. We'll see you in the next one, my man. Yeah, but remember to add chapter 8 text. Wait, did we not finish the chapter? Are we like halfway through the chapter? Oh wait, it was like a 6,000 word chapter, wasn't it? Hold on. Hold on, Pearl. You're at the bottom now. I gotta reorient where you are. No, we read the whole thing. I'm retarded. It was someone else who had 6,000, right? Up and close, crumbling, traveling, unknown, Robert Gas. Secret. Oh boy. Wait, I don't remember this. Fuck, maybe I'm retarded. Maybe I didn't read all of it. Fuck! See you, Retro, see you, Pearl. See you, Fizz! Peace! No, you didn't finish it. Okay. What? Oh, wait, no, it was 5,000 and I deleted all of it. That's right. This is where because normally I would go like this, and I'd put that there to indicate that I had erased what was above it, and it was a continuation. That's my bad. Because, yeah, this is the second half of the chapter. Yeah, it's not enough to read yet. So I wrote more. Well, I mean, it's 2,600 words, but if you want me to read more, 100%. Again, because unless Hade wants to jump in, or someone else wants to jump in the queue, as far as I know, you are the last read. Because Jackal's already been read, so that's kind of a troll. But if he wants me to read another chapter when I'm done with you, and he's still here, I'll read another chapter if, like, I'm not too tired, depending, right? Because it is, like, I do have to do kind of shorter streams leading up here, because we got, like, the IRL birthday stream coming up, and, like, you know, I kind of want to save my energy for that, if you know what I mean. So, 9-hour streams are a little much, right? Unless I'm, like, just having a good time, I don't give a fuck. But it's like, if there's something that's, like, doesn't give me an excuse to push 9 hours, it's like, you know, I got other priorities I gotta do now, because it's my fucking birthday. I'm goddamn 35 in 2 days. Yeah, up to you. I just usually read 3,000. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's sometimes it's a word count, sometimes it's a time period, right? There's no real rules. I just don't want to create a situation where I make someone feel like I'm giving someone favor and, like, putting them to the side, right? Like the whole Steve thing with reading Steve's story over other people's story, right? And it's totally understandable. But yeah. Toke, and then we'll get into it. Three, two, one, Toke. All right, here we go. I'm not gonna cough. I'm not gonna cough. I'm not gonna break my ribs. Fuck you, life. I said I'm not. He said I'm not. So why did reality make it so? We left off with the Catalonian monk fled to the Byzantine Empire and is fighting the Ottoman Turk invasion and worships Bob. 12-year-old clairvoyant who is also being raided by a sheriff 700 years in the future currently. Yes, the concise happenings at the same time of consecutive timelines. Correct. And the connection between each events, right? As to why they are simultaneous. Because Bob is sleeping at this time, right? Or he's knocked out or something like that, right? As they followed on the last episode of Dragon Ball Z! Next time on Dragon Ball Z! As they followed the coast, sandstone provided their beds. Much like the granite that bruised their backs for 7 years. They've grown older and more muscular now. The white horses he slayed from the Ottoman riders carried tender meat, much like the Catalan guard of the monastery, and he still carried his stolen gladius as a bleak reminder of those times. Marty, as they traveled for some time, was a follower of the gift, but as Bob adapted to this beautiful free land, calculated by his own strength, he found himself able to decline at times into the role of his soul, of Arnau. To look at Marty as a father figure, and they spoke of Yeda in mournful whispers at times. Poor fucking Yeda. She didn't deserve it. Arnau always reminded him of the year 1973, and the two would go quiet. Then in the morning, they would regard the rising sun, and Marty asked his Messiah to pray on his knees to the sun and to God, and Arnau would allow it and join him. Arnau learned to shoot bows first. Marty, more of the survivalist, he climbed the palms to gather leaves for bedding, and when they woke, they would stack the palm leaves on the top of their horses and ride them until the plants had scattered away and broken, and until their loins were sore, and they would make camp and pray to the sunset. Fuck, man, I can't read. I'm retarded. Words are fucking hard, okay? However, as another year had come to pass, he felt the age waning on. Marty had a darker beard now, his eyes shallower and darker, his muscles grew and his skin tanned. Arnau slept every night, and one night, without realizing, at the age of 16, Arnau had not only forgotten about the Catalan men, the ones who haunted his dreams, who slaughtered his family, but also forgot about Devry. I don't know. Correct me, please. The tenderness of Christine and the teachings of his father. Marty did not depend on fantasies to survive, and their intensity had no longer become a survival skill in the way palms and the beach had been. Dev Rye. Perfect. Sounds fair. Dev Rye. One morning, staring out at the shallow ocean, Arnau reached into his breeches and retrieved his beach bridle, the one that Marty had decimated through the many years of seizures. He threw it into the ocean. Babe, drop your HRT. The Scotty show is on. Yo, what's up, babe? What you doing, chat? What you got, my man? Oh, welcome. Oh, welcome. How's your day going today, good sir? And agreed. Like, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to come up with a ridiculous acronym, but I don't know if I can, and I'm sad at myself. for not being able to. Book 2 of Sun Eaters getting entertaining. Nice. Hail the Reich of the Third! Oh, it is what it is. Arnau had moved on from Bob, and as years passed, Marty, with pride, carried him away from the traumatic gift, not as a believer, but as a protector. He would not remind him of the sights and colors that once condemned him to the life of torture that brought them together, unless God would surely punish him for squandering the great gift of age, and he would be forced to confront the terrors of the mind of a child. Marty decided then to find them a true home, like the castles of the courts that were once a sea of enemies, forcing them away across the world to live freely. He would find a hamlet to create new, better life. Marty and Arnau began a new life. They settled to find the start of the chaos in this desert. The Byzantines had given them hospitality under the raiding of Osman I, and as they brought scalps to the doors of the Byzantines, they traded fruit and weapons. They warned Sardis had begun to fall, the Ottoman riders stealing silk from Bursa. They rode to find a home in Sardis. Whether the Ottomans welcomed them or not, Marty was willing to risk his life for the Ghost Boy, no matter the cost. At the same time, Barrett and Giles parked their truck, and with a screwdriver, the sheriff frustratedly removed the scope from his hunting rifle. Giles loaded his semi-loader, and Tim's revolver, turning off the radio. They had 4 pairs of handcuffs. The front yard of the compound looked like any other house, the lights in the backyard still illuminated behind it like a parhelic glow, crowning the malformed king's empire. I'm guessing that's like something like something like a, not like a full cover. Like, I'm thinking like a lily pad, right? Like, there's that section, like, cut out of it, right? But it's, like, trying to cover across the top. That's kind of what I'm imagining. I don't exactly know. But, like, the way that light works. It's a real word Google doesn't know. Because, like, I think I understand, right? It's a light phenomenon, like a rainbow, but cooler. Ah, okay. So it's very specific to that. Because, yeah, I was thinking of, like, some way that light interacts with something, right? Crowning the malformed king's empire. A single man was on the porch, cigarette burning at the end of his hand. Unidentifiable in the blackness, Barrett said. When we get in there, we need to move fast. We don't fire unless we absolutely must, Giles said. I don't think we could take them on regardless. Tim grunted, struggling with his scope as it popped off into the grass. Whined, mimicking Giles in his slightly lighter-toned voice. I don't think you're in trouble. I don't think you can do it. I don't think you... He accidentally kicked the scope under the truck and stopped to reach for it. Whatever, man, Giles said. We got this. They both attached the standard issue Wilkinson vests that Gary said looked like a beekeeper jacket and never wore to shootings. Barrett's dad kept his when the state issued them, but it was a scare after a wounded knee that his father never let him forget. Is this supposed to be like taking an arrow to the knee reference? From like Skyrim? So if it's not, it should be. If it's not canon, I'm gonna make that canon in my head. Barrett. Nah, that was a big police shooting. But I just mean like a reference to the idea of like getting shot in the knee, right? Like you get, your knee gets fucked up and your life gets fucked up, but it's like the reference is like taking an arrow to the knee is like getting married. Because it's like, well, it's the one thing that'll basically put you out of commission. Barrett's dad kept his when the state issued them. It's a scare after a wounded knee that his father never let him forget. Barrett had seen someone step on one of the bullet vests once, stitching almost immediately falling apart under a boot. Did not instill confidence. It's like, have you heard the stuff of like the Chinese military jackets that have like, I don't remember exactly how it is. It's either like painted on or stitched on, and it's got like the image of like plates like sewed like onto the thing, but it's like it's literally just like fabric. So it's made to look it like it's like a bulletproof vest, but it actually has like no padding whatsoever, because, well, this is like a thing with China where they try to cut as many corners as possible, right? So it'll be like a quarter of the people in the police force basically have fake bulletproof vests. Persona 6 should be in year 1 of university so that you don't date high schoolers. Date adults as a high schooler in a game anymore. Ahab, I just have a problem with people thinking that video games are like reality. I'm sorry. I like tsundere games, and like Doki Doki Literature Club is just fucking awesome. Right? You can say the taboo of the connection and shit like that, but hey man. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think, like, I think as responsible, understanding people, like, we can separate the reality. And I mean, if you're not a loser, you had a fucking girlfriend in high school, right? I mean, I was dating a 15-year-old when I was 18. But that's totally legal. I was dating a 16-year-old when I was 19. And the next time I dated someone was like I was 27. But I guess technically I was also with like a guy who was 5 years older than me. In between that period as well. Doki Doki is shit compared to you and to me and her. I don't know, Ahab. It's the only, I've never played it. I've only watched my friend play it. Right? I just love the idea of, like, the breakdown of the fourth wall between the game and the player. Right? That shit's just fascinating to me. Because it's like, it just, the level of thinking it takes to, like, place those steps. Right? And it's something you're not thinking about until it comes into the equation. Right? You're like, how does everything come together? And it's like, oh shit, well, it was fucking with me the whole time. I played more hentai visual novels than anyone else here. Roll, I don't know, man. I do know. You played Maggot Baits. Have you played Knight of Ranella? Or Relena? Or something like that? That's like my favorite one. Cause it's like a Souls game on a platformer, but it's a hentai game. And it's got like a really good story. It's like a demon possesses your sister and then sells you out as a sex slave. And you have to like fight back. But you get like a fucking epic katana and shit. You're like a fucking samurai and shit. It's pretty awesome. I didn't say play any random one. I'm playing Air Evolution right now. Eternum is the #1 GOAT of all time. Sue me. I mean, I think they're funny and fun, but like, I've definitely watched more hentai than I've played hentai games, or like visual novels or shit like that, right? And like, I've definitely watched way more hentai than like normal porn. Because like I said before, like I have this weird thing with like a victim mentality, where it's like if I'm watching like normal porn, I feel like there's the possibility that like this girl like sold her life into like you know, like she's actually being forced into doing this, like you know, like her life is ruined because of this, and it just ruins my mood. But like hentai, it's just a drawing. There's no victims, and you can't have those thoughts towards it. So it's like, to me, it's like a psychological fucking thing. Because I'll just be going along, and a thought pop in my head of being like, well, what if she was forced to do that? And I'll just be like, God damn it, it's fucking porn. Who cares, dude? Then I'll just go watch some hentai. I mean, what? 3D is always weird to me. I literally play those games for the plot. Interesting, Ahab. I mean, some of them do have some really good plot. Eternum has a better story than most book series, about like 9 seasons of The Good Place, plus The Matrix, lol. And it has sex. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like, just cause it's a hentai game doesn't mean it can't be a good game. Right? And just because a game has sex in it doesn't make it a hentai game if it's an anime game. Right? There is a fine line between the two. And it's usually like abundance, right? If every time you fail you get raped, okay, that's a hentai game. But you know, it doesn't happen in every game. Right? Yeah, I played Eternum, haven't finished it yet though. I've never even heard of Eternum. Maybe I'll have to check it out. Guns loaded, badges on top of their vests, they descended to the front porch and sidelined their way quickly to the side of the front porch. Giles chuckled quietly as they approached what looked like a man with a cigarette on a front porch. See, I'm now thinking this is like a stylistic thing, Prole, of repetition. Because I'm like, there's no way I'm this high and this retarded and I read a sentence 3 times again. But I like it. Starts so slow. It's like with, It's like with Jackal's story, where the character will think something, and then will immediately say what they think. Right? And it's like, it can show you when a character is being truthful and when they're not. And how they're interacting with each one. Scotty, you just aren't like us. Do you even... 95... Yeah, I have no idea, Ahab. That went over my head. You know, there are some things I'm super deep in the lore for, but I'm more of an obscure, off-the-wall person. That one just, I don't know. It is, I'm making sure people get it. Exactly. Makes sense, bro. And that's like a stylistic choice, right? As long as you're purposefully doing it, that's what's important. And how long has the background been fucked? I didn't even realize that it was, like, fucked. Well, let me go back to Artosis' stream. Back to his dog.
Feel a gush coming?
God damn it. That's not what I want. Come on. There we go. Yeah, that should be good. We get StarCraft in the background again. It's a website. It is F95 Zone. Oh, it's a website. Oh, okay. Okay. I will have to check that out on my other PC then. There's a black painted mannequin with a wood burning pen in its hand. Not a cigarette. Wonder Pen, read the label, attached to the outlet, running to a box that had obviously not come installed with the house. Stalking to the backyard, they watched the ground carefully. There were grass mounds and strange patterns on the lawn past the neighbor's house. Weeds sprang up where a boundary line was sprayed in pink. Barrett saw the glistening of the metal in the dark on the ground. Clicked his tongue as Giles turned back and shined his flashlight down at the grass mounds. Clear shape of a landmine greeted them. A grasshopper sitting next to it. Giles had a hand out, and as they approached the fence, Barrett whispered, "What?" Adolf Hitler is in Persona 2. Damn, that sounds badass, Ahab. Bring him back. Like, have you seen, fuck, what's it called? Look Who's Back. Look Who's Back. Movie about Hitler in, New Age. What happened? Hitler came back in 2025. Giles didn't look completely confident suddenly. Bear grabbed the back of his vest, scanning the ground and pushing him forward slowly. I inhaled wrong. Didn't swallow right. That's why you always swallow, guys. Inside the house, next to the piano room, was a room dedicated to the most devout of the dreamers. 12 men in masks, leather bound from their face down around their arms, just like Bob's other sensory masks. Because he's not the only one, right? He's been gaining recruits throughout the entire thing to have people do the same thing as him, right? So that even if, like, he's gone, it's like the cult carries on, right? As they slept in the room next door, the chandelier by the piano clinked. Crystal from its lowest brow, like a dying leaf, fell and hit the keys, clattering onto the floor. And that's where Bob himself doesn't feel like he's important. It's the message he's trying to send and the experience he's trying to have, right? Which makes him even more dangerous because, like, he's not self-preserving. No, he's the only one there just decoys. So he doesn't have, like, an intention of training someone like he's doing with Marty. This is all for him. But he's putting on a show as if that's what he's doing. So this is like a very purposeful distraction technique. Like, hey, look over there! As they slept. In the room next door, the chandelier by the piano clinked. Crystal from its lowest brow, like a dying leaf, fell and hit the keys, clattering onto the floor. In the corner of the room, on her lowly cot, Christine popped awake with a gasp. Wait, what? I thought Christine was dead. I thought Bob killed Christine. I thought he sacrificed her. Or is this earlier? Alright, maybe I'm retarded. And I'm thinking of someone else. He forgot about her, that's all. Okay. Ads! Wait, so then who was I thinking of, the one who was like Bob's assistant? Like the one who's like basically saving him from the background. Maybe I'm just confused. I don't know. I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop while I'm behind, so I don't fall even more behind. Right? Obviously, some wires got crossed somewhere. That's where my wires went. My wires went to your ads, and now they're in your you-know-what. For my ads, you will be where I can't see. Those are my ads. Don't tempt me with being, for I know I see. Your ads will be where you are now, for they are not in me. But if I can't see, how do I know it is not what ads be? That's why you see my ads for me. Take it on yourself. That's all that can be. The way we all see ads. Fuck ads! I should have been doing this during ads, but I didn't realize there was like nothing left in the grinder.
That's actually a lot. Damn, that's like 3 times as much weed as I thought there was there. Holy shit. It's a miracle! It looks like nothing, but that's literally like 3 tokes. 3, 2, 1, toke! Inside of Robert's room, inside of his dream, Marty rode wearing his warrior's pelt, stolen from the greatest man Arnau had ever felled. The mask, a massive cone that reflected against the white crashing beams of the desert, shined with mirrors on its lapel. Small cover over his neck and hid his face, mail that speckled in the smallest inching squares in the joint of his leather folds, sang a song like the prison bars on a coast of California, Catalonia. Holy shit, that's some imagery and fucking... Damn. I love it. I'm like, this is exactly how I feel like this is exactly how I would try to describe something like this. They leveling up, yeah. Sounded like nighttime. Face on cold granite. This morning they sounded more like the sound of a mercenary's innards disappearing into a swell of the sea, like the willow haunting him in shape of a tower rising into the sky. Mystic gear, purple loot. As Arnau scrubbed the last of the brown from his white-struck armor. With sand, he carved one last green strike into the side. The pestle of cactus green at his side. With the strength and love Marty and Yeda had given it, he marked his age as he rose to battle. Rose to God. Marty coned his gauntlets in front of the sky as the 2 Spaniards rose from the desert, the gladius warning like 2 lighthouses in the great expanse. Do not cross thee. As they rode, they encountered the dead temples of unrecognized deities. Is it just me, or is this like music like super fucking on point? Farms stretched to the hills, burnt and recognizable now. 1,000 feet above them, the Acropolis was stacked high with wooden battlements. The long flags of the Turks screamed the clear shape of conquest to the exiles as they descended from the hills. Marty identified the road they had been told not to travel. Climbing the crest of the nearby mountain, they saw smoke in bounds like the thunderous clouds they saw in carvings and books. The seas, ablaze with smoke, were reaching to breathe like a shadow gloving the green haven they had just discovered. It was the smoke of a battle at sea, and 3 days away. This home was not safe, Marty cried as they hid in the watchtower at night. Ottoman Turks wandering the outer free world. Arnau looked through the metal bars of the watchtower. He reclined against the ground. He did not sleep that night, and he pulled a sack from his hip. Arnau pulled the familiar shape down around his face, tight, inside his collar. He did not know why, but that provided him comfort when he could not rest. Is that like the feeling from the future of being like having the sensory deprivation? He's just so used to it that it's like the memories are leaking through. Jumping the fence, Barrett got his footing as he pulled Giles. Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Egg salad. As he pulled Giles by his hands down into the backyard. He was stuck upside down on a wooden fence for a moment as his belt studded against the thing. Barrett turned and swore as Giles was catching his breath. German Shepherd, launching itself towards them as he relinquished his boot knife and rolled away. Luckily, it hadn't barked.
So he just fucking stabbed it in the neck, right? Before it could do anything? Because that'd be something that would alert them. Oh, shit. Dove for Giles and Tim. Tried to stab for it. Oh, shit. No, he failed. He failed! I mean, he attempted, right? He attempted. But hey, it's a wolf. Failed. Giles' leather glove bloodied as he held in a scream. Tim wrestled the attack dog, sitting on top of it. He stabbed into its side repeatedly, between the ribs. Until it went still. Animal abuse! I mean, what? It's okay, I kill an animal and a pregnant animal. Actually, I killed 2 animals and a pregnant animal. So it's okay. But I mean, at least we saved the runt of the litter. Right? You know, it is what it is, right? You gotta get them somehow. Right? Reclaim because technically 2 of the animals we kill are like pets. But it is what it is. Barrett ripped off his right shirt sleeve as he took off Giles' glove. You don't really get to it, but yeah, Giles' hand is super fucked. And it's gonna get worse. I imagine it, like, what's going through my mind right now is the idea of, like, in, fuck, what was that movie? It's the continuous war movie where they just shot it all in one shot of, like, the 2 guys going to rescue... Fuck, why can't I remember the name of it? It's, like, one of the newer ones. But it's like he cuts his hand on barbed wire, and then he puts his hand... 1917, yes. And then he puts his hand inside of the corpse. And it's like, fuck, bro. Shit. So I'm just imagining, like, you know, it's kind of like, he's got, like, like, his pinky's kind of hanging off to the side that the bone's broken, right? There's, like, a hole, like, pressing apart, like, the in-between, and there's, like, maybe, like, 3 or 4 bite marks, like, down his wrist. Right? Because I'm guessing we'll put, like, before he fucking managed to do something, right? So it'd be, like, 1 at the front, 1 in the middle, and, like, 1 down the side. That's what I would imagine. Barrett ripped off his right shirt sleeve as he took off Giles' glove. Stuck partially in his skin. He cried, red-faced now. Shit! Giles cried in a high-pitched whisper as Barrett locked his gloved hand down on top of his mouth. Giles watched as he tied his wrist down tight. Blood dripped on the grass. Inside the house, Christine secured a bathrobe around herself, staring out into the backyard. It took 3 days for their houses to trot. For their horses. Jesus, fuck me. Why can't I read? It took 3 days for their horses to trot to the coastline. Massive cliff overlooked by a mass of ships in different shapes and woods, flags and horns. The unfamiliar crosshair of the Templars had begun to mask the battlements underneath the mountain on their climb. In the armor of the Turks and Ottomans, let them ride. And as long as they kept their distance, they did not recognize the men from Catalonia. To their horror, many years past, Marty pointed to the flag of the Catalan mercenaries, their ships on the rocks on the shore, 600 feet below. "Bob!" he heard a voice call from a distance. As he turned, a boy had advanced upon them. With a single swing of his blade, Marty's helmet spun around his body. Blood flaying out around him. Note here. This should break his nose. Do you feel like that? Roll? Like something like cause like it immediately like just fucking break your nose? Wait, Marty died? Uh-oh. Fuck. Okay, well, never mind. You know, I didn't think he'd roll a 1 and take fucking 22 damage. I'm sorry, man. Jesus. I know he's a young guy, but... Fuck. He got a one shot. I fucking love it. The young man with the toga kicked his split stomach out away from the cliff face. He tumbled and rolled off the cliff slowly. Holy fuck. No, that was good. That was fucking good. Robert approached him in his white and green armor. Securing his hands around the boy's throat, he gasped. Grappling with his blade, Robert crushed his head down into him. Dizzy, defeated, the boy took his last breaths and collapsed into the grass. He's not, or no, he's Robert now. Yeah. If you've watched the Venture Brothers, I imagine it like Speedy, where like Brock's just like holding onto his neck, and everyone's just like, no! Speedy's like, oh my god, but like a way more fucked up than that. Robert turned to the sea. Desperately, with tears no longer in his eyes, he stared down the cliff. I need to see him. Bob! He turned to the voice, screaming if it could hear. And God didn't hear his anger, his weight as he shouted into the forever. Robert turned to the cliff and jumped. Christine jostled him awake. Bob, get up! They're breaking in! Christine had pushed a chair under the door as her master rolled off of his dove sheets. His head pulsing and shaking. Desperately pulled his sensory mask on as she tried to pull it loose. Yeah, because, like, that's like if you've had, like, a horse in the mines and you just immediately take its fucking, like, covers off in the middle of the day. It's just gonna go blind. Can't deal with that shit. Striking her in the stomach, she fell to the other side of the room as he held the beast into his head, sobbing, "Fuck yeah, women abuse! Women abuse!" I mean, what? Sorry, I mean, what? She does not get it. No, she doesn't. Maybe she does now. It's like, stop trying to fuck with me, bitch. Christine stood up, holding her side in pain. Shit. Be quiet. Thinking quickly, she pulled the mattress from atop the bed, laying it atop his back to dampen the sound of his crimes. Same as animal abuse. It's just, we're kind of, Ahab, you weren't here earlier, we were memeing about the idea of, because we were talking about how people can't separate a discussion between endorsement, and how people think the simple fact that you're talking about something means that you're endorsing it. So it was like, oh, well, you endorse rape. Well, you endorse animal cruelty. Oh, well, you endorse, violence. Oh, you endorse, this or that, right? And it's like, just because you're having a discussion about it doesn't mean you like it or endorse it, right? So now it's like, anytime something comes up, it's like, no, that's animal abuse! You support animal abuse! You support women beating! What are you doing? Just to update you on the lore, Ahab. Christine stood up, holding her side in pain. Shit! Be quiet. Thinking quickly, she pulled the mattress from atop the bed, laying it atop his back to dampen the sound of his cries. Christine suspected, among the many other mechanics of his cosmic mind, factual truth of the gift Robert had been given, and why it was not much of a gift at all. Yeah, I support women beating my penis. See, I have like, is this like a weird thing? I'm gonna get really weird for a second here, guys. Is this just a me thing, or how do you say this? Like, do you like the flappy balls when you're getting your dick beat off? Do you know what I mean? Like, for you, does that, like, add to the experience? Like, she's going so hard, it's just, like, flailing your balls all over the place? Because I'm like, is that because I'm, like, a masochist, or is that just because, like, my balls are being stimulated? Fuck, man. Human body is a fucking disaster. Christine expected. Among the many other mechanics of his cosmic mind, the fractal truth of the gift Robert had been given, and why it was not much of a gift at all. Obviously, Robert was reborn when he went to sleep, and in turn, Robert always died when he woke up. That's the line I was waiting for. The confirmation of the context within which the life he lived, and how that would impact his awakening. And it's like coming into a rebirth after you've been killed in your previous life. And that's what I was kind of hoping for, because I think that's the most badass way to do it. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of rules. I fucking love it. And then it's like he's literally like coming, like, I think of it, Prol, as every night when he wakes up, he comes screaming into the world like a new infant. Like being born into the world again, right? And it's kind of like plays on the idea of like every night that you go to sleep, like you die, right? And then like a new you, like a new version of you that's like the ship of Theseus kind of idea, is what wakes up. But the you that goes to sleep is never the you that wakes up. With the first dream, I wanted to prove two things. He is sympathetic, and he is insanely motivated. I love it. Yeah, I can definitely see it, bro. Definitely see it. Fuck yeah. He's not a god, but he's very powerful. And he understands, like, what his power is, what the limits of his power, how he can use it, how he can advance it, how he can manipulate it, how he can create efficiency through it, right? It's the idea of, like, the Bruce Lee quote of, I don't fear the man with 10,000 punches, I fear the man who's thrown one punch 10,000 times, right? Child held his gun with his good hand as the dreamers confronted them in the kitchen. Grant Park Sheriff's Department, get the fuck on the ground! 3 young-looking members stood there, half naked in drawers. And I'm guessing what you mean by drawers is boxers, right? Especially the women. They got on their knees, turned to the devout members. 12 men in leather masks scattered out of the doorway for the front entrance. Barrett yelled, "Shit! Stay where you are!" They did not listen. They chanted all at once, speaking the phrase only once, but each shouted it through their masks. I am now armor! Because they're being like the layer of protection towards Bob, right? Fucking love it. Tim raced forward. And it's like the admission of self-sacrifice, right? Oof. There's a lot you can unpack from that. One of the girls, grappling with his leg before he turned and battered her in the head with the butt of his rifle. Eesh. Giles raced after them, and suddenly, to his left, a door exploded into wooden splinters. See, when I think of, like, violence towards women, it's really fucked up, but, like, my first thought is, well, you wanted equality. Oh my god, it's so bad. Giles raced after them, and suddenly, to his left, a door exploded into wooden splinters, which Scotty thinks of often. Hey man, I have dark, fucked up thoughts in my head. My superpower is the fact that my ego and the separation of, like, imagination and thought and reality. If I would probably literally be a serial killer if, like, I couldn't separate that because of, like, urges. I literally genuinely think that. That's why I think my superpower is just, like, the fact that I've, like, that abstract, esoteric, non-grounded way of thinking about things, so it's like I don't have, like, a connection in a way towards that. So it's like, me enacting it in real life, to me, is the same as enacting it in my mind. So I have an urge to do something, I can enact it in my mind, and it would play out in real life. Like Bert from Fish Tank. Sound low. I don't know. Man, I don't like some of the parts that I am. I just am. It is what it is. But I don't run away from them because I know I'm human. I just don't embrace them because I also know that I'm human. And I'm very much about, you know, cohesion and, like, commerce and function and dialogue and community. And that's the one thing that breaks it down. So being able to fully control yourself is super fucking important. Because everyone has their dark side. It's the fact of whether you can turn it away in order to live within society. And the people that can't turn it away are the ones we have to remove from society. Shotgun blast threw it off its hinges. Before the door could fall, the deputy got on one knee and emptied his magazine into the door of a laundry room, decorating it like a punch card. The young dreamers to his left screamed. Damn, man, they're going all in. Like, they're not fucking around with this shit. So this isn't like the first time they know how like severe this shit is, right? So they're not like holding back. And I think they're like, this is like our one opportunity, right? Because it's like they think they know where Bob is even though they don't. So it's like they can't let him get away, right? Barrett chased the men, running away in disguise. They scrambled in opposite directions of each other as Barrett turned back and yelled, "Giles! We gotta get in the truck now!" It's been 2 years. Yeah. Giles was running from the kitchen, blood all over his bullet vest and swim trunks. His hand wouldn't stop bleeding. Muscular brute knocked Giles down. Searing pain went into Barrett's back. With a scream, he pulled the Wonder Pen from his back and threw it to the ground. Ah, fuck. I never even thought. That was like Chekhov's gun. Dude, that was a total Chekhov's gun moment. I didn't even think about that, but fucking that's good. I like that. But the next chapter, they come back. To actually fight. Damn. I love it. Fuck yeah, let's go. Dreamer, wearing Robert's mask, cowered in fear as Barrett turned to him. Kill or be killed. Barrett aimed his rifle as the young man shouted, "I am now armor!" Tim shot him in the chest, turning to the man on the ground with Giles. He hit his deputy's head against the floor. Tim shot him too. Running to Giles, he dragged his delirious form out of the house onto Brown Street. All the decoys had disappeared. A woman next door stood on the porch in her nightgown, holding the stretched coil of her home phone. "Call the goddamn cops, you hippies!" she announced. I love the detail of like a landline phone, right? And having like the cord. You know, like the fucking old school memes of like walking from one side of the house to the other side of the house and then like back, and you have like the phone cord, or like while you're on the phone, you have like the phone cord basically wrapped around like the banister of the stairs, like it's around like one of the handles of like the door of the bathroom, and then it's like goes through the entire living room. It's like pushing things out of the way of like the coffee table. It's like so fucking ridiculous. But I mean, that's legit how it was back in the day, dude. You'd have like a 60-foot fucking cord and you'd just like walk around the house talking on the phone. That's like all my mom would do with her friends, is just like walk around the house talking on the phone. She has a long ass cord because she always yells at them about calling the cops. She went and got one. Yeah, we used to have like fucking literally a 60-foot fucking cord. Have a little thing on the wall to like wrap it up so it didn't like fall to the ground. Good old days. I was lucky in the fact I didn't have the internet, so I never had to worry about like using dial-up and my mom being on the phone. Because we just didn't have internet. We had a computer, but we didn't have internet. We just made, and I didn't realize what full games were, because we'd always just get demos. And then I just play demos, and I think that's where it's like an idea of short stories is like a fundamental part of like my writing. The fact that I like short stories so much is just the fact that I used to play demos. And it's like, this is just a really cool idea of a presentation of a greater idea, but it can't be expressed fully yet. Right? So it's like most of those short stories are actually just proofs of concept for entire stories. That was me. Demos? Fuck yeah. And I just play like 100 different games. I love demos still. Because it's like, I don't get that much into games, right? So it's like, I could absolutely play a demo. Like, fucking, we've got... Windrose demo. Uma Musume, which was a demo. World Box demo, Tabletop Simulator. Trying to think if there's any else in here. No, I don't see any of them. But yeah, like, and you get like, you know, like PC Underground, and it would be like have like 40 different demos on the demo disc. Should play Crimson Desert demo. Bro, I need to play fucking Crimson Desert. I'm so sorry that I still haven't played Crimson Desert. I feel like a fucking retarded piece of shit that I haven't played Crimson Desert. That's like not playing fucking Elden Ring. Like, how can you do that? What do you do all day if you have zero plans, Scotty? Honestly, I like research. I think like I'll spend like 2 hours of the day like meditating like story ideas. Right? I'll like all in the background, like I'm watching like Quinn or I'm watching Asmin or I'm doing something else, or you know, it's like I'm keeping myself busy, but it's like I'm always thinking, should I play a video game? And then I'm like, that'll just distract me from what I'm doing. I think I'm an old fucking man. I think I'm an old fucking man, guys. I mean, like, I'll think about some smut, and then I'll jack off, and then I'll go back to, like, story creating, right? And then I'll think about some smut, and then I'll rinse and repeat. But, like, I don't sleep that much. Like, I have such a hard time sleeping. I'll sleep for, like, 3 to 4 hours. Like, I can lay in bed for 8 hours, and I'll sleep for maybe 3. So I just, you know, if I can't fall asleep within, like, 20 minutes, I'll just get up. So it's a consistent rotation of, like, feeling tired, trying to go to sleep, not being tired, getting a snack, like, watching a show or something, getting an idea from it, like, evaluating that idea, like, meditating on that idea, developing that idea, and throwing that idea into some sort of story, right? And it's, like, using the lived experience of, like, my existence to draw from as my inspiration for, like, what I do. But yeah, I literally just, like, I just leave my room, like, twice. Or, like, should I say I go downstairs twice? Because the bathroom is literally right next door. So I just literally, like, if this is my door, the bathroom door is here. So I open my door, and then I just immediately take a turn and just walk into the bathroom. So it's like, I'm literally just either taking a shit or a piss, or I'm having a shower, brushing my teeth. And then I'm just, like, back into my room. I'm like the definition of a neat. But I do have hopes, aspirations, desires, ideas, and like dreams, and you know, I feel like I'm progressing even if I'm not doing anything, right? And I think that's all that really matters to me, is feeling like I'm progressing. And like when I'm thinking throughout the day and then I come on here and I just talk for 3 hours about the random shit I was thinking about all day, I'm like, there is value to this, right? And then there's like the days when my niece and my nephew come over and I spend like 8 hours talking to like the family and shit like that, like we're making dinner or something like that. You know, there's a lot of that as well. But I'd say that's maybe like 2 days out of the week, right? So my sister, like 2 or 3 days of the week, they'll drop the kids off and we'll just have the kids, right? So chill with my parents and the kids. And then, like, on the weekends and stuff, like, they'll actually come over when they have, like, free time, right? But they have, like, a one-child policy where it's, like, Jenny deals with Zoe and Jordan deals with Quinn, right? And they have 2 vehicles, so it's, like, Quinn will, like, freak out, and then we don't have to punish Zoe when Quinn freaks out. And then Quinn doesn't, like, get his way because he wants to, like, freak out and cause everyone to, like, basically lose their fun. And he's using it as, like, a way to, are you teaching them slurs? Guys, do you know how much I swear? My parents smack me so many times. Because I'll just say fuck, I'll just say shit, I'll just say retard, I'll just say asshole. And then I'll be like, fuck, I don't know!
I'm so bad. Yeah, no, I'm so bad. That's why I'm the fun uncle. Oh, God. 3, 2, 1, toke. So my dad's main thing is as he's walking by you, and this is like a play on our entire family is short. Like, my brother's the tallest in our family, and he's 5'11", and he's like significantly taller than everyone else. My sister's like 5'3". My dad, as you're walking by, will be like, "Oh, watch your head!" And he'll like smack you on the forehead as if like you're walking into like a door frame or something like that. And it's like every time you walk past, "Oh, watch your head!" It's like, I wonder if I have brain damage from that. I've done that my entire life. You don't do it hard, right? It's just a little tap. But you do that 500 million times, maybe that might have an effect, right? Alright, anyways, back to the story. Here we go. The dreamer, wearing Robert's mask, cowered in fear as Barrett turned to him. Yeah, you have CTE? Is that like concussion something? Like trauma, like extended? I fucking have no idea. Cerebral, like a 35-year-old football player. And that's where it's like because of your brain being shifted around and smacking against your skull so many times, right? I mean, that happens when I'm like bouncing on dick, so maybe it's kind of the same if someone's like pounding me into the wall. You scrolled way up? Wait, what do you mean I scrolled way up? No, we just talked about the Wonder Pen. And then he said this. Right? And hit the deputy's D and Tim shot him. That's the last thing we read, right? Like, this is where we are? Or... Oh, no, actually... No, you're right. There is one more here, because that was the chick in the house. Okay, I'm retarded. Yeah, I did scroll up. Guys, I'm just getting worse and worse at this. I'm just an old man now. Closer I get to my birthday... Like, by the time I turn 35, my brain is gonna be jello. I got 2 days. Fuck, that sucks. Shut the fuck up and get inside your house. Dragging Giles to the truck, roared to life and kicked around in a loop before Tim fled Brown Street. Suddenly, the massive spotlight of a helicopter illuminated behind him. Looking up, he saw the CIA helicopter lapping around the compound, luckily missing their truck as it bounded away into the dark. The fuck you mean gonna be? Wait, when did I ever use a future tense? I was talking past tense. Or like hypothetically present tense. Wink wink nudge nudge. You're good, I'll just help when I can. Yeah, thanks for directing me, Prol. Like I said, I'm retarded. I get all over the place. I get distracted. I'm high as fuck. I just took a toke. And I'm, like, streaming. So, like, I'm trying to, like, pay attention to, like, 4 things at once. Paying attention to the chat. Making sure that, like, the stream is still going and working. Making sure that, like, you know, there's, you know, no back-end, like, Discord things or OBS things that are, like, fucking up. And while trying to read your work. So. And then I have, like, the thoughts going through my head on top of that, right? That's just, like, subconscious. Right? Multitasking is, like, my fucking life. If I'm not multitasking, I'm not challenging myself. Suddenly, the massive spotlight of a helicopter illuminated him. Looking up, he saw the CIA helicopter lapping around the compound.
luckily missing their truck as it bounded away into the dark. Outside in the garage now, Christine dragged Robert by his shoulders. Two dreamers followed her as they fled into the woods behind the house, and as he got his footing, they began to follow the creek up and away. Robert took his mask off, suddenly grabbing Christine, sharp blue eyes crying. His face was rough under the mask, hair a mess, tears wetting him like sweat. He said, "I was 27 years old." He looked off into the distance, suddenly lost again. She held him close. Trembling into the heavy brush, they traveled the unknown, and as Robert grasped her hand, he called to her like a scared little boy, "Yada." She is the only real connection he has to reality, right? So, and without that connection to reality, he can never know if he's actually enacting his goal, right? So, she is, super important. And, that's an embodiment of, Christine, right? Because it depends on, what lifetime they're in and, what servant. Same with... And he fucking hates her. Yeah, it's the epic love-hate relationship, right? Yeah, we get to it. Yeah. Well, all I can say, Prol, is this, I don't think I've ever read smoother transitions of, complete different timelines and stuff without being, shocked. I'll read 2 paragraphs before I realize that I've even changed perspective. Because it's so smooth and so fast. And it feels like it's so appropriate. That it's a natural cut. You don't even think about it. Right? And I think that's fucking such a hard thing to pull off. Right? Because, normally I'm very conscious of, things that would be considered continuity errors, right? And if, your only differential between, 2 paragraphs was hinted at 3 paragraphs ago, and you would only know because it would happen multiple times, is, that's the definition of style to me, right? Because you've allocated... what's the word? Acclimated to the style of the reader so that you can anticipate how they're presenting the book, right? If you read, 2 or 3 Cormac McCarthy books, you just, understand. Again, this comes back to, flow, right? I think flow is the, strongest thing that's, carrying everything else. If we look at, a hierarchy of a breakdown of how you're doing this, how the transition happens, right? Where it gives you an idea where there's a different memory of a different time of a different character, and then as soon as that passes, there's an event that you would assume would be a break of some kind. So either foreshadowing of a small event or a big event happening or something like that. And then immediately your next emphasis is that you're going to experience that event, which causes this, switch in your brain when you go from, passive to active. And the fact that, as soon as you hit that switch, the active isn't whatever's happening and whatever's coming up. It's an entirely new perspective. So it's you've completely prepared my brain for this shift. And it's you just keep doing that. And it's just I don't think I've ever seen anything so smooth. Foreshadowing! True cheeseburger. Because, there's, basic foreshadowing, right? But then there's, you've got, the Chekhov gun type of foreshadowing. You've got, individual character personality foreshadowing, actions. You've got, your straight up, mini event into large event. Like you know, like a lantern falls over and like starts a small fire and someone gets burned, and then later on like an entire house burns down, right? Like there's so many different ways to do it. Yeah, this chapter we got an explanation of the paranormal stuff, and next chapter is gonna be the sci-fi one. Fuck yeah, I feel it. And Un-American Cheeseburger, I feel like a dick, because, like, for the last 20 minutes, I've been like, I don't know, I think I'm just going to end the stream after I'm finished with Parole, if there's no one else who wants any readings. And I don't think there's anyone else who wants any readings, but, hey, if there's anyone else out there that wants any readings, other than, you know, having another reading from Jackal, like Hyde or anyone, or if you have one, Cheeseburger, Smokey, you've got a story out there. I know you're fucking there, Smokey. I mean, what? Because I know you came in yesterday, immediately ended the stream, and I feel bad, because we've been having really long streams, and now it's like, I was thinking literally, like, maybe I should, like, wind up ending the stream before Cheeseburger comes in, because then I can't just be like, fuck, I'm just ending the stream, right? It is what it is. I blame the aliens on planet Afghanistan. Absolutely. But hey, that doesn't mean you can't enjoy certain things, right? Like, we'll be raiding out into someone good for sure, right? So we can have a good day with that. We can cause some problems in there. I mean, guys, my mom made this fucking ribs at the beginning of the fucking stream, and we were watching random videos while I was trying to eat it. We just had so many conversations, I wound up only eating like 1.5 bones worth of it. And now it's like all cold and old. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it downstairs. I'm going to pull pork it. I'm going to like slather it in like mayo and like make it into like a thing. I'm going to add like a lettuce, onions, and like chopped tomatoes and peppers. And I'm going to make it into a sandwich. Oh my god. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so fucking good. And that's what I've been planning for like the last hour and a half. Make that with a side of Ozo and your... What's Ozo? What's Ozo? Oh, and garlic. Definitely gonna have some garlic on them. For sure. Ozo. I'm a basic ass bitch. I'm sorry, Cheeseburger. I'm Canadian too. Yeah, we'll give it about another minute or two for anyone to, you know, get together an ability to respond about whether they want another story read. Other than that, we will raid out. But good day today, guys. Good conversations. We had some fun. We had some new people. You know, it is what it is. Trying to put on a show, trying to be what it is. I know it can be a little rough around the edges, and topics can be off the wall and kind of scary sometimes, and I do apologize for that, but again, I do feel like there is a maturity that can be accepted to, like, the level of display within fiction, right? And I trust my audience to have that differentiation, right? And I think that trust is something that's lost in the overall creativity. I'll say this one last thing before I go away. If you don't have a trust in your reader to be able to understand, like, the separation of concepts, when, like, there's, let's say, for instance, for something like dark fantasy, or even something that's, like, high fantasy, but has, like, one section of the story that has, like, a really dark essence to it, right? And it would normally be at a place where, like, if you took a poll of the book, it would be, like, 80% of the people put the book down because it was like they had a certain expectation for the book and that went beyond their expectation, whether that was the inability of the reader to display that, or the author to display that, or the inability of the reader to pick that up. I do think that is or can be a two-way street, and that's why the functional loss of trust means that people will water down their work and they will basically place in things that don't need to be there, which can potentially ruin the work overall, because without that kind of understanding, right, it ruins the book. And then they don't trust the reader to be able to pick up on their own, so they make it too obvious so that it kind of ruins the story, because it feels like you're being babysat as the reader, of being like, well, of course I knew that. Why would you tell me that? Like, you've been inferring that for like 3 chapters. I mean, I'm glad that you confirmed it, but you don't need to confirm it like 20 fucking times. And sometimes even confirming it is a bad idea. But again, it all comes back and depends on what it is. But I think that's where it comes down to you as the author trying to tell an authentic story instead of trying to find an audience that you think you can sell to. And I think the latter is the, like, destruction of creativity and the loss of art and the downfall of expression inside of society. And my new favorite thing to say is, like, suffering from success, right? Like, you've lived in peace so long you don't recognize what danger is. And that can be a good thing and a bad thing, right? Because it's like, again, if you're trying to create a career off of your writing, you have to find that compromise of being able to make sure that you're going to be able to sell enough books, that you're not going to alienate people too much, that you're not going to draw on too many topics that will cause people to put the book down or boycott it in a way or something like that, or think something of you, right? And again, I don't hold anyone I don't hold any animosity or like negativity toward anyone who does that. I understand why you would do that. And that's exactly why I want to create and aspire to as much authenticity in my story as possible. And try to encourage other people to do that as well. To kind of mirror like what's happening in like the woke like video game and like film industry, where it's like it's like the pandering to these certain people that's ruining the creativity and the art direction of like these pieces of entertainment. And people are now starting to see the consequences of that on like a greater scale, which I'm hoping will open people up to reevaluating like the cost risk evaluation of new IPs, new ideas, and like things that aren't things that fundamentally press the boundaries of human existence, right? The universal ideals that we all live with that a lot of people like to try to ignore in a peaceful reality where the suffering of success is the simple you decline the fundamental aspects of human nature because you don't like to acknowledge that those exist. And then that causes this dissonance in the ability to people to resonate with your work or have any idea of scale or scope or motivation towards what your story is. And it becomes like a dulled, watered down, sanitized audience slop. So I would hope that, like, for instance, my ultimate goal would be to revive the idea of what makes entertainment and creativity so special is how far people are willing to push their own ideas, right? And how much that connects to, like, the genuine human reality that we live. And that's what makes the entertainment and the media something that's important for people to consume, right? And then that leads to the presentation of things in a darker light, which gives you this dynamic of reality that like essentially creates your ability to separate, like I was saying earlier, discussion and endorsement, right? Because we all realize that the world is evil, the world is fucked up, and we want to try to do our best to improve that, right? And the simple denial of that is not an improvement. So finding a way to use the most prominent, like, cultural movement, which is, like, today, film. Clearly it's film, right? In order to advance the culture of the civilization. And the suffering from success is the fact that we are no longer willing to draw those lines. Or sorry, cross those lines that have been drawn. Right? We've slowly backed away from the lines that have been drawn in society to the point that no one can, like, connect to anything anymore because it doesn't have soul inside of it. Because the soul has been ripped out by its want to be something that everyone can consume instead of being something that people want to consume. And I hate the fact that, like, it really is a reality that we live in, that original ideas and the human identity of, like, loss and, like, how far we can go and stuff like that is just not represented on a level that gives society a way to reflect on itself, right? Like, you're continuously nerfing and sponging yourself down until you have such a low guard that even the idea of, like, talking about or thinking about, like, non-consent towards something, where it's like, oh, you can't say something on the internet that makes me feel uncomfortable, right? Because that's where we're at, is we care about the people that are affected by what you say with words. And it's like, it's one thing to be in a presence of intimidation with words, and it's another thing to be like random words on the internet. And especially in an age of, like, technology, connection, and understanding, I think it's retarded that we're almost more divided because of the amount of information. And it becomes that, like, decision paralysis, where there is just so much out there, no one can see the dots that connect it. And if I can do one thing, which is, like, narrow that down so that people can see the connection between those dots, and if that makes, like, an influence of a movement to be, like, the separation of endorsement and discussion, that'd be fucking amazing. Don't think it'll ever happen, but why not try, right? Especially when you have the opportunity to. But anyways, that's my rant. That's what it is. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. This is a good day today. We had a great day. We got through some stories, some ideas, some food, and we'll be back again tomorrow. And if it's nice out, we might be doing the IRL prep stream for the weekend for the barbecue for my birthday. We'll see what the weather's like. And yeah, never stop being you. Never stop creating. Never stop spreading your ideas. You are worth it. Your imagination is worth it. Your abilities are worth it. You are unique. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we rating today? Where we going, what we doing, what we at, what we got? Who's out there? Let's find out. I keep missing people because they're not in the reading and writing section. Okay, we got one. Because I was like, this one's 5 hours into their stream. I don't want to raid into someone who's immediately going to raid out. So, we'll do this one. Get your wheels ready, and we'll see you on the other side. Oh, let me get a sip of this. Oh, boy. Oh, poor Aaron. He must have so many stones in his kidney. Oh, no. Yo, Raid, hello! Welcome
Someone in Raiders. Hello.
Alright, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Peace!